Okay. I stayed up way too late last night. I admit it. Okay. Today's agenda, we'll watch this WillyMac video and then just do whatever, I guess. Read, study, meme. Oh, fuck your mom. Oh, also, I need to make an announcement, okay? Boring history announcement, though. Hold on. Don't get too excited. One sec. I was joking around a lot when we were doing our whole Israel meme stand thing. That Jordan was just like a cut country getting like kicked around all the time. You know what? That is not true, okay? I think the king of Jordan was actually pretty visionary, and I think he tried his best. I think he saw the future of like the Middle East, and I think he thought that Israel was going to be there forever, and he tried his best to make it happen. So you know what? I've been shitting on that guy a lot. Oh, we got a thing. Oh, hold on. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, happuccino, mappuccino, dabpuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, al Pacino, my dude, right now. I've been reading out of this book called the Lion of Jordan. It's an Avi Schlein book. Recommended if you care at all about, I guess, like Jordanian history and the Middle East or the King Hussein dude. What the fuck? This is not what I look like in the advertisement? Okay. Are you covering the Fuentes drama? What, they look at gay porn? I never know what's real or not from over there. That shit might be a psyop. Yeah, I have no idea. Don't know, don't care. Also, some guy was shit talking on Twitter. I don't know why. Probably talking to him in like 5 minutes. I haven't done any emails or messages today. Oh boy. Wait, did I just say the opposite of what I meant to say? Did you say that one artist guy go unhinged? Nope. We started Hunter x Hunter again? Not yet. My buddy gets here in 3 days, and then we go back to Hunter x Hunter time.
Motherfuck the big three, nigga. It's just big me, nigga. Boom. What? I'm really like that. And your best work.
Okay. Did you get to the Chimera Ant arc? That's the one I'm about to start, I think.
You're so washed up and out of touch, dude. I used to really like watching you, but you're so insufferable now and out of touch. It's pretty sad, actually. Is this guy trying to do a bait at like fucking... I just wanted to let you know that I'm... Bro.
Wait. This is like, what the fuck am I thinking of? There's like some... Is it a lefty news org that does these videos where it's just like a ton of like B-roll and then the words appear on the front and like this? Did anybody know what I'm talking about? What am I? Is it? I don't think it's Vox. Is it Vox that does the shorts? Oh, now this. That's what I'm thinking of. Now this. Now this. Yeah. Like one of these things.
To invest in American dollar TV screen.
Oh no, except without the host.
Donald Trump met with.
Oh no, they're like one of these. Maybe one of these.
I think you're.
No.
Crockett didn't.
God damn it. You know what I'm talking about. Like one of these. There we go.
The amount of my brain that is no longer usable, it's remarkable.
Oh, because she spent so much time in Game of Thrones.
I think a lot of people failed to understand the point I was making during Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine and immediately moved away.
To be clear, I don't know what he's about to say, but the point was America bad, don't trust America. America fake war so that America military industrial complex imperialism, America bad. Western imperialism, NATO, America bad because imperialism and military industrial Lockheed, America bad. That was the reason why he didn't trust the initial calls. That had nothing to do with an actual analysis of what was going on. There were people on both sides of that some were right, some were wrong. I think I don't think I staked out as a strong position, but even I didn't think that Russia was going to be. I admittedly didn't know much about it, but some people thought there was good reason for them to. Some people said there wasn't. Yeah, I am swag the fuck out. Yeah. I know you're jealous. You can't all have the cappuccino shirts. They call me the drip lord. They do.
And were very upset. And then that resentment festered in all of the other communities. Like he was doing fucking top of the hour ad break debates and shit. You know what I mean? And then October 7 was another moment of like, even if they were like, let me give this guy another shot. I used to be a fan and now I'm a hate watcher. There are a lot of people like that though. There are. And they just like, they keep watching every day, but they just like fucking hate. And I don't understand how. I really want to know.
I hate progressives. They don't have morals. They have buzzwords. The ones that aren't two-faced are cowards. In other words, they're useless. They would help the wolves slaughter the lambs if they cried wolf first. Okay, sure. But I mean, like, everybody likes their buzzwords, to be fair.
Like, I genuinely try to understand it because, I mean, I guess I was watching. I just think you're in a deep echo chamber, brother. I was watching LSF clips and you're just so ... lost. Yeah, the Hasan hate complex is real. No, I get why there's a hate complex out there. It's a way to make money for a lot of people who are just like, who want to.
Why can't he ever accept that some people just might not like his political views? Like, there are people that used to be fans of mine and then they left during Israel-Palestine. Like, I understand why. Like, it happens. I think you're dumb for it, obviously. But I don't think it's always, well, I was going to say, I don't think it's just people, like, trying to make money off of hating me. But I guess, actually, there are a lot of people that just try to make money off of hating me. So I guess I see why he thinks that. But, like, people can leave because they just disagree with your shit now, right? It happens, you know?
You're like one of the biggest haters out there, dude. What? You're also personally talking about how you agree with another incredibly stubborn person. I assume you mean Divorcelli, which is pretty fucking hilarious, considering if you agree with me on a lot of things, but you hate how stubborn I am and how I won't let certain things go.
Well, that's Divorcelli's biggest trait.
It would be very odd for you to also simultaneously say you agree with that other person who is also incredibly fucking stubborn. Except he agrees on basically nothing that I believe, and presents himself as a contrarian to almost every single thing I do believe.
Yes, yes. When I go to, when I'm browsing books or whatever, and I'm trying to figure out, like, well, what am I going to read now? What am I going to study? I'm trying to think of, like, okay, what would Hasan think? And then who would author an opinion to be as opposite Hasan's as possible? That is my thought process. Like, I have to be, whatever side Hasan is on, I need to be on the opposite side here.
So you can just personally say that you agree with him and not me, instead of how stubborn I am. Question for Hasan. Before October 7, were there people who left after the Ukraine war?
Sorry, my mic glitched for a second. It sounded like I said Hasan for a second there, but it was Hasan. There is sometimes this shit-ass fucking mic glitches, and it cuts out some of my words. That's why it sounds like there's a misspeak sometimes, or a real voice, so.
Question for Hasan. Before October 7, were there people who left after the Ukraine war began, correct? Yes. Every single instance where, like, people have left, and that happens for normal reasons. Obviously, people cycle in and out.
Has Destiny taken a victory lap about all the latest Keffel's videos about her lies? Bro, it's not a victory lap for me. It's like a thumbs up from the grave. Fuck you. I got destroyed on that shit. I lost my Twitch account. I don't feel good that people are finally jumping on. I don't want people to even get credit for it. It's bullshit.
But in every single instance, it's usually...
Okay, this guy was on Twitter yesterday. Wow, hi, what's up?
Hello.
How's it going? You were on the Twitters yesterday.
I was. Wait, how do I do this? This is so confusing. Okay, so I've never been on Discord before. Do I join voice?
No, we can just chat. This is fine.
Just chat like this? Okay, awesome. And will I be able to see you?
Well, do you want to, like, make a video or something?
Yeah, well, I would. Oh, wait, I can see you now.
Oh, no, you can't. Hold on, wait. I didn't know you were on it. 1 second. There you go.
Okay, awesome. It's just easier when, you know, like when you can see the face of the person you're talking to.
Okay. Well, how's it going? What's up? What are we chatting about?
I'm good. So actually, what was the quote tweet? I can pull it up right now. It was Hitler and al-Husseini, talking to each other in a meeting, in a correspondence. And I think you quote tweeted it and said,
Sneeko and Fuentes.
Sneeko and Fuentes. And so I thought that was funny because obviously Yitzhak Shamir, I'm sure you know all this, Yitzhak Shamir and the Leahy Party tried to get an alliance with Nazi Germany in the 30s and 40s. Ended up not working, obviously, but obviously that happened. So like it was a little strange to see that kind of like, oh, this is Sneeko and Fuentes when they're literal, they're like fascists in Israel right now who
do you think? First of all, when you say the Leahy were trying to get an alliance with the Nazis in the 30s and 40s, the S's there are doing a lot of work on that. I think the Leahy, I think they might have broken off from the Irgun over the trying to form an alliance with Nazi Germany. But I think the main thrust of this was in 41 and 42, when they were because they thought that Germany was going to win the war, and because they felt like the British had abandoned them in Palestine. The Leahy, which was some 300 members strong, I think, tried to align themselves, or they at least made overtures towards Germany because they thought they were going to be on the winning side. But I mean, Husseini wanted to be friends with like the Nazis and stuff because they wanted to push like all of the Israelis, or I guess it would just been the Jews, like out of that region and possibly kill them all. But I mean, I don't know what the point of the comparison is.
Well, the point of the, I mean, it was the point of the comparison was that it was a tweet, and I was trying to point out like what I saw as a contradiction. But when you say like Al Husseini was trying to just kill all the Jews and all this kind of stuff, and also that the agreement with Nazi Germany was political. Well, it's true, obviously, that they were trying to use Nazi Germany as a way of creating a new state, and Netanyahu, is quoted as saying, well, the Nazi Germany, all they wanted to do was expel the Jews. Al Husseini wanted to kill all of them, which is obviously a little rich to assert that like that Al Husseini is worse than Hitler in some way.
Yeah, I'm not going to co-sign any statements Netanyahu's made. There's been a lot of retarded statements that really everybody makes about the Holocaust. I guess if you live in Israel, your opinions about the Holocaust just become deranged, whether you're an Israeli or a Palestinian. But
well, yeah, and like at some point I looked up a bunch of Netanyahu, like worse Netanyahu quotes, just to see what I could find. And yeah, you're right. There are a lot of crazy things that he said.
I could be wrong, but I want to say, didn't Netanyahu say, and I know this is a common, very far right Zionist talking point, that Husseini was the one that gave Hitler the idea for the Holocaust? I don't know if Netanyahu said that or somebody else, but like that is like a thought that has existed that I've seen before. Yeah.
So it's funny that you mentioned that because that whole thing was basically like a post-war evidence given by these two Jewish people who were like involved in rescue attempts, and so afterwards, one of them, I think his name was Dieter Wishesny, he gave an interview and he said that's actually what we said like wasn't actually true. And there's actually no evidence that during Husseini's and Hitler's correspondence that Husseini was like, this is what we need to do. This is the final solution. This is everything. Like, we need to kill all the Jews. All of that came from a testimony from like two people, one of them whom like afterwards said, no, that didn't actually happen. And so, but look, you can't reasonably say that Al Husseini wasn't a massive anti-Semite. That's not really the point. The point is that if you're going to say that, well, the Leahy party, they wanted to have an alliance with Nazi Germany. One, because they felt like, well, obviously, you know what the white papers are?
Yeah. Well, which ones? But
yeah, so they thought that Britain was trying to oppress the Jewish people, which is ironic because how can you oppress people by just not letting more other people in, right?
The felt oppression was that they had been promised basically the ability to set up a state there, and then Britain started to cap the immigration, which was severely hampering their ability to do that, right? And then also, just as a thing, you keep describing them as the Leahy party. To be clear, the Leahy were like self-described terrorists, and again, I'm pretty sure in this period they were like 300 strong, and I think a lot of these guys ended up even getting prosecuted by the Yishuv, where they got in trouble because they were doing fucking terrorist attacks.
So you're right, they did, but then as well, like one of the most prominent figures in the Leahy party ended up becoming an Israeli prime minister, Yitzhak Shamir.
We'd be careful because like one of the like prominent members of the Irgun ended up becoming a prime minister, Menachem Begin, and he's the one that signed peace with Egypt. So I mean, like, yeah, there are definitely radicals that came out of that period and did things. Yeah.
Okay, so the peace with Egypt is obviously a different thing because peace with Egypt was part of. Are you talking about 1979?
A major disagreement between my.
Am I talking about what? Sorry, say that again.
Peace treaty with Egypt in 1979.
Yeah.
Because so we don't need to get into that, but that a lot of Egyptians feel like that wasn't done in good faith, and that was just like a justification for the invasion of Lebanon. That's not really relevant to this conversation.
Sure.
It's obviously true that there were multiple prime ministers. You could argue, including Netanyahu, but there are multiple prime ministers before Netanyahu who were part of these militant
super radical militant terrorists,
radical groups. And then I guess you could say like, well, Yitzhak Shamir, he wasn't even the most radical Israeli prime minister. But that's not really the point that I would try and make. The point that I try and make is that the Leahy were obviously a radical. You're right. They self-described themselves as terrorists. They believed in not just Arab inferiority to Jewish people, but also like Arab Jewish inferiority. So that's like. So they were not only racist, but they're also, they're anti-Semitic, which is, and then people from that, and then you also say that they were 300 strong and that they disintegrated. They were, held, they were what would you say? They were put in court, or they.
I think some were prosecuted, and then I think eventually, once the IDF was formed, the Haganah, the Leahy, they were all like disbanded and like rolled into the military proper, right?
Right. Well, I would actually say that that's problematic in that the Lehi, the Haganah, these all became part of the IDF. And you hear a lot of people in the U.S., a lot of like progressives, and I don't know exactly how you feel about this, but I'm sure you probably disagree. Say, oh, the police is like the KKK, and the police is just like racist and institutional racism and all this stuff. And regardless of what you think of that, the argument was that the police came from like slave patrolling missions or whatever, the slave patrol. In Israel, the argument is actually a lot stronger because, well, for one, it's more recent, but also like the ideology is a lot more prevalent in Israel. But the IDF, a lot of what the IDF came from was these super militant terrorists, and also this is really important. They were fascist organizations.
Well, I don't
so,
think
like,
the fascist thing doesn't fit at all. But when you say like super militant, like the Haganah was like dwarfed the size of the Lehi and the Irgun, like several times over combined. So I think that the primary fighting force wasn't as radical as the Lehi and the Irgun. But that being said, I mean, you have to keep in mind that it's easy from the West to say like, oh wow, like you guys should act like this or that, and you shouldn't be defined or come from these particular areas, of like terrorism or aggression or whatever. You should disband all those people.
Right.
But this is like a super ultra hostile region where like they're under attack constantly. So it's understandable that there are going to be people the same way that in Ukraine, people like Bandera, and he might have fancied himself an allegiance to the Nazi party at points, right? Probably the same in the Middle East, where you're going to have people on both sides that are insanely radical, right? Like Arafat started as a terrorist, the Irgun and the Lehi, and a lot of Israeli prime ministers had backgrounds in military and terrorist activities. So I mean, like that's pretty understandable, right?
That's all true, and Arafat. I mean, we can just talk about Arafat and whether he's a terrorist or whether he's a freedom fighter, all this kind of stuff. I do want to ask you though.
Well, wait, hold on, real quick, wait. You do agree though, like Arafat engaged in terrorism?
Yeah,
that
he
was like
did engage in terror. I mean,
whether his cause was noble or not, I mean, we argue about it, but absolutely.
There's this whole thing, like, is it even terrorism if you're fighting for freedom, if you're a resistance fighter? Like, what are the boundaries? I obviously say, like, if you kill civilians, that's obviously totally unjustified.
Like hijacking airplanes and like I think stuff like that.
Yeah, they did hijack airplanes, but I mean, obviously, this in 1954, Israel also hijacked airplanes and they took Syrian civilians hostage.
In 54, which what was the name of this thing?
You could just look at 1954 Israeli hijacking, because Syria had Israeli soldiers hostage, and so they took Syrian civilians hostage, and obviously that's illegal under international law and all that kind of stuff. But my whole point is, if you're gonna say, well, these are extremist radical groups, but there is because there's a lot of fighting going on, would you make that same excuse for like Hamas?
I mean, to some extent, yeah. I mean, I've said as much. Like, I mean, like the status quo in Israel-Palestine is completely untenable. If the Gaza invasion finishes and Hamas is removed and Israel doesn't make any moves, or the Palestinians towards like some kind of permanent peace arrangement, it's going to happen again, right? It happened in 2008, 2014, 2018, 2023.
Right.
Like it's just like going to happen again if nothing gets solved. So yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
But I mean, I think you can simultaneously like understand like a cause for war on one side, but then still say that like, but it's still like this is like terrorism. Like you understand why people do things, right? I understand like why abused wives murder their husbands, but it's probably not good to murder your husband. It's not good.
Wait, so you're actually I was under the impression that you were the super pro-Israel like kind of.
Yeah, because I argue against deranged Palestinians all day because pro-Palestinians are crazy. But I've argued against like super pro-Zionists too. I just don't see as many of them online. There's not as many of them to fight with, but.
So you'd say that there is a justification. I mean, obviously you're not justifying, these terrorist attacks, but you would say that there is some justification for Hamas's actions over the past 20 years.
When you say justification, there's like a normative loading to that. Like, is it morally okay? Like, it's understandable.
Right. I'm not talking about epistemic justification or like.
Yeah. When I look at somebody like Hamas, I see that like radical Islam kind of like took roots in areas, especially where people were losing faith or never had faith in the Palestinian Authority. And as these groups pop up and they gain more and more influence and power, and the Palestinian Authority continues to look weaker and weaker, whether that's because Israel is not like making any concessions during Oslo, or whether that's because a lot of people said the PA local leadership was corrupt, or whether it was because Arafat was more concerned with his political advantages and gains rather than any sort of like real gains for the Palestinian people. I don't know what the answer to that is, or I don't know which one of those factors is the biggest one. But yeah, I mean, I understand where Hamas comes from. I understand why they operate the way they do and what they're trying to do. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, I know you probably have a lot of people to talk to. I could go on for hours.
No,
but
you're good.
Last thing I want to say, or whatever, the next thing I want to say is, there's this whole argument you were making, that it was political, and that but
That what was
I would
political?
just say, sorry, that the that Leahy trying to ally with Nazi Germany was
Oh, sure.
political, and I totally agree with that. I don't think, I mean, you can make the argument that there were connections because they both believed in racial supremacy, but I think that's kind of weak because obviously the Nazis hated Jewish people. What I would just say in response to that was that al-Husseini and Palestinian leadership, if you're going to make the argument, and a lot of Zionists do, a lot of pro-Israel people do, that the Arab countries, especially Palestine, was just rife with anti-Semitism. They just hated Jews. That was the whole reason that they were against a Jewish state. It had nothing to do with land, it had nothing to do with politics. It was all religious. Well, al-Husseini, who was obviously a very prominent Palestinian leader, called himself secular when it came to governance. He identified like himself as a non-religious zealot, like a pragmatist. And also, obviously, he was getting a lot of money from the German government at the time. So, like,
Sure. He was also, I'm pretty sure he was also appointed by the British, wasn't he? Like, he was appointed mufti by the British.
Right.
Yeah,
He was appointed by the British, and he was seen as one of the Britain's greatest allies. And then, kind of similar. I mean, I know Nick Fuentes dropped this tweet, this kind of very strange tweet recently. Like, the Likud and Hamas are exactly the same, which is just like such a strange thing to say. And there's this big debate, and a lot of people were talking about it. But in this case, there is a parallel in that there are a lot of Zionists who were super pro-Britain because of the Balfour Agreement. Then Britain promised a state for Israel, and then they kind of got disaffected. And the same thing happened with al-Husseini, that he was a massive fan of, he was a massive like ally of Britain, and he was like the British basically like kind of Palestinian correspondent in Palestine. And then what happened was he participated in the 1936 to 39 riots, and then the British all of a sudden hated him. He hated the British, and that was kind of the beginning of the end. He was exiled.
Yeah, I feel like from like after the Peel Commission, it feels like the British just hated everybody there. From 36 onwards, you had the big Arab riots, and I think the al-Husseini basically fashioned himself the leader of those riots. I think he was exiled or fled afterwards.
He did. He was exiled. Yeah. He was
and then
exiled.
the Brits tried to like cap Jewish immigration after to keep the fighting from happening, and then the Leahy and the Irgun started to do terrorism against the Brits, and then the Brits just leave, and they're like, fuck it, yeah.
Right. The British tried to be. They tried to be moderate. It ended up actually.
I will say one quick thing. I guess I have no idea what messages carry about me to the internet or whatever. But like one of the things that I've fought, even against a sizable portion of my fan base, is I don't think that religion became a major factor in this conflict until like around around the year 2000, I would say. Like, it doesn't seem like religion was a major factor, or maybe after like the 90s, once the fall of the Soviet Union and other countries start to align themselves with Israel. I don't think religion was ever a major factor in this conflict. I think it was like bubbling in the background. Like, I think it maybe like pushed people towards something.
That's interesting. So that is, I think that's, that's very interesting, because I guess one of the arguments that you'll hear a lot is obviously, like I said, it's Islamic fundamentalism. This is the root of all evil. All the Palestinians are terror. Like, you see Bill Maher and Dr. Phil. I don't know how much you watch Dr. Phil, but Dr. Phil said recently in an interview with Netanyahu, was like, he basically asked the question, so are all Palestinians terrorists, or just like 99% of them? And it's like, and you're right in that the religion, especially on the Arab side, I mean on the Palestinian side, was not really the biggest motivation. And
if you look at like all the early stuff, it's not, nobody's trying to create like as much a caliphate as they are like this kind of like pan-Arab, the Nasser obsession with all the Arabs in the region to create this like big Arab state. Yeah, I didn't feel like religion was a big driving force. And then the early Zionists were all secular, right? It wasn't until 1967 that they started to obsess over like the West Bank territory, although you might
exactly. And this is a big problem, and is that like Ben Shapiro, and I'm not sure if you yourself said this, but Iran is, they're trying to establish this global caliphate, and they're trying to fund Hamas and Hezbollah in order to, kill all the Jewish people and kill all Americans. Well, Iran is like the worst. Well, obviously, I'm not like an Iran hater. I'm not like a neocon or anything. But Iran is not like a supporter of the Palestinian people, right? They haven't actually taken any meaningful material steps to actually help them. They just hate Israel.
Just hate
because
Saudi Arabia and Israel, I guess, by extension.
Hate Saudi, exactly. They hate Saudi Arabia, who's like an ally with Israel. or ally, whatever, however you want to say it, and the U.S.
Enemy of my enemy
and
is
they
my
want to
friend.
become right. They want to become the leaders of the Muslim world, and they've utilized it. It's actually it's really kind of disgusting. They've utilized this conflict as a means of kind of trying to bridge the gap between the Sunnis and the Shias and the Persians and the Arabs in order to unify the Muslim world. And because the Palestinian conflict, and admittedly maybe partially because of anti-Semitism in the Arab world, although I don't think it's the biggest factor, they thought that the Israel-Palestine issue was like the thing that they could focus everything around. And so that's like so then it becomes this huge scapegoat when Iran, they say death to America, death to the Jews, and the Houthis say death to Jews and everything. It's like, well, that's not real. And you say, oh, we need a regime change in Iran. Ben Shapiro is a big fan of this. It's not really the pivotal thing, right? It's not really
I guess there's like myths, but one of the big reasons why I argue a lot for this is it feels like there's myths on both sides that people use to make the conflict seem intractable. One myth on one side is the that it's all just like Islamic extremism, ignoring the fact that like the Arab aspect probably plays the Arab Jew or the Arab European Jew, at least initially, played a much bigger role than any religious thing. But then on the other side, like it's constantly stated that this is like the Israel-Palestinian conflict. It's the Israel-Palestinian conflict. It's conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. When in reality, that's just what it's like become after it was initially like an Arab-Israeli conflict. And that conflict was a lot different before, the dominoes started to fall on the peace treaties. And to look at it now as though it's always just been Israelis dominating and bullying Palestinians when that wasn't how the region started, right, I guess from the 1880s onwards or whatever, is a little bit disingenuous too. Because then it makes it look like Israel's just been dominating and destroying Palestinians for 100 years with basically no resistance.
Now I have a serious disagreement with that. And that, well, you're right, and obviously that the Arab countries played a major role in the beginning of the conflict, but then you have to admit that, well, when Jordan was had control over the West Bank, obviously the Palestinians and Jordans, they're similar culturally, they're similar, I think they're distinct, but they're similar. And Palestinians had positions of power in Jordan. They had representation. They had seats and they were represented.
I would be
but
real quick on that, and I don't know because I haven't read as detailed here, but I've heard mixed things on that. So initially I had read that the Palestinians were happy to be a part of Jordan. Jordan completely annexed the West Bank and made them all citizens. But I mean, they also assassinated was it Abdullah in '51 in Jerusalem? Because apparently there was a lot of frustration as well of Jordan like taking over the West Bank and not creating like basically a way for a Palestinian state to emerge, right? Because Abdullah and then I think Hussein wanted to make the West Bank basically part of Jordan. Like that was like the long-term goal, and then it basically fell apart. I think in the 80s.
There's a lot of hatred. I mean, especially towards, especially later on, towards the Jordanian government because they're Israel simps and all they care about is being allies with the United States, all this kind of stuff. And yeah, because the Palestinians wanted a national identity. And there's another myth, dude, is that there's no Palestinian national identity before like
not until like the 1920s at the earliest, whenever that Mufti guy shows up.
I would argue that the Palestinian national identity formed arguably in the 1800s when the Ottoman Empire started. Well, listen, when the Ottoman Empire started making the like Jerusalem directly subordinate to Constantinople instead of Syria, this is when Palestine, and also when a Palestinian actual national identity started to form, like culturally, when it started to become like its own distinct, like separate from Syria and separate from Jordan and separate from Lebanon, it became its own distinct thing. I'm not saying that the lines, like all the
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Exactly there might have been like I think people would have
Benny Morris, let me just say this. Benny Morris actually corroborates this, that Palestinian national identity started to form sometime in the 1800s.
Sure. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by started to form. If you're telling me that like there were people in Jerusalem or people in Jaffa, Haifa, what's the port near Tel Aviv? I think it's Jaffa, isn't it? If you're going to tell me that like the people there, people there started to have feelings about like being more united or being like having some kind of government or representation or something. Although these terms are weird because in the 1800s people didn't necessarily see it that way. You could argue that maybe started then, but I think that the major thrust of the Palestinian identity started to form in response to the immigration by European Jews. I think that's when it really started to take off.
Which I mean, okay, so I mean, it is a tough conversation because when does national identity actually start to form? It's like if you want to actually answer that question, you kind of have to completely. It's more of a historical, I guess, philosophical question as well. But if you're going to say that the Palestinian national identity came in response to an external like oppositional force. I don't even think that's that like. I don't think that's that radical. I don't think it's
Sure. Well, I mean, like, the issue is that like people can't people can't divorce any of the factual analysis from normatively loading everything. And I think the issue is that like I think that if you're a pro-Palestinian, I think that you can argue a lot of these things, and I don't even want to say make concessions, but just like grant a lot of things without it taking like an iota away from the actual argument, because people think that the Palestinian state needed to exist in some form prior to Jews being there, otherwise they lose their ability to have any moral arguments for trying to repel European Jews. Yeah.
Exactly.
So because that moral thing is loaded there, well, now it's a necessity, a factual necessity that a Palestinian nation state of some kind was existing, because if it's not, holy shit, we just lost our whole like argument.
It's just they just hate Jewish people.
Basically, yeah. But like you said, I think you can make the argument that like, yeah, identities can form in response sometimes to other things. Arguably, my history is not the greatest, if I haven't like super studied it, but like arguably, I would say probably U.S. identity formed to some extent in retaliation to. In the Revolutionary War, right? In retaliation to the Brits, that like how we drove ourselves to like a federalized system probably to some extent had to do with like.
And that's not to say that the roots of American culture weren't already planted before the Revolution, but it is to say that like you can't ever like form something really concrete without some sort of oppositional. This is true of everything. This is true in nature. This is true.
Definitionally, things are what they aren't, right? You kind of have to have boundaries.
Things are what they are in relation to other things. I mean, some religious people would probably disagree with that, but it's true in that you do need some sort of oppositional force, and so what were we talking about? National identity. Why did we even get into that?
We were just talking about when national identity started to form. We probably roughly agree on it, because you were saying later, it's possible that there are things that I think in cities people started to feel, but it feels like in the Palestinian land or in the Levant that like people were generally spread out as kind of like tribes and families of people. You had like your villages and your small cities, and that's how people identified more so than as like huge nation states, which is also kind of consistent with at the time, like the concepts of nations and countries and states were still being figured out even in Europe, I think, right?
Oh, here's what we were talking. Yeah. So the idea that it was all like it was an Arab-Israeli conflict. This is why I went off on this tangent. It's because in Jordan, yes, there was some animosity towards the Jordanian government, but overall, like it's not like they were super oppressed. It's not like anything like terrible happened. But in Egypt, the Egyptians, and this is true today, they do not care about the Gazans at all. Like they really, all they care about is getting as much land as they can, getting as much power as they can. And obviously, like I mean, this is true of most countries. When Gazans were under the rule of Egypt,
like a 1 year fake government, yeah.
They didn't really have any voting rights. They didn't have any. They didn't have representation. They were they were repressed. I think it might be a little extreme to say they were oppressed, but they were certainly repressed.
I think you can say they were oppressed because they had a government for 1 year that I think got recalled to Cairo and then disbanded, and they were also banned from traveling outside of the Gaza Strip as well.
Exactly,
so they were basically they were Egypt fucked them.
Yeah, they were basically stuck in a cage. And so when you say that it's an Arab-Israeli conflict, not a Palestinian Arab conflict, I think this is true in 1948. I think it's true now. I think it's probably true before 1948 as well. And that the Arab countries, they care about political power. They care about, to a certain extent, not like having, pan-Arabism or whatever. But ultimately, it was kind of Israel against the Palestinians, and Israel was dominant of the Palestinians from the very beginning. From the very beginning. I mean, maybe like from 1948, really from, I guess you could say from 1967 is when it really started, but the discriminatory laws in Israel and the housing permits and the evictions and all this kind of stuff, and obviously the Nakba happened in 48. The Arab countries, and as you know, I heard a debate with you, you had a debate about this, the Arab countries were not that supportive of Palestine. And so like even in
but careful. I agree with you when you say the Arab countries weren't that supportive of Palestine, but they weren't supportive of Palestine the same way Hamas isn't supportive of Palestine. They see it as an opportunity to leverage them to fight with Israel. So from an Israeli perspective, you don't really care if they're supporting Palestine or not. All you know is that they're willing to support them in a never-ending struggle to destroy you. So I agree with you that the countries weren't.
Which ended up not being true at all, because as like the 1979 peace agreement with Egypt, Saudi Arabia established diplomatic ties, and they say they're going to cut off diplomatic. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is not going to cut off diplomatic ties.
Sure, but wait, where did those peace treaties only came because they were forged through multiple wars that Israel happened to survive, right?
Right. Which were only fought because Egypt and the Arab countries wanted land. And I would argue that all these wars, the four Arab-Israeli wars, were not fought in the interest of the Palestinian people at all. So when you say that it was an Arab-Israeli conflict and that that Israel wasn't dominating Palestinians from the beginning, I'd say, well, okay, and Gaza is controlled by Egypt, and West Bank was controlled by Jordan. But there were still massive discriminatory laws towards Palestinians that the Arabs did nothing about, that other Arab countries like Egypt did nothing about. There's still like the occupation that Arab countries did nothing about.
Yeah,
like,
no, I don't disagree with you there. What I'm looking at is so this is to bring in some normativity. If Israel and Palestine have existed in this state for 80 years, then it is inconceivable that it could be this way unless like Israelis are just horrible, evil people. How could you oppress one group of people for so long? It's completely asymmetrical. But if you go back, you
put out there.
Yeah, I'm saying that if you project the status quo today onto the past, you're trying to think, well, how the fuck can Israel suppress a group of people for so long? This is unhinged. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. But then if you look, and you're like, okay, well, initially it wasn't just Israel versus Palestinians. It was Israel versus all of the Arabs. And then now it's gotten basically through capsule theory or whatever else, now it's gotten wheedled down until it's just Israel and the Palestinians. But that's not where it started from. And to pretend that it's always been that way, I think is a bit is disingenuous, and it makes one side seem way more insane than they actually are. Yeah.
Right. The point is not to say that the Arab countries did not have any involvement in it, or even that Israel wasn't fighting against Arab countries, because the focus is really on what Israel has done to the Palestinians. And you can, I do believe that you can see that in isolation to the Arab countries. So, I mean, obviously we just go through a super quickly, like the invalidation of the housing permits in order to lawfully evict all the as many Palestinian residents as possible in 1948.
From 48 to 67, I don't believe that the Arabs in Israel even had the right to vote. I don't think they were given that until 67, right?
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I've read a lot about the rights of
I'm pretty sure they didn't have the Arabs that lived there. Yeah.
So, but even after 1967, in Israel, obviously Palestinians have not had equal rights. And I know that you've.
Well, careful. Wait. Can you qualify that when you say that?
That Arabs. I will say non-Jewish Arabs
are in Israel. In Israel, like proper, or are you including the West Bank and the Gaza Strip?
In Israel proper, not even. I mean, what's happening in the West Bank, I think you can agree with this as well, is horrible and disgusting and against international law, and clearly should change, like the settlements.
Sure. When we say that Israel doesn't treat the Arab citizens well, what do we mean by that? What is the discrimination there? What are we talking about there?
Right. So there are tons. Well, okay. Obviously, there are not going to be any explicit laws because Israel, they're not idiots. They know that can be used very easily against them. But there are things like, I mean, you probably know all this stuff. There's things like the admissions committee law, the leave and bread law, stop and frisk. There's the whole idea that the defense minister is the sole proprietor of what group is a terrorist organization, what isn't. And of course, the IDF or the Israeli police system, they find out who is a terrorist organization, which is the vetting process for that is incredibly weak. And then they go through and they can actually revoke the citizenship of anybody who's even remotely affiliated with the terrorist organization.
Okay, so here's a question. Are you from America? I'm just so I can ask American questions.
Yeah. You can hear my. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have an American accent. Yeah,
sure. I live in California right now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Would you say that, like, when you consider Black people in the United States, would you consider that America is a nation that like doesn't have equal rights for people? Or I'm just trying to get like a bearing on what you're. If you want the next question I'm going to ask is, so, like, if you're going to tell me, for instance, that like some form of discrimination or whatnot exists throughout Israel against Arab people, like, I'm sure that must be true. Like, I think every country has some form of discrimination. But in terms of like, and because you yourself said it wasn't like codified or in law, I don't know if it's something that would be like worth mentioning in regards to this conflict. Like, it's a significant thing. Who knows? Listen, I'm going to Israel at the end of the month. I hope to ask a bunch of Arab citizens, but like, is it like I don't think it's like a oppression type thing against. Yeah,
it's huge. Okay, so you can argue like, okay, is it an oppression type thing? I think if you're going to compare that to the oppression of, I don't know, people under Boko Haram, just for a crazy example, or people, the Jews under Hitler. Obviously, it's nowhere near that level of oppression, but it almost doesn't matter because I think it's indicative of the extremely racist ideology that is very powerful. And again, I'm not saying all Israelis are racist or anything like that, but Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and to a certain extent, well, that's certainly Netanyahu as well. There's an extremely racist and anti-Arab ideology. And
well, again, when we say,
this is actually let me just finish real quick. Yeah. This is also an anti-Semitic ideology too, because obviously, the Atzma Yehudit party doesn't believe that Arab Jews are real Jews. They don't think that they belong in Israel, right? So what were you going to say?
When we say like extremely racist, I feel like how are we qualifying this?
Oh, well, this actually, and maybe you'll be able to appreciate this. This is, this comes from, well, you know the Koch party, which was, made illegal, which kind of transformed into Atzma Yehudit party. That their ideology is, I mean, do you want me to give you quotes? Do you want me to give you like?
Here, this is what I'm trying to wait. This is what I'm trying to like draw a distinction between. I guess is that like if you're going to tell me that there are racist people in Israel, like I'm sure I'm going to believe you, right? There's,
of course.
Like just like there are racist people in every country. It's not to downplay racism, but I feel like sometimes when people talk about like racism in Israel, they try to elevate that to this extra special status of like, well, it's actually really bad in Israel or exceptionally bad, and I have a hard time reconciling that with. One, the massive Arab population that exists in Israel today, and then two, the times in the past where Israel has been willing to negotiate like land where they would have had a sizable Arab population living within their borders. It seems hard to reconcile that. Like these are things that no Arab state would have ever accepted. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I'll say, and look, Zionists agree. Zionists would completely say that what I'm saying is right. I think you would probably too. That the big part of Israel today and like a lot of the Zionist ideologies today is, of course, they don't want Arabs in the land. That's part of having a Jewish homeland. They want it to all be Jewish.
I disagree with that, and I think early Zionists would have disagreed with that, by the way. But go ahead.
Okay, let me make my point, and then we can discuss that. The whole point, though, is that there's a Jewish majority, not that like, and as long as they maintain the power. So, like, when I say that Israel is a racist country, well, of course, like you could say any country is a racist. Australia is a racist country. Britain is a racist country. The United States is a racist country. Well, the reason it's different in Israel is because and by the way, Atzma Yehudit, it means Jewish power. That party has an extremely large amount of power in the Netanyahu coalition, and because like Netanyahu, I'll always say this, Netanyahu is obviously terrible, but he's way worse than he comes off way worse than he actually is because he's controlled by his
the coalition government.
Exactly, and so obviously I hate Netanyahu, not a fan of him at all. I think he's a horrible person. But if he did everything the way he thought that he wanted, or if he did everything the way he wanted to do it, it would not be as extreme as it is now because he has to listen to his ultra right wing compatriots. And so let me just give you a quick example of why this is so important and why this is actually why this is evidence of such extreme Israeli racism, especially towards Arabs and also towards Jewish, towards Jewish people, is that, the Baruch Goldstein, the terrorist who I think it was 1996, who went into a mosque and killed 26 Muslims. Itamar Ben-Gvir had a painting of him in his living room. And so you could say, well, this is one person. This is so irrelevant. This is not representative of racism in Israeli culture at all. What I would say is look, we can be honest and say that maybe not every single Israeli is racist. But when it would almost be as if we had Richard Spencer being like the Speaker of the House. It's like you could easily argue that if Richard Spencer or David Duke was the Speaker of the House, right now, then America, you have to acknowledge that America.
I think the issue is you have to look at
and that policies. Yeah,
you have to look at like where these people are coming from, right? Like the shift to the right didn't happen out of nowhere. I think the shift to the right happened because it seemed like it was incapable that the Palestinians and the Israelis could ever, in good faith, approach each other in peaceful ways, right? That even throughout the entirety of the Oslo Accords, you had even during the Oslo Accords, I think that when Netanyahu was trying to he agreed to that Y memorandum and he was trying to do some of that transfer, that like destroyed his fucking government. That's why he lost office.
Right.
And that so even when he was trying peace, because every time they would get close on something, there'd be another Palestinian terrorist attack, or the Palestinians would see another swath of permits authorized for the West Bank. And this back and forth kept happening. And then finally, it feels like the climax was kind of like Camp David Taba Summit. And then nothing materialized from that. And then it was well, Second Intifada, fuck this. Yeah. And then when you're Jewish, you're looking, it's okay, well, we left Lebanon and now we have Hezbollah. Well, we pulled out of Gaza after the Second Intifada. Now we've got Hamas. Every single time we're doing anything with Palestinians, we're always getting terrorist attacks. It seems like they're trying to kill us. And in every part, we don't have control. I understand. I'm not trying to say that that the status quo is acceptable because of this, but I think to look at that context, and this is just over the last 20 years or 30 years, to look at that context and go, well, it must just be a lot of racism. I don't think that's a fair statement. That's the silliest saying that it started because of religion. Yeah.
I don't think you're completely wrong, but I do think you're wrong. And so, first of all, can I ask you, have you heard the conspiracy theory that, this is just an aside, have you heard the conspiracy theory that Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad agent who tried to derail the Oslo Accords?
No, but that's really funny.
Yeah, I did a video. I actually, if you're listening, I have a YouTube channel, Aiden Doyle Politics. I have a video on it. It's crazy conspiracy theory. And also, I know that you were just talking about or you talked about in debate recently, all the weapons that came in from Czechoslovakia. The person who brought in the weapons, it was Robert Maxwell.
I don't know who that is, but okay. Who's that?
That's WillyMac's Maxwell's dad.
Okay. Gotcha.
Sorry, that was an aside.
When you say he brought in the weapons, do you mean like he had like a 5% ownership stake in the company that made the submersible? Or do you mean like he was piloting the submersibles or what?
He smuggled in weapons to Israel.
What do you mean by he smuggled in weapons? Like he was driving the boat? He paid for it? Like what is that involvement?
No,
I'm just curious.
He organized it. Like he was a major. And it's Yitzhak Shamir, my least favorite Israeli prime minister. No, I'm kidding. But he said at Robert Maxwell's funeral, we owe a debt of gratitude to Robert Maxwell that no one can speak of. And it's kind of like, well, what do you mean no one can speak of? Why don't you just, I mean, obviously people say that kind of colloquially, but it's kind of a little weird. Like, why was Robert Maxwell so valuable to the Israeli people? It's because, well, obviously, this is during the embargo on Israel when Britain and the U.S. wouldn't sell arms to Israel. Robert Maxwell was smuggling in arms to Israel from Czechoslovakia. And obviously, there's this whole conspiracy theory. Again, I'm not really sure if I 100%
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. My brain just got... Okay. When you say smuggling arms into Israel from Czechoslovakia, you're talking about for the war in 48. Not for Hamas. Yes. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My brain got fucked. Okay.
No.
I didn't know. Yeah. Okay.
To the IDF.
Okay. Sure.
And so then obviously Robert Maxwell is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, and Epstein and Maxwell were obviously they were partners. And so there's this whole again I don't really believe it, but there's this whole conspiracy theory that Epstein was part of the Mossad, and then you realize when you learn that Maxwell was literally he's an IDF agent. It just makes it all a little crazier. But okay, but my whole point is, I would say that you're wrong in saying that right-wing extremism in Israel started just in recent times when, as a response to Hezbollah in Lebanon and Iran being so anti-Israel and Hamas, bombing, relentlessly bombing Israel. You really can't say that. And the reason is because as early as, obviously Moses Hess and all these other really early Zionists, communist Zionists, socialist Zionists, they didn't really fit into this category. But once you got into Theodor Herzl and like the beginning of like mainstream Zionism, ethnic cleansing and anti-Arab sentiment and really just any anti-non-Jewish sentiment, which I think you can classify as right-wing, even though Theodor Herzl wasn't really right-wing.
Calling it right-wing is kind of weird, especially when they started these like mini communist societies. But
Theodor Herzl was not right-wing. What I'm saying is that what he said, and he said we have to ethnically cleanse the Arabs.
Hold on. To be clear, he didn't say that. There's no ethnically cleanse isn't even a term that's like used until like.
Okay. Here's what I can give you. Tell you exactly what he said. Okay, he said we need to say on the surface we love Arabs and we want them to have jobs here and etc. We need to say that out. But then inwardly, what he said was, and this is what he said at the Zionist conventions, the congresses, all these things that like where they were talking in private. He said in his diaries, we need to basically prop up. Like jobs, give other Arab countries, which is kind of ironic because this is it's kind of funny. This is exactly what they're doing right now in Saudi Arabia and Egypt. We need to have an alliance with other Arab countries, and this is what they did with Iran and Turkey as well from 1948 to like 1979, so that Arabs can find prosperity in other countries. Simultaneously, what we need to do is make sure that Arabs have no jobs here. And so the whole thing, and then, Theodor Herzl outwardly, he condemned the Sursic purchases and the massive purchases of, 5% of Palestine by Zionist organizations in America. He condemned that, but then he was also like, well, he condemned the evictions of Arab tenants, but then on the inside, he's like, this is actually exactly what we need to do. So Theodor Herzl was not a right-winger. He was actually like a liberal, secular Jewish guy from raised from Germany, I think, who really was not like a great.
I understand.
didn't-
Okay, sure. So here's the issue.
Let me just say this real quick.
Yeah.
Is that the right wing part is that he wanted to expel non-Jewish people.
Sure.
That's
I don't
the
think there's
right-wing.
nothing right wing about that, right? That's just like a thing, like population transfer. Not saying it's good or bad, but I don't think to call that right wing or left wing is kind of weird, right?
It's a form of nationalism. It's a form of nationalism.
Maybe. But like you call that a form of nationalism, but if they would have bought land and kept the Arabs there and just like had the Arabs working for them, well, then we would call it exploitation and imperialism, no? Like, it's not like that would have been any better, no?
Because it would be.
Yeah,
right?
so like that's a lose-lose. So, okay, so hold on. So backing up for a second, okay? I don't disagree that the aspirations of the early Zionists were high, okay? But there's a couple things to keep in mind. One is Theodore Herzl died in 1905 or something, okay? So this guy's dead, way before any Israel is even forming. Way before, like, even the big Aliyah waves of people are even making it down there, okay? This guy's already dead. And then two, something that I think that people don't contend with or pretend isn't a reality is that Israel can have aspirations, but because they're always on the brink of extinction, at least prior to 73, Israel has to contend with political realities. And they did that. They did that really well. And it feels like every time there was an important decision that Israel had to make that would have costed its existence or solidified its existence, they made the right decision. But when you look at the Palestinians and the Arabs, every time they had to make a decision, they made the wrong decision. They made the worst decision. And I think that people will look back and say, oh, well, look, this was always the plan of the Jews. But I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think that when Arab leaders were making intelligent political decisions, Israel had to go along with it. Israel was only able to expand on the land that they had, capitalizing off of the mistakes of their neighbors. And I don't think people recognize, like, if for instance, and we can argue that, well, they had no good reason to accept it, fine, sure. But like, if they would have accepted the 47 partition plan, Israel probably stops there. Like, I don't know if they can expand anymore because they would have absolutely no support from the Western world.
Look, I do think this is like a big misconception. And this is what we hear. And this is like, I'm glad that I kind of expect you to say this too. I'm glad that a lot of Zionists say, okay, Israel has always tried to find peace. All they want is peace. They just want peace.
Hold on, wait. Let me just read, because I don't want to be paraphrasing that way. That is not true. Israel does not want peace, at least early on. Israel wanted war and conflict, but they didn't want to be the ones to instigate it, because if they got that war and conflict, then they would have the opportunity to expand off of that war and conflict. So Israel didn't want peace, but if an Arab presents them with peace, they're forced to contend with that, is what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, so Israel always wants. So well, this is what I'm saying is that a lot of maybe less educated Zionists on Twitter will say this, is that like Israel always wants peace. All they want is peace, and Hamas, they're just terrorists and they hate Jewish people and they never want peace. And it's like, well, no, Israel does want war. And this is, you can say this of a lot of countries. You can say this of the United States, of Britain,
of Palestine, of Arab countries. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I like to use the imperialist examples, but it's true of any country ever. Is that,
wait, hold on, we don't consider any of the Arab states imperialist? When Nasser was sending tens of thousands of troops to Yemen, that wasn't a form of imperialism. When the IRGC and the Quds Force operates internationally from Iran, that's not imperialism. When Saudi Arabia,
I don't want to get diverted, but
okay, sure, okay.
Egypt, but yes, there are Arab countries that have been imperialist. That's not. I'm not.
Everybody, they're all imperialist. We all do a little bits of imperialism, but okay, go ahead.
But my point is that what were we even saying? We got imperialism.
Oh, sorry, it had to do with Israel doesn't want peace, but if they get the conflict from the Arab states, they can capitalize off it. Yeah,
this is especially true of Israel. This is true in 1981 during the Lebanese War. This is true, arguably in 1967 as well. I know you might disagree with that. That Israel, they want war so that they can expand their territories. In 1981, it was an example of, this is right the year before the Lebanese, 1980, 1981, right before the Lebanese invasion. They were, prodding and provoking the PLO during a peace treaty so that they could invade Lebanon. And then they pretended, do you know who Abu Nidal is?
No.
Abu Nidal is this guy. He was a Palestinian terrorist who tried to kill the Israeli foreign minister in London. But he wasn't part of the PLO. So Israel basically said, this guy is part of the PLO, even though he wasn't, so we're going to invade Lebanon. And that was kind of like their final, the straw that broke the camel's back, that they were their justification for invading Lebanon. So yes, you're right, that Israel doesn't want peace. They want to expand their territory. My argument, though, is that their goal to expand their territories to all of Greater Israel began in the early 1900s when Zionism started, and it still exists today. I don't think you can argue that. Even in 1948, David Ben-Gurion is quoted as saying like so many times, we're going to accept everything. We're going to accept even the tiniest little bit of land, because from there we will expand and expand and expand. And that's what they're doing. Like a lot, I guess you could say like, oh, but this was early. This was like before 1948.
I understand. Listen, hold on. I understand this. Hold on. This drives me. I understand.
Now.
This is a one-sided telling. Okay. I do agree that Israel wanted to expand, but do you acknowledge that Arabs always gave them a valid reason to? That Israel didn't want to fight on the West Bank in '67, but Jordan was kind of forced to attack, and that's when they lost the West Bank. That Israel did accept the 47 partition plan. That Israel would have
in '67. Sorry.
In '67. In '67, Jordan attacked from the West Bank, and I don't think Israel didn't want them to attack. I think there were 2 explicit messages that were sent saying, "Don't do it, don't attack us, don't do this." And I think the quote is, "The die has been cast already." To be fair, the monarchy would have collapsed probably in Jordan if he didn't fight. But I mean, like, if you get attacked from those lands, I mean, well, fuck it. Now you counter invaded. That's what happened, right? That's how they got the Sinai. That's how they got the West Bank. That's how they got the Golan Heights. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not gonna play both sides. You're only playing one side, okay? I'm not disagreeing with you that Israel always wanted to expand.
Say one side. One side. That's fine.
Well, no, because that's bullshit. The Arabs always gave the Israelis the perfect excuse to expand their territory in a way that made it really hard to blame the Israelis, because every single one of these wars is essentially a war of destruction. If Israel loses, right? If Israel loses in 67 or 73, that state is completely...
Which would be perfectly reasonable to say if it wasn't in their ideology to expand from the beginning. And so I know this is uncharitable, you're going to say this is uncharitable, because, well, of course, if the Arabs attack, you're going to attack back. Well, here's the thing. I mean, Plan D and how they planned 10 years in advance. They were gonna attack these Arab villages anyways and take it back.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe that.
It wasn't a contingency plan. It wasn't a contingency plan. They were waiting for something to happen so that they could attack these areas. And then in 1967, Egypt, to say that Egypt wanted a war with Israel is absurd, because they had all of their, well, you just said it, they had all of their military resources tied up in Yemen because they were trying to support the Republican uprising against the royalists.
Sure, that's fine that we can say they didn't want the war, and I agree with you, but you can't play brinksmanship that much and expect nothing to happen. Like, did they want the war? Absolutely not. But when you've got a guy who's worshipped in the entire Arab world as promising everybody, including the Palestinians, he wants to destroy Israel, and then you start expelling peacekeeping forces and deploying your forces sloppily throughout the fucking Sinai to show how big and brave you are, and then you close down a fucking strait that literally caused a war like 14 years earlier, right, in 56 or whatever, 67, 56, 11 years earlier, right? I mean, what do you think is going to happen, right? And then you're also forming an alliance, because I think it's, at this point, I don't think it's Syria and Egypt. I think they're actually the United Arab Republic, I think, for the 67 war, right? So you've got this whole united front, these political, you've got the military alliances and everything. So, I mean, like, what do you expect, right? Yeah, like, Israel preemptively attacked in that war, 100%, and they lied about it, I think, for like a week. It took them to reveal that. But, like, it's understandable why they felt like they were about to be destroyed, because the brinksmanship being played on the Arab side was insane. Like, the statements to the trade unionists, the statements to the Arab League,
Yeah, you're not wrong that like, of course there were tensions between Egypt and Israel, and of course Egypt was militarizing its border. But then you also have to say, okay, did Israel attack Egypt for defense of itself, or did Israel attack Egypt because they wanted more land? And this is why this is important. I know you're just going to justify the Israeli invasion of Gaza and of the West Bank. And I think outside of the context of Zionism, that would be a lot more understandable. But when you understand that the whole Zionist maximalist mission was to conquer all of Greater Israel, and it still is, then I think that argument becomes a lot weaker.
But the problem is, in fact, the argument is 100% foolproof, which is unfortunate, because what happens is we can argue that Zionism is an expansionist ideology that demanded a massive population transfer of Arabs to ever be feasible, because of the land that they wanted that was already inhabited by people, because of the size of the territory. We can say that, but it's like saying there's a man-hating woman who just really wants to kill men, who goes into a bar and happens to kill 10 guys who try to rape her. Like, I mean, would she have done it anyway? Maybe, but like, when you look at the Arab-Israeli conflict, it's not like there are all these huge peace deals on the table that Israel was walking away from. It was generally the Arab states, and for Palestine, it's exclusively Palestinians walking away from any kind of like concrete peace deal. So to say that, like, well, Zionists would have always expanded, I don't think that's true. To say they wanted to, that's definitely true. But would they have, when confronted with a strong person who wanted to seek peace? I mean, when I look at Anwar Sadat and I see that, well, they got the Sinai back for that whole peace deal, it seems like confronted with a leader who is actually pushing strongly for peace, it feels like Israelis have to contend with that political reality. And
okay, and
yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and make the argument. Every Arab country, all the Palestinians, all they wanted was peace, and they're all the only side that wanted peace. And
Wait, which way? Say that again.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that all the only Palestinians want peace, only Arabs want peace, and Israel just want war and destruction. I'm not here to say that. What I am here to say, though, is that, and I've already said this, I believe, and I think you agree, that it is part of the Zionist ideology. Okay, so we agree on that. It's part of the Zionist ideology to try and have all of Israel. Whether that's true right now is kind of what's up for contention. I think if you are confronted with a peace deal in what you see as your own land, which obviously the Palestinians do, and they've been living there for hundreds to thousands of years, it's like, okay, is it more reasonable for you to reject a peace deal if there has been tons of immigration from Zionists into your country to establish a state, if you're in that position, or if you're in the position of the people who have colonized the land?
Well, I mean, they're all colonizers. Just depends on how far back you want to run it, right?
Okay, but as of right now, the colonizers, they were the Zionists. The Zionists were the colonizers.
I mean, as of right now, but I mean, the Ottoman Empire before? I mean,
well, we're right, but the Ottoman Empire doesn't exist, which I think is
because they lost a war, yeah, and then they no longer exist. But
about Ottoman Empire, all these Arab countries were imperialist. Well, look, if Egypt had imperialized South Africa and they were oppressing them, then yes, of course we'd all be against that. But that's not really the reality of the situation, right? It's that Israel, it's not, obviously not a colony, but the state of Israel was colonized by the Zionists. The Palestine was colonized by the Zionists.
I think colonized is not the right word. Like, colonized by who? What is it?
Well, and it's currently oppressing the Palestinians. I think that's the important
Well, hold on.
point.
The colony doesn't make sense. Who are they? Who is Israel a colony of?
No, Israel's not a colony. So that's again, that's another.
Is immigration colonizing or?
No. So I mean, so let me just get this straight. You don't think that Zionists colonized Palestine?
The word colonize is super loaded. I don't know if I would say the word.
Let me I actually looked this up before this debate because I wanted to know exactly what the definition was. To colonize does not necessarily mean to create a colony. It says of a country or its citizens to send a group of settlers to establish political control over it. So it doesn't mean to create a colony. Like, Israel is not a colony, but they did colonize the land. Right?
Well, what's interesting? I mean, they immigrated to a place where there wasn't an existing government, and they tried their best to set up a state, and that's essentially what happened, right? After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire.
Existing government, I think, is a little loose, but they immigrated to a place where there was already a people. I think that's the fairest way of saying it.
But they didn't have like indefinite rights to that land forever. Again, the Ottoman Empire collapsed; they lost the war. It was Britain's land to administer to.
Yeah, it was Britain's land to administer. That doesn't really change the fact that they allowed Zionists to colonize the land.
Zionists bought land from there and then they immigrated in for sure. Should that have been like banned or not allowed? Or
whoa. They didn't. They bought land. They bought 5% of the land, and then Britain set up a state, which is why the whole Leahy argument that Britain.
Wait. They brought how much percentage of the land did the Palestinians buy? What do you mean they bought 5% of the land? Yeah, they bought the land that they moved their people in on, and then eventually they got more, but they didn't get it from the British. They got it through war.
No. They got it through the establishment of the Israeli state in 1948.
That state came from war. They had to fight. Those borders are born in blood, right?
That's true because the borders were actually. They were still terrible for the Palestinians, obviously, but they were better than they were after 1948. But that doesn't really change that doesn't change anything, right? It's not like because a war was fought, because a bloody civil war where a lot of Arabs and a lot of Palestinians and a lot of Israelis died, doesn't change the fact that it was a process of colonization. And again, obviously the facts and what happened and the war, about the Civil War from the Civil War 1947 to 1949, and how a lot of the middle class Arabs left, and that's a big reason why the Palestinians, why they're kind of
sure. Well, and a lot of the leadership got crushed from 36 onwards as well, yeah.
And so these facts are super important. We should pay attention to them. But then it's also the ideology is also important. And the ideology, and I don't mean to be a Benny Morris simp or sycophant or anything like that. But this is what he refers to the Zionists as colonialists. Theodore Herzl does too. And so when you have super important, especially Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism, referring to Zionists as colonialists and as colonizing the land, I think that's very relevant. And then you have to see these wars, these riots, the Haifa riots and the Hebron riots and the 1936 riots. You have to see it as the Palestinians are victims of colonization, not as the era.
Yeah, but
the
everybody's
Palestinians-
like a victim of something. I mean, like, where do we stop with that, right? The Jews are the victim of the Holocaust. The Jews are victims of intra-violence in Palestine, prior to the 36.
Right, which is why the idea that Jewish people should have a state, even though we and I are both liberals, nationalism is not really part of our ideology, and like establishing a state based on ethnic lines is not really part of our ideology. But it makes a lot more sense for like the Jewish people to have a state because of the persecution that they suffered throughout the years. But that state shouldn't be on another people's land. That's the whole point.
Sure, but
And
I mean,
so-
then the question is like, so was it wrong for them to buy land? Like you mentioned the Sursock purchases. Was it wrong for them to buy?
on a moral level, of course, yeah, of course.
Okay, so is
Because well, yeah, so this, I mean, dude, I'm a progressive. I don't believe that anybody from a different country should be buying land in like an underdeveloped
Hold
part
on,
of the
we can
world.
be progressives, but like our society is going to dictate to some extent the moral boundaries that we can operate within, right?
Right. Sure. Absolutely. And we can have a philosophical conversation about that,
Sure.
but we don't need
I'm just
to.
saying that like if we were fighting in World War II and there's a guy running at you like without a uniform and he looks like Asian, like, and my friend is like, I have to shoot and kill this guy. Like, well, hold on, don't racially profile him. I'm a progressive. Like, just because he looks Japanese doesn't mean he's an enemy. I don't think that same argument works 80 years later, right? I don't think that you can project onto the past like our current moral operatings within our own country and then apply that to other people that are having conflicts like between themselves over different like nations or groups of people or whatever you want to call it, right? I think that's a fool's
So
errand.
that's actually a really important point. That's what I was thinking about this the other day. Is that because I'm a philosophy major, so I was writing a paper on some Hume thing that he's some theories of human understanding. So one part of that book, and you're right in that like how can we really reasonably say that the American standard should be the standard for everyone? How can we say that our own moral system, our own moral code should be the standard for everyone? And ultimately, as liberals, I don't know if you're an atheist or not, but you kind of don't really have any reason to believe that your morals are superior to other ones. If you believe in God, you can say, well, God exists, so of course everything that we believe has to be right because God exists. And so you're right. Why would, as kind of a liberal democratic country, why do we have any moral superiority or moral authority over anyone else? And the reality is we really don't. But you can
I think,
say,
hold on. I mean, there are moral systems, whether if you do philosophy, I'm sure you've heard of Kant, right? There are moral systems that you can argue for establish some sort of objective moral theory that doesn't require a God, right?
No, that's true, but then the argument in response to that would be, what is your epistemic justification for that argument? Because ultimately, and this is what Hume said, is that you keep on when you have a moral theory. Let's say you say hitting somebody is wrong. You say, well, why is hitting somebody wrong? And you say because it hurts them. Well, why is hurting them wrong? And then you have to continually doubt every single thought process, every single logical process ad infinitum, forever. And this is true. This is why you can't, if there's no regularity of nature, you can't actually have any concrete moral system. And so, look, if we don't believe in God, then all we can say is we kind of believe what we believe, and we just believe what we believe. But in spite of that, and in spite of really having no justification for American moral authority over Islam or over Judaism or over like Christian national, whatever, we can just say, this is what we believe. I don't believe that when you buy land in another country, you evict the tenants of that land for your own personal motives. I don't think that's right. And especially true, like if the U.S. buys land.
By what? Are you religious?
I believe in God. Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
Do you have like some sort of like foundational like epistemic justification for where buying land and kicking people off comes from, or?
For epistemic justification. No, that's actually my whole point. Is that we literally, it's impossible to unless you believe in God. And I've said I believe in God, but my whole point is that these moral claims, they don't come from my belief in God. They become from, like you said, it's kind of like we just have our own moral constructs. And so
I think real quick, are you familiar with the term jus cogens?
No.
Like, I think that there are, I think it's usually used in regards to international norms and laws, but like, I think that there are some things that are like universally wrong and bad that all of us should agree on. So like rape is probably one of these things. Murder is probably one of these things. Exploitation of children, at least in an extreme amount, maybe not making a 17-year-old work, but like making a 6-year-old work in a factory. Like there are some things I think that we can all agree on where it's like, these are always wrong. But I think there are other things that get, that are way more contextualized to a particular time or society. And I feel like when we start talking about land, I think that you're in that where we have to hyper contextualize what's being talked about, right? Like right now, I live in an apartment. I have a lease agreement. I hope I can extend it. But I think by the end of my lease, I'm pretty sure my landlord has the right to say, like, oh, I'm not going to extend your lease. You need to get the fuck out. And somebody could look at that and go like, well, that's really immoral. But I mean, well, I signed a lease. I have the ability to go somewhere else. Like, it's not immoral. That's the agreement that I made by existing in the society and being part of it here.
You're right. We need to contextualize it. So you're obvious. You have some money. You're a well-known streamer.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying that like this is the world that I'm operating in. So if you're like operating in a world in 1917 and 1920 where population transfers are happening, people buy land and they move, like there are worse ways to move people off land than the land purchases that the Jews did, where they would buy the land, they'd pay the people, and they'd basically kick them out. There are worse ways to do that, but to say that that was absolutely morally wrong, especially in regards to a people that were part of an empire that forged its own borders through conquest and imperialism, I don't think that holds much water.
Right, and I totally 100% disagree with that because, well, for one, this is one of the problems as a progressive that I have with, and again, I'm a liberal. There's obviously a lot of overlap between the two ideologies. One of the problems that I have with liberalism is that it's so hard to find a seriously foundational, like concrete moral system, and because like what's wrong with the IMF using dollar claims to make foreign countries in Latin America conform to the neoliberal ideology? What's wrong with that? Well, there's nothing legally. It's not illegal. There's nothing like as a liberal you can say what's morally wrong with that. It's just capitalism. It's just making money. It's just people with the power using their power. It's the best thing ever because it promotes XYZ. And it's like, no, at a certain point you have to be able to say that exploitation is wrong, that even if it's legal, that things that are legal like colonization is wrong, even if it has like some positive consequences. There are certain things, and I absolutely insert into this category. If you're going to go to a foreign country, if you're just an individual, if you're me or you, let's say we both have a lot of money, we have a couple $1 million in the bank. If we go to Panama, for example, or Colombia, and we buy as much land as we can, way more land than we could here, and we start to, pay workers super low wages. We start to export all the clothes that we make for starting sweatshops back to America, and we make tons of money, and we pay the workers nothing. That is totally wrong. That's totally wrong. It's it's like taking advantage of a situation.
You can say that that's totally wrong, but the reality is that if there's a country that exists, it's up to that country to establish laws to determine what is right or what is wrong, right? Like I think
right.
to lean into social contract a little bit, like a lot of these wrongs and rights basically come from how we associate with each other. Like you might say that, well, it would be wrong to buy land and hire workers and do all that. Another country might say, well, we don't have any domestic investment here. FDI is literally the only way that we can ever grow our fucking economy. We do need people to come and build companies here to hire our workers and export products and shit. Other people might not like that. Other people might say, well, fuck you, actually, we're going to tariff the fuck out of you. Or in more extreme examples, in Iran and in Venezuela and other places, they'll say, well, fuck you, actually, we're going to nationalize your companies. We're going to take your shit. Fuck this. We don't want this anymore. We think this is exploitation. It gets complicated, and I agree with you, and I've said this, I've said this a million times, that like when you try to resolve differences between nations, things become very complicated because you're getting appealed to one system of law, and it's hard even to appeal to any common morality, obviously between two, especially ethnically and religiously different nations. You're in like a whole other world. But I mean, like, that being said, I think that when you go back to the early 1900s and you go back to the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, like nobody knows what that is going to look like once that empire collapses, right? You've got a few countries that revolt. Turkey forges their borders in war. Other people are kind of happy with the mandate lines that are drawn. Jews buy land in Palestine and they start moving there. The idea that any of these people are like, I don't know if I would say any of these people are acting in a moral wrong. And then to razor focus on the Jewish part, like you've got people who feel like they've been persecuted throughout the world. The first two Aliyahs all came from like, I think, Eastern Russia, where they were kind of getting destroyed by Russians for a variety of reasons, by the secular Russian Empire. When all of this starts happening, and then Jews are like, we really need a place to go. We really need a place to go. Like, we feel like we don't have any place to go. And then the Holocaust happens. Like, okay, well, fuck this. Like, at that point, when, 43, 44 rolls around, you're like, wow, we actually really are getting fucking destroyed by Europe. This is insane. Like, if you're a Jewish person and you see that you've got Israel, which is your little strip of land, not what it is today, but what it was in, 44, 45, 46, when you see that strip of land, do you feel like these people have some kind of justification or even a moral compulsion, if they care about themselves, their families, or their people, to go to the only land where they think they might be safe and then kind of try to have a country there? Is that like a moral wrong?
This is what makes kind of I like, look, as people who care about right and wrong, as I hope we both do, you kind of have to say, isn't it right that people, after they were persecuted and after so many people were killed, so many of their people were killed, isn't it right that they have some form of protection? And Benny Morris talks, again, I don't mean to be the guy that's quoting Benny Morris all the time, but Benny Morris talks about this as like the Jewish people, they saw themselves as or again, this is Benny Morris, not me saying this. They saw themselves as like meek and like they didn't fight back. And now with Zionism, they became this strong entity that they know their rights and they know their own strength. And it's like, yes, of course, like if you face persecution, there should be some form of some form of repayment or whatever. The problem is, well, for one, that has nothing to do with the purchases of land, which is kind of what we were talking about, and what I want to finish on. And two, it doesn't mean that the Palestinians should have to give up their land. So let me just speak first quickly on the actual purchase of land. The whole tangent I've been going on about moral justification and all this kind of stuff, it's all to say that as Americans, you're right, we don't have moral authority over anything really. We can't say that this is right and wrong and then justify it completely and concretely. What we can say though is that as people, like you said, there are certain things that we can all agree on is right or wrong. There's rape, murder, etc. I would try and convince you and convince other people as well to extend that to something like exploitation. And I don't, and obviously exploitation is not really the right word in the case of the Zionists because they just evicted them. But I think that if you're going to extend right and wrong, I think you have to extend it to something like exploitation, like buying land in a foreign country and exploiting workers. And you also have to say that if you're going to buy land legally, evict tenants legally, that's still wrong. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not. That's still wrong.
Yeah, I don't think that it could possibly work that way. That you can say that like evicting somebody from a piece of land is wrong. That hasn't been the way of history of the entire existence of the planet. It wasn't. If that was the case, then Palestinians wouldn't even live in that land at all. Like they are there through the same immorality that you claim they can't be removed from. Like how do you, if you want to go and universalize morals through time, how do you make that argument?
Well, let me just say, and this is one of the reasons why universalizing morals through time, I don't think it's that crazy a thing.
Well, sure, but then I'm asking you, so how can you make an argument, or would you concede then that that Palestinians were colonizers as well?
Well, okay, so this is really important. I don't think that you can make a comparison between these two things, and here's why. Because it's so easy to say, well, Israel is colonizers. Well, Palestinians are colonizers too, so who really cares? They're both colonizers, they're both evil, it's both equal. But you can't say that when the colonization of, I mean, if you can even call it that, the immigration or colonization, whatever you want to say, I'll be charitable, and I'll call it colonization, I don't really think that's the right word. Like, that happened thousands of years ago. Thousands of years going by is not irrelevant. Okay, it's not.
Wait. Hold on. Well, first of all, you're doing a very easy hand wave. Okay, well, morals are universal through time, but not that much time. Also, thousands of years. Ottoman Empire conquered that land in the 1500s. So this is 500 years.
Well, but Levantines, Arabs, and there are other ethnicities, I can't remember them. They lived in Palestine,
So is this something that transcends nations now? Or are we just saying that a particular family or a particular
That's what I'm saying. My whole point is that imperialism in any form, we can say that's wrong. But I'm saying then you can't argue, you can't reasonably argue that 1,000 years of displaced by 1,000 years, let's say 1,000 years ago they colonized the land, you can't say that's irrelevant. And look, let me actually be charitable and say that when people talk about the right of return, in principle, I totally agree with that, and I do think that to some extent it has to happen. But you can't, you really can't kick out Israeli children, just because 75 years ago their great grandparents, did horrible things and kicked out Palestine, or maybe if they're part of a militia and they terrorized Palestinians until they kicked them out. Ultimately, it's unfortunate, but you cannot punish the innocent descendants of let's just say, for example, of a militiaman who was a horrible person and killed a bunch of Palestinians and terrorized Palestinians. So I actually am consistent on this in that, yes,
Well, but then if you're talking about like you can't punish people for
the morals, they're different. Like, of course, morals are consistent, but it's a very different conversation, and you cannot make an equivalency between the two.
I don't understand why. I'm not saying anybody should be punished. I'm just saying that we would have to admit that the people living there right now are colonizers or descendants of colonizers or imperialists. Right. If we're going to say that Israel and the Jews there now are descendants of imperialists, right? Like it's all imperialism.
Okay, so let me try and like put a bow on this. Okay, so we both agree colonization is just generally not a great thing, right? It's just not.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that with the way that the world is organized today, I would say that that's definitely not an okay thing. It seemed like that started to change a lot in the early 1900s, that like the colonizing stuff didn't work, and probably even prior to that. I mean, obviously with America, it didn't way earlier than that. So, but at least in Africa, yeah.
Okay, so let me say, I believe the colonization is a bad thing. That's kind of the crux. Is that I believe the colonization is bad, and what you're saying is that well, look. Palestinians colonized, Palestinians or the Ottoman Empire colonized this land. So isn't your argument null and void because well the Palestinians colonized it and then the Israelis colonized it? What's really the point? And well, there's a few things. One, I actually do believe that 1,000 years is relevant. But secondly, is that the material conditions of Palestine still exist as a direct result of colonization by Israel. And so you could say, well, why is that relevant? Well, if Israel colonized Palestine and then all the Palestinians spread out all over the world and they went to America and they went to Australia and they went to Russia and everything, we could also, and then like 100 years passed. We would all say this is obviously terrible that the colonization happened and these people were expelled, but it's unreasonable to say something like a right of return or like say that Palestinians should all go back to Israel and that Israelis should all flee.
Wait. So do you acknowledge because that's literally the crux of every big Palestinian push for the Arab Peace Initiative. All of these things have baked into them, all the 5, 6, 7 million refugees going back.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
and
is.
The reason it's not, let me make what I'm saying clear. The reason it's not is because Palestinians don't live all over the world. They are still under a military occupation in the West Bank. They still don't have equal rights in Israel. And what's happening in Gaza, I mean, I don't even need to explain that. Mowing the lawn. Israel kills thousands of Palestinians every couple of years in order to cull the population.
No, hold on. No, they don't do it to cull the population. That doesn't make any sense because if you look at the population, no culling has happened.
Okay, for now, we can agree to disagree on that because that's not really the point of the conversation.
Sure,
okay?
I'm just saying that the mowing the lawn thing, I don't even know if that quote is real. I tried to find the source of that quote. It's really hard to find. But even if that quote is real, it's probably more referring to the buildup of tunnels and military arms by Hamas, right? Because that was what 2808 was. That was 2014, and now 2024.
2006. Yeah, 2008 was about that, and
2014 for protective edge. But
no,
hold on.
2014 was, yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Backing up, okay, so the most Palestinians today don't live in the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, right? Like I think between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, I think it's less than 5 million. Gaza.
In the West Bank, it's 7 million.
Wait, West Bank. Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm being correct.
2 million live in Israel, and then 7 million live in Gaza and West Bank, I believe.
Okay, 2 million, 4 million. Okay, so there's about it's about the same as assuming the West Bank is 4.1 million and the Gaza Strip is about 2 million. So I think there's about the same amount of refugees outside of Palestine as there are in Palestine, because none of them are resettled. None of the Arab states get them citizenship. All of them are kept in camps, basically, on the borders of Israel until whatever peace agreement gets negotiated. So I mean. And I don't think any Arab population, the Palestinians for sure, have never conceded any number of refugees getting a right to return to Israel proper. It feels like the only solution for the conflict from the Palestinian side, like it seems like the moderates are like 67 borders, but people are like, well, actually, we just want the entire country of Israel. Because
actually, Hamas back in 2000, even Hamas has agreed to a 2-state solution. And yes, they did. In 2007, they said, we will agree to a permanent ceasefire if we get the 67 borders.
I would have to go and look because on every single deal, I'm not familiar with every deal because Jesus Christ, there's over like 100 talks throughout history. But in every single deal where I've gone back and I've read the details of anything that's brought up, the infinite right of return is always baked into it. I've never seen.
Yes, they're different like versions of this. And actually, I did want to ask you because I watched your stream like a few months ago at the beginning of the conflict, and you said Israel, what they established as state, it was legal, it was fine. Maybe there were some bad things that happened, but ultimately the establishment of the state was fine. And then in the same, like, you know,
Wait. I don't know if I ever say that establishing the state was legal. It was established through war. But go ahead.
Your exact words were legal. And so, and then later, like 5 minutes later, you said all the people who say Palestine will be free from the river to the sea can go jump off a cliff. And so obviously I don't think that that's reasonable, especially since like even if you take the least charitable interpretation of Palestine will be free from the river to the sea, which is like the demolition of Israel, it's the exact same thing that Israel tried to do to Palestine.
Well,
And
no,
so,
it's not, because like if the roles were reversed, there wouldn't be a Gaza Strip and a West Bank of Israelis. They would just be completely expelled from the land. Number one, and number two, if I did say that, it was either incredibly poorly spoken or it was in a different context. Because to say that this country was made legally when it was made through war, that's a really strange position to take. I would have to go back and listen to.
Maybe it was, and maybe this was just because this was in October and this was before you had done.
Oh,
like,
if I said shit back then, I don't know if I might have been.
So I guess then the important thing is to recognize, okay, maybe if Hamas took control, if Hamas took control of Israel, then all the Jewish people would be expelled. I don't even think that's the craziest thing to say, but then it's irrelevant because that's not what's happening. Hamas is in control of Israel. But my whole point, and I think this is the most important point that I can make, is that. What were we talking about? We're talking about Israel colonizing. Is that colonizing is terrible, but nobody's going to say that Native Americans should regain control of the United States. The reason that it's different with Palestine is because of the actual material conditions that the Palestinians live in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in Israel, and the fact that this situation is genuinely unique. So when you make comparisons to Ottoman Empire imperialization, Egypt imperialization of the Arabs and imperializing the Copts or whatever, and like all this kind of stuff, it's not really relevant because it's not like in Egypt the Copts are living under.
Well, that's
Egypt,
true. If you want to
Egypt-
say the situation is unique, and I agree with you there, I'm a strong proponent of it is a unique situation theory, but that's not the Palestinian position. The Palestinian position has been to obsessively compare it with other conflicts, especially in Africa, over and over again. Arafat, fancied himself to be similar to the Algerians that kicked the French out, and then eventually they modeled themselves after the apartheid that existed in South Africa. Like the Palestinians deliberately tried to compare, and all of the appeals to international law and occupying forces and blah blah blah. Like all of these appeals are things that are done to try to like mirror them onto other conflicts, or to say that like, well, look, there's like a blueprint for how this is supposed to be dealt with. It's like, well, there's not really. It's a pretty unique situation.
Unique situation. No, I agree, but the attempts at mirroring it onto other conflicts. I mean, Israel does the same thing. It's saying that Hamas are Nazis, and this is the modern day that October 7th was the modern day Holocaust. It's like you do that for political purposes, and yes, of course there are similarities between South Africa and Palestine. Both are an apartheid, but like of course they're not the same situation. And so then, like you have to understand, it has nothing to do with the morality of the situation when you say it's South Africa. Well, it does, but not in the sense that we're talking about of colonization, because they're a unique situation. South Africa is obviously very different than Israel and Palestine. My whole point is that if what happened, if the exact same situation that the Palestinians had, being expelled from the land, Israel completely taking over and being spread out, and then 100 years past, let's say 3,000 years past, because. If that exact situation happened, which is kind of what happened to the Jewish people in Judea, or in Palestine, or whatever you want to call it, nobody would be arguing for a right of return of Palestinians. And so that, I think, is the most important thing to understand, is that there's a very distinct difference between Jewish people coming back to what they call their homeland and Palestinian people trying to come back to what they call their homeland in Palestine right now. You see what I'm saying?
No, I didn't get that comparison at all.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I did kind of go off on I did kind of pontificate a bit there. So the reason that the colonization of Israel by Zionists is distinctly different, and why we can't make moral comparisons between the two, is because, and I'll explain this by way of example. If the Palestinians were expelled from the land completely right now, and it was terrible, they were expelled all different, tons of people died, they were expelled to all different parts of the world, 3,000 years pass. Nobody would be arguing for Palestinian descendants of the people that were expelled today to return to the land, because 3,000 years have passed. It would be an absurd argument.
Sure, I don't think that's happened with Israel. No.
Yeah, it is.
What?
It's the exact same thing.
No, I don't think so.
That's why the right of return of like Palestinians is a very distinct.
Wait. How is that? What part of this maps onto Israeli history?
Well, what Jewish people were expelled from Palestine like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but they didn't come back because people were like, oh, Israel has a right to go back. They went back because they did extreme amounts of political work. They did extreme amounts of like financial contributions to the British government. They did like, that's how they tried to secure the Balfour Declaration. They got lucky in that the collapse of the Ottoman Empire opened up territory that Britain had a mandate for. They spent a fuck ton of money. They shipped in arms illegally. They organized, like, it's not like people gave Israel a state. Like, again, that's why I keep saying it was forged in war. Like this country didn't exist because the whole world was like, yeah, you guys definitely deserve this. It was like through a ton of political, financial, and international maneuvering that what happened was eventually able to happen. Nobody granted that.
But I think that's completely missing the point. Because yes, of course, there was tons of political work and tons of strategizing and, illegal this, illegal that, and the Balfour Declaration. But you have to recognize that at the Seventh Zionist Congress, right before Herzl died, they were discussing where do we want the actual land, where do you want the land to be? And there was the territorialist Zionists and there was a Zionist for Zion. And the difference between the two people was massive. Like there was 99.9 or huge majority were Zionists for Zion. So it wasn't just about persecution. It wasn't just about political activism. It wasn't just working with the British and et cetera, et cetera. It wasn't just about politics. It was about a return to their homeland. And the reason I don't think this is valid.
Well, I think hold on. It wasn't. It was the other things on the table were kind of shitty too. Like I think it was like Uganda was one place they were considering.
Uganda
like,
was one.
But I think they were evaluating these places. And it wouldn't have worked for a variety of reasons. Like it was just like an untenable place to move to.
Well, so that's true. Is that the British offered Uganda to the Zionists in 1903, and yes, that does sound like a little crazy, like a Jewish homeland in Uganda just doesn't intuitively make sense. But that being said, it still shouldn't have. It still was over. The disagreement wasn't between Uganda and Palestine. That wasn't the disagreement. The disagreement was between any territory and Palestine. And also, you have to acknowledge, like Uganda, it didn't make sense. Palestine definitely didn't make sense. It definitely didn't make sense. And the Zionists knew this. There'd be a huge opposition, but because it was seen as a return to their homeland, they did it anyways.
Oh, I mean, I think if the return to the homeland was the obsession, then I think in 48 you would have seen far more efforts being made to capture the West Bank than just stopping along essentially with the 47 partition line.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so because David Ben-Gurion, and again, David Ben-Gurion is quoted on this. I can try and find the quote if you want. Like he says, we're going to take anything.
I know, but we're returning to the earlier part of the conversation. Yeah, their goal, Eretz Israel, their goal, Greater Israel, to expand and have like the entire borders. Yeah, that was always like the dream, but again, forced to contend with political realities on the ground, something that Arabs don't seem to understand historically, and Palestinians even today, is that a political reality can shape or define the limits of your aspirations, which I think Israel historically has always been aware of. So regardless of what the aspirations were of a guy who died, in 1904 or 07, whenever Herzl died, regardless of his aspirations, like the country could only do as much as it could because of Arab expansionism, because of the goal for a pan-Arab state, because of Arabs wanting to drive all of the Israelis out of Israel. Do you agree, or do you acknowledge that the only way that Israel could have expanded was through the wars that the Arab countries were always like eager to participate in?
I'll say this. When you say that the Arab countries have historically been not pragmatic, I think that's totally wrong. Just because or not pragmatic, but you know what I mean. Like they're really staunch and they don't.
Bad at diplomacy, bad at politics. Yes.
Bad at diplomacy. Well, of course we can say that's not true. We've seen Egypt and Saudi Arabia in particular be extremely strategic and not really care about the Palestinian people, not really care about like morality, just caring, like Saudi Arabia especially, just caring about. Just basically caring about money.
I said historically. I think in the past like 50 years, I think things have changed. But
look, and this actually goes back to Al-Husseini, who obviously was very, very, very stubborn when it came to the Jewish state. He said, "There's no way we'll have a Jewish state. We're only going to have like the Palestinian state. That's all we're going to have." And so you're right that yes, this did help Israel justify its cause in the same way that October 7th helped Israel justify its invasion of Gaza. And so, in the same way that like I said before, the assassination of Abu Nidal helped Israel justify the invasion of Lebanon, like when the PLO responded to.
So do we acknowledge that like the only way that Israel could have expanded its borders as much as it did was on the back of the Arab aggression?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I would agree that. Well, no. I agree that the Arab aggression helped. Well, Arab aggression in certain ways helped, but then
wait. How are we qualifying that so much? In 48, all the states went to war with Israel to try to kick them out, right? In 47, the Palestinians tried to expel the Jews from the pre-Israel place after they refused the partition. In 67, in 56, Nasser closed the straits because he was like the fucking big shit of the fucking world and said that Israel didn't even deserve rights to ship things through there. In 67, all the countries wanted to go to war with Israel and they were engaging in rhetoric to like destroy Israel. In 73, all of them did a surprise attack on Israel. Like, how are we going to say like, well, I guess maybe a little bit, a minor, tiny, itsy bitsy bit might have played. Like, how?
Here's why. It's because what we've already established that, well, Egypt certainly doesn't really care about the Palestinian people. They care about land.
Well, it's
Same
not
with-
about caring about Palestinians. It's about wanting to destroy Israel.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these people want to care about Palestine. I don't think they've ever cared about Palestinians, to be honest. They've just wanted to destroy Israel. But the Palestinians are a useful tool for that. Wait. Do you not agree with that? That's an easy gimme, right? Like,
that Egypt has always wanted to destroy Israel?
yes. For the reign of Nasser, absolutely. Up until Sadat comes in, yeah, of course. But that's not even controversial. All the Arabs in the surrounding area, if you were to poll the majority of Arabs today, they would probably want Israel to be disbanded as a state. But yeah, especially.
I mean, a lot of people want a one-state solution. But again, you're saying it as if it's not political, as if it's just an opposition to the Israeli state, when in reality it's kind of an opposition to Western hegemony because Egypt was obviously had Soviet Union backing. But again, that's not really the point I'm trying to make. The whole point is
wait, you can make your point. I just want to be clear because the Israeli aggression didn't just come from the Seventh Zionist Conference. It didn't just come from Weizmann or Herzl. It always came on the back of extreme Arab aggression, where the Arab aggression goal was to destroy Israel, right? Like if in 67, if Egypt would have captured the Negev, they're never giving the Negev back to Israel. That's not happening, right?
Right. And I think the argument that you could make, you could say, well, let's actually escape morals for a second and say, well, this is all strategic. Like Israel, it's not about the Zionist maximalist mission. It's not about that. It's just about the fact that they were attacked. And yes, you have to acknowledge.
No,
that,
hold on,
well,
wait. Wait, hold on. It's not just that they were attacked. They're elements. There's two elements. An element is a necessary thing for a thing to exist, okay? I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that the bicycle is driving just because it has a front wheel. I would say the bicycle needs both wheels to drive. And then you're going, okay, Destiny, fine. So you're saying that just because it has a front wheel, it can drive. No. It needs both wheels. I'm saying that Zionist, expansionist ideology was the rear wheel, but the bike doesn't move without the front wheel, which is an unlimited, unwavering Arab aggression with no political or diplomatic skills attached to it. Both wheels are needed to advance the state forward. That's what I'm saying. Now, don't just say, okay, yeah, the one was more important than the other. Both are elements of this. Both are necessary elements of this.
Okay, so now I think let me explain why that's irrelevant.
Okay.
Is because the whole argument it doesn't pertain to Arab aggression. Okay, so we agree that Arab aggression certainly helped, at least strategically, Israel conquer more territory. We agree on that, right?
What do you mean by at least strategically?
Strategic meaning at the very least, Israel had more of a justification to conquer this.
Every single expansion of Israeli territory came after Arab existential war. Yes.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
What land isn't? What part of that is not true?
Well, we talked about 1967, and also of course
in 67, if the Arab states would have won, do you think that Israel would have continued to exist as a state?
If the Arabs won in 60, well, of course, because Johnson was president then.
The United States, there were no commitments to Israel from the.
Sorry, you're saying that if even with U.S. arms, which obviously after 63 they massively increased, you're saying that if they still lost then.
In 67, if Israel would have lost, yeah, I don't think the state would have.
It's almost well, okay. Yes, that's hypothetical, but it's almost impossible that Israel would have lost. They had so much financial backing and military.
I don't know how much financial or military backing they had. I know they were buying arms from the U.S. I don't remember if we were.
No. So in 1963, the most amount of military aid that Israel got was like 63 million. Then it jumped up to the very next year when Johnson was president, jumped up to 100 million, and then it just kept on going up basically.
Okay, sure, but keep in mind the populations and the army size and how many troops you can mobilize. To say that, well, it was impossible that Israel would ever lose the 6-day war. I don't know if you'd say it's impossible.
Well, it's obviously nothing is possible. But the whole point I'm trying to make, and this will take me less than 20 seconds to make this point. So the whole point I'm trying to make is that, yes, Israel was allowed to conquer more territory because of Arab aggression. Okay, we acknowledge that. Israel also, we know, wanted to conquer more territory anyways because they wanted all of Greater Israel. And my point is that this form of colonization, which is part of the Zionist ideology and exists with or without Arab aggression, whether Arab aggression happened or not.
Well, but that's the thing. We don't know that.
the Zionist, yes, it's relevant. It's relevant. I'll admit that it's relevant. But the Zionist mission to conquer all of Greater Israel and to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. As, yes, the words weren't used, ethnically cleanse, but it was still mentioned that the Arabs had to leave. That is still wrong. That ideology is still problematic.
We don't know,
And
but we
yes,
don't know. We don't know because we've never had a period where there was not violence or attacks or terrorism or war against Israel to see, well, would they have expanded otherwise?
That's such a terrible argument. That's such a terrible argument because like historically are like people colonizing things or like attacks against Israel, it doesn't justify a problematic ideology. I think you could say
Problematic
that,
ideology. Hold on, wait. What? We're in the Middle East right now. Everybody has a problematic ideology. The Jewish one is probably the least problematic of all the surrounding states.
Wait, the Jewish one or the Zionist one? Which are you talking about? Because they're different, obviously.
I don't know how different they are, but I'll say the Zionist one, I guess.
Okay, because obviously, we can talk about how violent religions are. Obviously, Judaism is an extremely violent religion, or I shouldn't say extremely. I don't want to like insult
How
any
is it
religion.
more? Hold on. It's probably one of the least violent of the three religions. Hold on. Like, was Christianity more or less violent? Even when we look at the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages.
Let me say quickly, I love all people. I love all religions. Nothing is wrong with people being any type of religion. But Judaism, it does have violence in it, of course.
Compared to what? Compared to Christianity and Islam?
Yeah, it's significantly more than both of those, I think.
By
well, if we're just gonna I don't
like, if we look at like
Judaism,
the Crusades, like what by
I'm
what?
not anti. Well, the Crusades are kind of irrelevant because this doesn't have anything to do with like it's not like actual like scripture told Christians to like conquer their territories. It's just like
Wait, but then is that how we're evaluating?
And in Islam, I'll admit, yes, there are a lot of problematic ideologies. Okay, there are a lot of problematic things, like especially in the rules of abrogation in Islam, like saying that if you should slay the pagans. I don't agree with that. Or in Judaism, saying that if you like you can treat a non-Jewish person, like you treat a piece of meat. I don't think that's right. Okay,
That's great, but like let's look at. Hold on, you say that you bring that up as an aspect of the religion. 2 million Arabs live in Israel. How many Jewish people live in any other Arab state?
Oh,
like none,
in
like
most
4,
cases, like 5 or 6. Yeah, like literally 5 or 6. And so obviously that's completely irrelevant because I'm not arguing about the morality of Morocco and their government and then how they treat Jewish people. We're talking about Israel and Palestine. And the whole point is that colonization is wrong. Colonization of Zionism is a colonialist ideology. The colonization of Palestine is wrong. And just lastly, what I'll say is the difference between the reason that we shouldn't be focusing on Ottoman Empire colonization of Palestine is because of the Arab colonization of Palestine is because the material effects on the people they colonized are not being seen today. I think that's the most relevant thing is that what are you going to do about the Ottoman Empire colonizing Palestine? Nothing. What are you going to do about Israel colonizing Palestine? Well, there's actually some real ways that we can move this forward and real things that we can do. Right?
I don't know what are the ways. I'm curious. This will be our final thing. I just want. But like, what are the ways to move it forward? Because my issue is the reason why I think the history comes up so much is because the history is used to make it intractable, such that there's no way that we can ever. So, what are the realistic paths forward?
I mean, look. Obviously, ideally, it would be a one-state solution where everyone has equal rights, and of course, in the solution, you have to have, even though there'd be a Jewish minority, of course, you'd have to have, like, you can't expel anybody from the land. I think that's wrong, totally wrong. You would have to have basically 50-50 representation for Jewish people and for
if you were Jewish.
That's ideal. That's
Sure.
ideal, right? That's just
Well, sure. Okay, well, let's get out of the ideal because we're looking for ways to move it forward. If you were Jewish, would you trust a state where Arabs have majority rule over you?
Well, that's why I just for one, I just clarified that even though there is a majority of Arab of Palestinians in the land, you'd want to have some sort of system where Jewish people have power and they can have their they can be represented, right? So that would how you would ideally organize a government. In terms of trusting a government to like an Arab majority, again, like obviously there's going to be problems, but Israel has complete domination over the West Bank and over Israel proper, obviously, and they have a lot of obviously they have an embargo over God. Like we can talk, that's a different thing, but obviously the status quo right now is not really feasible. It's not really
Sure, I understand, but again, to circle, what is an answer going forward? Like, what is the path towards?
Well, okay, so you asked me what I think the path forward was. I gave you my ideal answer. I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Do we have
probably
any
the
kind
best-
of practical answer, or?
Well, the best thing that we can hope for is a two-state solution, and you know, some sort of obviously the abolishment of the settlements. I don't think that's controversial at all. All the settlers should go back to Israel. Again, I don't think it's controversial. I think that the settlements are is a horrifying, unhumanitarian, illegal international law thing, and so they should go back to Israel, and then the Palestinian Authority should have Palestinian Authority versus Hamas is kind of it's a big conversation that we can't get into right now, but yeah, the Palestinians should have complete sovereignty over their land, and also there should be the two lands, the Gaza and the West Bank, should be connected. I actually think that the best solution would probably be Palestine, Gaza and the West Bank are connected fully, but again, how practical is that? It's probably not.
Sure, and I mean, like, that sounds okay, but man, that's a really generous offer to people that were involved in like multiple wars that were trying to take the entire country. It's pretty hard to go back to, like, I'm going to beat you up and take all your shit, but then if I fail, well, can we go back to what you were offering me before I tried to beat you up and take all your shit?
Are you talking about Israel or Hamas?
I'm saying that between Israel and Palestine, that you had your partition plan, essentially your 47 stuff. People said no, and then they fought for the 48 war. And then after that, you had your 67 war, and they were like, okay, well, this is bullshit. You can't take territory in war. Then you had like your 73 war, and then you've got like Hamas, you've got Hezbollah, and you've got all this fighting. And every time there's like an intifada or another terrorist attack or another Iranian proxy, there's some attack. People are like, okay, well, let's go back to the 67 borders, before 67. Let's keep going back to before 67. It's like, okay, well, you can't go back to that deal. You walked away from that. You walked away from the 47 partition plan. So I don't know how we can go back to that when you tried to take everything over and over again and failed. Because I think we both acknowledge, I think, if any state on any of the Israeli border would have conquered any Israeli territory, Israel's never getting that land back, ever. That wouldn't even be controversial to say. Of course not. It's not their land by right. So it just seems weird to fight a war over and over again, trying to expel an entire people, lose the war, and then cry to the international community saying, can you please come and like make them give us our shit because we lost our wars of annihilation.
Right, but now you're making this is. I know you're not saying this. You're not trying to say this, but this is kind of a form of collective punishment, and that like entire people's population should be culpable for their government's actions, which I don't think is right. So when Hamas does an action, I don't think Palestinians should be held responsible for that action. And so when in 1973, which is obviously this is 50 years ago or whatever, when Egypt and a coalition of Arab countries invade Israel, I don't think the Palestinians should be held responsible for that action. And so yes, it is. You can say them being naive, you can say them being an idealist, but it really shouldn't, in a moral setting, it really shouldn't matter. And
sure. Do you think that Arab states should start issuing passports and citizenships to Palestinians living in their borders instead of like their perpetual unending refugee problem?
No, I mean, come on. You know that's ridiculous. You know that the big reason that Egypt and like other Arab countries haven't allowed refugees in is because if you start letting refugees in, well, all of a sudden the Palestinian state will cease to exist.
Exactly.
Right?
So hold on. Wait, so careful. You're making an argument for collective punishment on the other side then. You're saying, well, hold on, because it's at the end of the day, it's not about the refugees. It's not about the people. It's not about the humanitarian issue, which is what you guys keep saying it's about. It's actually about the political aim of achieving the state of Palestine. I feel like you just said the quiet part out loud. The idea that we have to deprive these people of homes or food or education because we need them to stay refugees so that we can keep fighting Israel, so we can keep having the political aspiration of creating the state of Palestine, that's super anti-humanitarian.
You also recognize that I am not a fan of Egypt. I'm not a fan of Iran. I'm not a fan of.
It's not about being a fan of Egypt or Iran. It's that UNRWA. Yes, it's that the definition. The Palestinian refugees have a unique status in the world where they are kept as refugees indefinitely. No other group of people has had that sort of political weaponization of their humanitarian problems.
No, you're not wrong, but then again, I'm not a fan. Let me just say this. I'm not a fan of Egypt. I'm not a fan of Iran. I don't think that what they've done is sufficient for the Palestinian people. But then you also have to acknowledge that what they're doing is very politically motivated. I don't necessarily think it's right. But if any group bears the responsibility of Palestinian refugees, why the hell is it Iran? Right? That doesn't make any sense. Why is it Qatar?
Wait, hold on. Because worldwide, we all bear responsibilities for refugees. All of us have a duplicate.
Yes. I totally agree.
But these states, there are special conditions where these states do not. They will keep Palestinian refugees in their country, and they will not give them citizenship. They explicitly are not allowed to issue passports. UNRWA does not resettle Palestinian refugees. They're kept there so they can continue to grow as a population, to continue applying political pressure on Israel. So we can say every year, there's 5 million refugees, there's 6 million refugees, there's 7 million refugees. Most of these refugees have never lived in Palestine in their entire lives. A lot of their parents haven't even.
Well, okay. The reason that they do this, again, the action they should be taking is explicitly against Israel, trying to make sure that the horrible things that are happening in Gaza right now stop. That is what they should be doing. Taking refugees, obviously that would be, it would be great because the refugees themselves would have a place to live and a place to stay, and that would be amazing. But it should be the aggressor that takes responsibility for these refugees. And again, of course, we can say, well, Egypt, they're terrible because they don't take any Palestinian refugees.
Well, hold on, wait. When you say it should be the aggressors that take responsibility for the refugees, the aggressors in 47 were the Arabs. The aggressors in 48 were the Arab states. The aggressors in 56 and 67 and 73 were arguably all the Arabs. So, I mean, and that was where a lot of the refugee situation was created from. And then when you look at Jewish refugees, well, who took responsibility for that? When Jews fled Iraq or every single Arab country, when Jews were expelled from the West Bank by Jordan, when Jews were expelled from the Gaza Strip, when Jews were expelled from every other Arab state, it's not like the Arab states paid money for the Jews that left. Israel took all those refugees in.
Can I say, and I'm not saying this to be a dick. I do want to know, because I've been looking for this. Where does it say that that Jewish people were expelled from Arab countries?
In certain countries there was more violence than not. So I think Iraq was a country where there was violence. There are different pogroms that happened after. I don't remember in which country specifically. I have to go look them up. But after every major Arab-Israeli war, there were push and pull factors where Jews started to get treated differently, or there were pogroms against Jews in Arab majority states in response to the victories in 48 and 56 and 67. So a lot of Jews fled the different Arab states, and they all went to Israel. If you're going to make the argument that there were only pull factors and there were no push factors, I could try and find specific instances, but I'm pretty sure they're well known. I think in Baghdad, I think in Iraq, that was some of the most well known pogroms, but.
No, I'm not saying that because I'm denying that Jews were expelled from Arab countries. But in doing research on this specific topic, I wasn't able to find much evidence for that. So, but anyways, that was an aside.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about why expulsion.
I'm just saying it's unfair to the Palestinians from a humanitarian perspective.
I said that they were the aggressor. And what I mean by that is, well, was Israel the aggressor on October 7th? Obviously not. But I think that they are responsible for the conditions of Palestinians. I don't think that's super...
If anything, wouldn't it be the British that are responsible if they were the ones that mandated the territory and they allowed the Jews to move in?
Well, okay, you could say that it's a Western hegemonic force. I mean, sure, the British were responsible partially, but right now it's Israel. We say right now, but the conditions that exist right now weren't just, this is what we said at the very beginning of the conversation, where people pretend it was just Israel versus the Palestinians for 80 years, in which case, damn, that's horrible. But it wasn't. The Palestinians are just the last faction of the strong Arab resistance against Israel, I guess absent Iran and maybe Syria now, or basically Iran now. But... So then I think you have to understand, this kind of goes back to the beginning of the conversation, is that, a lot of people in the Israeli government just do not think that they don't consider Arabs real people, especially people.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. If that's true, how 2 million Arabs live in Israel that enjoy more or less the same rights as Jewish Israeli people do? So to say that they don't see Arabs as real people is crazy, especially when Arabs believe insane shit on average about Jewish people. So I think that the reverse of that is way more true than Israelis seeing Arabs as not people.
Well, we've already acknowledged. Okay. So when you bring up the point 2 million Arabs live in Israel and they have equal rights, I think it's so frustrating because they really don't. They don't have equal representation in the Knesset. They don't have equal rights. Do you know what the emissions committee law is? I'm sure that's kind of a popular...
No, but they do have... How do they not have equal rights? And they have members in the Knesset. Listen to what you're saying. They've got members in parliament.
Yes, they have members in parliament. They have a member in this. There's a Muslim member, an Arab Muslim in the Supreme Court. But then if you're going to make that argument, that Arabs have equal rights, you also have to actually dive into the actual facts, which is that they're extremely disproportionately underrepresented.
Facts? Hold on, no. The underlying facts are separate from the rights guaranteed to you. In the United States of America, more or less, everybody has the same rights guaranteed to them, but that doesn't mean that factually every ethnic group, every geography lives the same.
Well, that's true, and that's relevant. But we're talking about Well, okay, so
if you want to argue that they don't have equal representation, they don't have the proportionate representation of the Knesset, I probably agree with you. That's probably true, but that's a lot different than saying Yeah. And then also, whatever comparison we're making here, like, it's way worse on the Arab side. Do you acknowledge that? That Arabs have a way worse view of Israelis or Jews than Jews have of Arabs.
Well, okay, let me expand on that. Right now in Palestine, it's probably true, but that's only because of the colonization of their land. I think this is reasonable, that if Catholics did exactly what Israel did in Palestine, then there would be an extremely anti-Catholic sentiment, right? Or if
That's
Chinese
fine. We can
people-
talk about why it exists. Maybe there's, but it does exist. That Arabs in general have a horribly negative view of Jewish people.
Right, and if you have to understand that Israel gets its money from America. They have to uphold some semblance of Western values. You have to
Wait. Israel founded itself on Western values. Israel founded itself as a European-style democracy. That was their goal from the very beginning. That's just because they got money from America.
They were kind of like a weird hybrid of socialism, communism, and Western democracy. It was their founding. Yes, their founding was kind of like, we're trying to be a Western bulwark in the Middle East, but it was also economically it was obviously socialist, and then ideologically it was supposed to be this like utopian like socialist dreamland. So they but you're right. It was founded on Western value. It was founded on Western values. We can kind of say that as a generalization, but they know that the only way that they will truly be seen as a substantial force of Western hegemony in the Middle East is if they have some semblance of liberal values. And so credit to them when they actually do uphold those Western values with things like granting Arabs equal rights and letting them have votes and letting them be represented in Congress. Okay, let's give credit where credit is due, I guess. But then you also have to acknowledge, well, they don't actually have equal rights, and this is a very real thing. And so, of course, you can say, well, stop and frisk, that applies to everyone. No, you have to be realistic and say, no, of course it's going to disproportionately be used against Arabs. The admissions committee law is probably the best example, where you have committees in neighborhoods, in Arab neighborhoods as well, but in Arab neighborhoods as well, and also in Jewish neighborhoods, where you have committees that screen applicants to live in that neighborhood. And if they don't like the applicant, then they don't let them live there. And so you can say, well, couldn't that be used against Jewish people as well? Well, of course it could. But if it was used against Jewish people in the same way it's used against Arab people, then it wouldn't against Arabs living in Israel. Then it wouldn't be a law. Okay, it's a law because it benefits Jewish people in Israel as opposed to Palestinian Arabs in Israel. And so this is like super relevant. And
hold
and
on, wait, what is this law called?
It's called the admissions committee law.
Do you think that the goal of this is to just be like discriminatory, or is the goal of this to like maintain some kind of like harmony in neighborhoods so people don't like move and like stir shit up, like Jews moving to Arab majority neighborhoods or Israelis moving to Jews moving to Arab places, Arabs moving to Jewish places? Like, what is the goal? What is the point of this law?
Well, I'm sure the point of like what they say on the surface is probably something like, oh yeah, we want to ensure harmony or something like that, or we don't want people in nice neighborhoods to have to deal with, I don't know, people they don't like living in the neighborhoods. I don't know what the justification is. It doesn't really matter because the actual consequences of the law are seriously discriminatory.
Well, it's pretty. The root of the law is pretty important. Listen, I haven't looked into this much. Even if I grant you this full thing, though, like it doesn't. I don't think it substantively changes anything that was said earlier. Like I think the Arab countries still, in whole, have a massively worse view of Jews than Jews have of Arabs. Like it's not even close.
This is why, let me tell you why I think this is relevant, because we can talk about all these facts and these statistics and everything and just like what is the actual relevance to this conversation. The relevance is that if you view like Zionism like I do, which is ultimately a colonialist ideology, I think it's relevant to say that when you colonize a land, hatred of people is always wrong, but you know, a dislike of a colonizing people is more justified, still wrong, but more justified than a hatred of the people you're colonizing.
Okay, so, wait, again, do you acknowledge that Islam is a colonizing ideology?
No. Well, no, I wouldn't.
Founded by Muhammad the warlord, caliphites that have been started in the name of Islam, multiple terror groups that all cite Islamic verses. Like, you wouldn't say that Islam is a colonial or imperialist type of.
I don't usually. So there are, like obviously Islamic countries have colonized countries, Christian countries are doing the same thing, Jewish countries are doing the same thing. Okay.
Well, no, wait, but like the source of fighting stems pretty uniquely though in Islam, right? Like is there a Christian or Jewish equivalent to jihad, or like a caliphate that you can find in like the Torah or the?
Actually, I actually do think that, I'm gonna be honest. I think that Christianity is probably the best religion. I mean, I'm a Christian, obviously, so I'm biased. But yeah, Islam and Judaism and Christianity, there are both references to they're all justifications of violence. I mean, look, in Judaism,
Not justification. Hold on, you're shifting a lot. I'm not talking about justifications for violence. I'm talking about like conquering territory in the name of your religion.
Well, usually you. I mean, I think people would say that like a justification for violence in a religious text is seen as justification for conquering like infidels or conquering like not like.
Yeah, and I would say that Islam is pretty
religious
uniquely
people,
in that like their government structure and that is like baked into their religion probably way more than Christianity or Judaism.
Well, okay, so all I'll say about that is that the whole idea of conquering non-Muslim countries and forcing them to convert and everything. There's this great Islamic scholar Motaz al-Khatib, which I'd recommend anyone check out, that argues that especially the Islamic fundamentalist interpretation of global jihad is completely warped. And also, obviously, like, yes, there is the idea.
Wait, hold on. I don't care what a minority guy. There's also sects of Jews that think that moving into Israel is actually unethical because you're not supposed to move there until the end times, right? There's plenty of Jewish people in the United States. Well, plenty. It's a minority sect, but like, I'm sure you can find like rabbis or imams or whatever the fuck that will say a particular thing, but like baked into the religious text, what is the Christian or Jewish equivalent to like a caliphate? Or what is the Christian or Jewish equivalent to like, yeah, to like having the like interweaving so tightly the religion with the state, right? Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar." Muhammad would never say that. He'd say, we're all the same shit. It's like the religion and the state combined.
Yes, and so there is like this desire for a global caliphate under.
No. Hold on. You're loading this so much. You're saying desire for. It's not a desire. It's in the text. It's baked into the religion. It's not like it'd be nice, an afterthought.
Give me some credit. I'm saying yes. In Islam, there's this whole thing, but and again, look. Of course, I'm not an expert, but I've just been reading this book on jihad, and it says that. Well, it's like in international law, as a Muslim country, as an Islamic country, you are required to follow international law to treat other countries like according to diplomatic rules. And so yes, if you're gonna say like, well, in Islam it's baked into the ideology that they want a global caliphate. Okay, well, we can get into hermeneutics and interpretations of Islamic texts and the hadith and everything. But then we can also say that, well, it's also part of Islam that that international law should be respected, that diplomatic law should be respected. And so let's just at least be charitable. And also, I'm not in the business of condemning any religion, which is why when I said Judaism is a violent religion, I took it back immediately and said, no, Judaism is not a violent religion. There are violent things said in like the Talmud and the Torah.
Yeah, but that's hold on, wait. That's
have to think about why it's relevant.
Wait. To this. That's bullshit though, because we've conveniently, because would you condemn Zionism?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it's not fair because we found a way to extract all the Jewish stuff from Judaism that we don't like, and then we call it Zionism, but we won't condemn like Islam because we don't have a formal name for Sharia or a formal name for caliphites or a formal name for jihad. So like, well, that's just the religion. We can't criticize that. But for Judaism, we've extracted all of it into Zionism. We have like a central thing that we can hate about that religion. How does that make sense?
Yes, that's the thing. I'm not going to condemn Judaism, even though there are a lot of things I disagree with in Judaism. I'm not going to condemn Christianity. I mean, even though there are certain things I disagree with in Christianity. And I'm not going to condemn Islam either. If you were to tell me, let's actually take a look, this is a specific thing that's said in the Hadith, do you disagree with it or not? It would be very easy. Of course I disagree with that. Of course I condemn it if they're saying we should kill all the pagans. But then you have to understand, how does this reflect the conflict? How is this relevant? And it's like global jihad has nothing to do with
careful with what you're going to say, because global jihad is literally what Hamas calls for in its charter. They're a theocratic Islamist entity. They literally call for global jihad. That's what they do. They want every Muslim to show up and fight against Israel.
Who'd you say? Hamas?
Hamas literally is, yeah, it's an Islamist Sunni group. They call for jihad, like to come and fight against.
Up until 1987, the major forces, Al-Husseini included, obviously the PLO, Yasser Arafat, they were all secular and nationalist organizations. And then Hamas came along, and yes, this is partially due to an increased popularity or funding and an ability of an Islamic fundamentalist group to come about. And yes, of course, like we can say like Hamas's ideology we don't agree with, but if you're going to look at the whole history of the ideology of Zionism and the whole history of the region, Hamas came in the 70s and then formally existed in 1987. Why is that? Why is Islamic Jihad going to be relevant to the opposition to an Israeli state when the opposition to the Israeli state started in the 1900s?
Well, I'm saying that right now, because right now for the conflict, it is relevant. And it's just interesting to point to Judaism as being, or Zionism, I guess, as being like inherently, because the statement that I'm responding to is you said earlier that Judaism is like the most violent of the three religions, that's just a very interesting statement to me. But like, I think Jews are like the only people that don't try to convert other people. Christians and Muslims are crazy about it. And then obviously the Catholic Church as an institution was involved in so much throughout all of Europe militarily. And then for Islam, you literally have your caliphites. You've got like Muhammad was a warlord. Like the state and the religion are intertwined with each other. That's why you have so many theocratic, dictatorships that stem from Islam. So it's just it's weird to say that Judaism is like the most violent of those three religions when it seems to be the most like they literally got kicked out of their fucking homeland. They're like, well, fuck it, we'll just chill.
Well, so again, and I'll make this argument a lot, is that a lot of times people who are Muslim, people who are Jewish, people who are Christian, obviously we know this, a lot of times they don't like follow the tenets of their religion by the book, like 100%, obviously. And so again, like when I said Judaism is like the most violent religion, I really don't want to get into the business of just condemning one certain religion. What I will say is that the references to violence and references like endorsing violence occur more in I think the order is Judaism, Islam, Christianity, or something like that. And I can show you the study. Again, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because I have a problem not with Judaism, with Zionism. And I don't have a problem with Islam. I have a problem with like Islamic fundamentalism. But even then, you have to acknowledge that if you're going to cite Islam as the reason for the opposition to a Jewish state, it does not make sense.
Sure, I didn't do that. I'm only responding to your statement that Judaism was like the most violent religion, which I think is.
And I don't really, guys, do not cancel me. I don't think that Judaism is like super violent or anything. I just say there is references to violence in Judaism, and it's more so than in Islam. Again, I don't think that should be super relevant to the conversation. But I also don't like when people slander Islam as this like ultra violent religion that is horrible. It's like the references to violence there's a study on this, and I can hold on.
Wait, we're playing so many games. References to violence don't matter. No one cares. We're not talking about references to violence. We're talking about like what is the ideal practice, and then what does the realistic practicing of a particular religion look like? And it's not
just like talking about violence. It's like justifying violence. Again, I don't want to get into this conversation because I don't think it's relevant, right? Because the whole argument is like Islam is endorsing a global caliphate, therefore this is relevant throughout the whole conflict, and I don't think that's true. I think the focus has to be on the ideology that kind of that endorses colonization, and the opposition to that is reactionary and political. It's not religious.
I don't know if I agree, but we don't have to keep looping on this. Okay, well, do you think that, are you reflecting negatively on Catholicism and Christianity's peacefulness when you say that people should make death threats against me?
What? No, if you guys don't make death threats, don't do death threats.
Okay, because you said that one guy on Twitter was kind of based when he was talking about murdering slave owners so I wouldn't exist or whatever.
Did you saw that? No, that was a joke. I don't actually agree with that, obviously. Okay. But I'm glad that you actually looked at my Twitter. But no, obviously that was tongue in cheek. I think he said everything in the quote tweet the thing that I quote tweeted was bleeped out, so I didn't actually know what he said. Somebody has said, "Oh, he wants to murder Destiny." I was like, "Oh, kind of base," but no, I don't actually think that anybody should murder you. Obviously.
Thanks. Okay.
You're welcome. I got you, man. I got you. I'll look out for you. But yeah, that's it. I guess like I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah. Well. Hey, thanks for the conversation. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
Oh, good. Wait, can I just say right before you left, what did you go to music school?
Yes.
Which one?
Nothing. You said you're in California?
I'm in California, but I went to music school in New York.
Where?
Manhattan School of Music.
Oh, okay. Sorry. The two big ones I obviously know of Berkeley and Juilliard. It's UNO in Nebraska, just like a random fucking state school. So.
Wait, what is it? University of Nebraska
in Omaha.
In Omaha, okay. Yeah, because I well, my trajectory is somewhat similar to yours in that I was a music major in New York, and then I kind of went out here and trying to do politics. By the way, follow my Instagram, Aiden.Doyle with 3 E's.
Wow. Okay. Well, hey, thanks for the conversation, man.
Sorry, I didn't ask if I could plug myself. But,
You're good. Go for it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man. Hopefully we can talk again at some point in the future.
Yeah. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
All right. See ya.
Jesus Christ. That guy knew more than most people. The unsatisfying part of there, I guess, was just drilling down into usually we have to get into the philosophy when a person doesn't have any of the factual understanding. He had a lot of factual understanding, but then the philosophy was really weird there, I thought. But okay. He knew more than the historian. True, but that guy didn't know anything, so. Was the rest of this worth watching? There's no way to make this side thing go away, is there?
Yeah, the Hasan hate complex is real. No, I get why there's a hate complex out there. It's a way to make money for a lot of people who are just like, who want to. You're like one of the biggest haters out there, dude. What? You're also personally talking about how you agree with another incredibly stubborn person. I assume you mean Divorcelli, which is pretty fucking hilarious, considering if you agree with me on a lot of things.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
I'm doing good. Am I barging into something again?
No, not that much. Fuck it. What's going on?
Oh, okay. I find it funny how you said goodbye to me yesterday. I love you.
I love all people.
You say
I come
goodbye
here.
to all.
Yeah.
Do you say that to everyone? To all
I
of
do.
your
Yeah,
friends?
I love everybody. Yeah.
Interesting. I saw that you were debating Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, that's the big thing that everybody wants to talk about now. Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently that is what got you into trouble. I looked a little bit into the thing that you mentioned.
Into wait, which thing?
The drama that you said you were in, but
Oh, it's all gotten even.
Yeah.
It's all just wacky people doing wacky things.
it's kind of not all that interesting. I guess, like, if I understand correctly, you believe that Hasan Piker is sort of organizing people behind the scenes to sort of kick you out of all sort of social media cliques or something.
I mean, a little. I don't know if I would say it's behind the scenes. I think it was like pretty blatant in the past that we couldn't be at the same event. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And do you actually care about that, or is it like?
When I was at Twitch, it was a little bit annoying because now you have to make a choice between do you want me at an event or do you want Hasan? And when Hasan got the larger fan base, I basically started to get cut out of everything. So it's kind of annoying.
Okay, I've never been to any such events, so I don't really know how that kind of thing actually works.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I don't really see Hasan Piker. Generally, a lot of the people from like your corner of the internet, they, and I mean with your corner, like the political commentary streamer types, I don't really see them that often much anymore.
Okay.
They've sort of been. The only time they appear on my radar is when they say something stupid about Ukraine, pretty much, because most people like these days hang out with are sort of in the Ukraine support corner of things, mostly Europeans at this point. And you probably noticed yourself, I haven't been around a lot for like over a year because I had a private, really awful issue to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm sort of reconnecting with people.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but
Are you getting back into the content creation space or?
I don't know if I'm going to stream because, as you probably know, I'm not very good at streaming. It's not.
Or I mean, not necessarily streaming, right? But because generally you did YouTube videos before, right?
Oh yeah, I still do YouTube videos, but I only made 4 videos over the course of the last year, or 5, and that's a bit of a no-show because I had something that was holding me up, unfortunately, and now I'm getting back into it again. Yeah. Unlike you, I'm deliberately avoiding the Israel-Palestine thing.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you you do so much other history. I feel like or maybe it's just because I'm advanced out now. I feel like the Israel-Palestine history stuff is pretty simple compared to like all of fucking Europe for World War I and II. Like there's way fewer leaders to keep track of. There's like one country that a lot of this is centralized on. Obviously, it's the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Like I feel like if you've dived into so much history for so much other shit, that this would be relatively simple in comparison.
The only thing that I know about in relation to the Israel-Palestine stuff is the stuff that I learned during Holocaust studies at college.
okay.
Basically. That's basically all I know. like how it came to be that how the decision was made that the refugees were sent over to Palestine/Israel rather than be remaining in Europe. And the simple truth there is that nobody wanted them, basically.
Sure. Yeah.
Like the only country that accepted back its Holocaust survivors was basically France, and the rest basically told them to sort of.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the only thing. It's like, as I mentioned before, the only reason why some of the people in the politics corner still tap is like when Hasan or Sam Sida is also someone, or the worst is probably Kyle Kalinske. They have the most daft takes on Ukraine that you can imagine. They keep pushing sort of narratives that it's NATO's fault and that Russia is somehow benevolent and stuff like this. This is sort of the only connection that I still have to that sphere, particularly.
Yeah, the progressives are all mind fucked on. There's just absolute intellectual and moral bankruptcy when it comes to their analysis of any of these issues, unfortunately. But
don't you think that this might in part be our fault? And I say us in the sense of like people who find themselves more in the liberal center of things. Because I do have the sense that we do, or have, not necessarily the two of us, but certainly people in our corner of politics, have not done a particularly good job at advocating for liberalism.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That was actually one of my big issues a long time ago. I remember when I would debate online, and people were like, why do you even debate like right-leaning people? Like, it's not worth it. And I was like, well, I think that people forget that, like, if you ask a person, like, why should women be allowed to vote? Like, it's there's a lot of things we just take for granted, and a lot of people don't have good answers to any of these things. Yeah, and if you don't defend them commonly, then people forget. And then when you got a liberal person that comes up and they're making a lot of like super flashy, cool arguments, like, well, fuck, maybe I shouldn't trust anything from the government, and I should follow one man to a bright and glorious future, and fuck every other thing in the world, and all the money should just go to us, and we shouldn't spend it. And it's like, okay, well, no, it doesn't really work that way.
No, it's not just women's rights. It's not just women's rights. Like freedom of speech.
Yeah, I use that as an example. It could be literally anything. Yeah.
The fact that we have an independent judiciary.
Yeah.
Like these things, I believe what happened is that these things have sort of almost become like the air we breathe, right?
Yeah,
we all
when we take it for
assume
granted.
that they're there. Yeah, they're there, and we don't make. And we also haven't made like I think I told you this before, that I studied like Slavic history studies, and I think one thing that coming out of that to me is that in coming after 1989, we did a really bad job educating people about communist tyranny, what the Soviet Union was, what the supposed alternative civilization to Western-style democracy was, and how bad it actually was. We didn't really do a good job in making that part of our general education system. Something that I often think of about as well.
Maybe, yeah. I have no idea. I don't have the context, so. But listen, if you say it, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, though. Who knows?
Sure.
It's just something that I found that stood out to me. How is the YouTube's politics sphere going, the debate sphere? Still, I assume, left-wing dominated?
Yeah, it's Zoomer socialism online, and it's all of it now is dominated by populism, basically, for all the communities that are interacting with each other. So it's left-wing populism or right-wing populism. For left-leaning people, that takes the form of like tankies or like hardcore progressives, and then on the right, it's like Trump supporters, and that's basically everything. Yeah, if you're a liberal, you're kind of like everybody fucking hates you. I guess it's maybe like pre-World War II Germany.
Well, it's a good position to be in. That's how you know you're right.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, it's kind of annoying that. Yeah, the anti-liberal sentiments are like they're exploding on both sides. It's dumb.
Well, it also means that you know who you can talk to, and there's also like there are a couple of people that I can introduce you. God, I find his name. He's Finnish. They have these unpronounceable, awful names. Pekka Finnish name. I should introduce you to him. He's a lib who's recently been doing content that is excellent on like media disinformation and stuff like that. And yeah, if you're a lib on social media, it is easy to find the people with who you are in communion and agreement with.
Sure. Yeah. It's just they're not. That center-left community is like not very loud online, and the center-right doesn't exist anymore in the United States. They're basically all Trump worshippers now. So
there is a center-right sphere still in, like, I do sometimes encounter people, but they're also very like disillusioned. You know, people who like don't really think they have much of a voice anymore. I know one person who's very center-right. He's basically just a guy who's voting for Biden in this election in the hope that Trump finally kicks the bucket. So it's sort of a defeatist politics.
Yeah, who knows what we'll go back to after that, but yeah.
Do you believe that he has a chance at winning the election, or do you think?
I feel like it's getting worse for him. I don't think that Trump is going to win. I think Biden is going to win pretty handily, but I could be wrong. But that's my feeling. Yeah.
Feeling, yeah. Well, you have a better hand on the pulse than I do because I don't live over there.
I mean, who knows? I mean, we're all in our
Well,
bubbles.
everything
right?
can go wrong.
Yeah.
Everything can still go wrong.
Yeah, there could still be
Who
like
knows?
some huge conflict or something could happen that would change everything. So yeah, who knows?
Yeah, yes. Well, didn't really prepare for anything else to talk to about when I jumped in here.
All right, I'm starting to. I've got like a trip because apparently I'm fucking honorary Jew now. Where I'm going to Israel and I'm trying to like. I just want to like interview and talk to a bunch of people. But after I come back from that, I'm starting to get into World War I stuff. So there might be stuff if you want to hop by and chat every now and then. Yeah, well, because I want to learn about World War II, but I feel like I probably should study World War I first. So I picked up a couple books that I want to read, like kind of broad general ones.
You mean the things that led up to it, like the diplomacy of it, or
I don't know, just like the broad everything. I don't know, the military diplomacy, the ethnic cultural shit. The fuck, what was the name of the book that we got?
I belong to the group of people who actually blame it all on the Germans, so you can.
Okay, well, that's one way to do it. There's a book by Margaret Macmillan called The War That Ended Peace, and then there's another book called The Sleepwalkers by Christopher Clark. Those are the two
What
that
sparked that interest?
The more that I think about it, the more I really do think today that I think the world still lives in the shadows of World War II. So I think it would be really good to understand World War II, and I feel like to understand that I probably need to understand World War I. So I also people still like map a lot of current stuff onto World War II, and I get very irritated like when I see lefties say shit like, oh, like liberalism leads to fascism, and the only way we can stop, and like I see shit like that, it's like this is all like such a stupid retelling of everything that happened in Nazi Germany. But yeah, so it'd be good to just have a comprehensive understanding of it all, I think.
Living in the shadow is a very broad expression because you can technically claim to live in the shadows of a lot of things. I mean, we technically live in the shadow of like the Frankish divisions of the Holy Roman Empire, if we're going to be very honest, because these shaped what is Germany and France. Historical shadows extend a very long way. Like German bureaucracy was created by.
But I think World War II is different because we've got like grandparents and stuff. Like so much of our culture, fucking anime, is inspired by World War II. You know, you've got if you look at the big military conflicts today, like Ukraine and Russia, a former Soviet satellite, being fought by the Russian imperialists that's trying to rebuild the USSR with Belarus and Ukraine, and you've got Israel and Palestine, which rose from the ashes of the Ottoman Empire and the crazy British imperial style system of like the 20s, and then World War II and the Holocaust, and like everything, and then like the shape of Europe today, and the fact that you had the Yugoslavia collapse, and that's our first like big genocide trials, and I feel like World War II still like heavily informs a lot of the political climate that exists today. So I think it'd be good. I think you should probably have a good handle on it to understand modern conflict. But I don't know if you need to understand something like the 1700s. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I think in terms of like politics, we're now living actually in sort of the end of the post-Cold War era, or like that sort of peace dividend era that we had from 1989 to 2022. That has come to an end, and we're now, at least in Europe, politically in a completely different era where political power, wealth, etc., is shifting from the west to east, where places like Warsaw and Prague will have a lot more decision-making power in European politics. It does feel like here in Europe, at least, that we are in a new era, and we're just not entirely sure where you Americans are at, because we do get the sense that you are bored of us and that you want to move on and do something else to a certain degree.
For modern day, currently, that's the impression?
I get the impression, well, maybe my scope is a bit blinded by the fact that I access this through the internet, but I do get the sense that it's not just Trump, but also that the left wing in America is tired of being involved in Europe, is tired of having an alliance into Europe.
Well, I think that I can understand why you would feel that way. I think the issue is, it ties back to what I said earlier, where at least online, populism is really big in the left and the right. And I think a really big part of the populist mindset is an isolationist one. That like from the left, it's, well, why would we spend money being an imperialist, colonialist power? And from the right, it's, why are we going to spend all this money on foreign intervention when we've got people at home we could spend money on? And then those two people basically loop around and they're like, holy shit, you're right. We should just like not do anything with any other countries. So for Trump, that might mean undermining NATO and talking about how we just need total energy independence. We need to go our own way and fuck China and fuck everybody else. And for the far left, who doesn't have any political power in the United States, at least, it's, we need to, like disband the IMF and stop loaning money to people and stop exploiting other countries countries and trading with people because it's unfair and blah blah blah. So yeah, that's like the populist sentiment is the loudest right now online for sure. But the center left, which is big legislatively, and then the center right, which is tiny legislatively, those people like are not existing online. I don't know where the fuck those communities are.
I hope you're right in this regard. I genuinely hope, because to be very frank about it, if the US pulls out of the European alliance, we're not prepared for what comes afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody is. Yeah,
European leaders talk about in this regard is not very hopeful. The Poles at this point have openly stated that if the US leaves NATO, they will look into getting their own nuclear weapons program, which isn't a very nice thing to think about.
Sure, but I mean, like, you should. Like, I think that I never spent as much time like morally considering it, but the more that I do, the more upset that I get. The Ukraine stuff, the response to that should have been stronger. I think that the pocketbooks and the arsenals should have been open to Ukraine basically on day one. I can't believe that it's actually been. The more that I think about it, the more it's like, what is the message you send to every other country? Why the fuck wouldn't you get nuclear weapons, especially if you're a non-aligned state? And even if you are an aligned state, like looking at the tepid support for Ukraine, if you're an Estonian, do you feel strongly that NATO is going to step in to defend you? Like, maybe, probably, but like, it's a lot. Yeah, it's just, man, the support for Ukraine should have been way more. Yeah, it should have been stronger. And then also, like, America is so schizophrenic. I don't know what, I can't imagine you're some poor sack of shit fucking, you're a Ukrainian and you're in some fucking ditch somewhere and you turn on your fucking cell phone and it's like, are we getting weapons today? And in the United States, it's like, well, we haven't figured out immigration on the border, so we're not going to pay any money to Ukraine. And you're like, well, fuck me, I guess. Like, Jesus. It's like, the idea that there's such a division U.S. politically and that our legislation and our funding for stuff is all tied together. So you're like, wait, why the fuck does asylum seeking in Mexico have to do with getting me fucking weapons in Ukraine? Like, yeah, fuck that. Jesus Christ.
We're actually seeing the consequences of that right now because the Russians have been on the offensive now.
Yeah.
They have regained the offensive. The ammunition for the artillery has run out over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And it's been turning gradually. Like, right now it's a slaughter. I don't know if you keep up with the Telegram groups, etc., that follow the front line, but it's awful.
Yeah, and it's sad too because, like, and this might just be my American exceptionalist ideology or whatever the fuck, but like, people are freaking out so much over artillery shells and blah blah blah. I don't think it's a manufacturing issue. I think that if the political will was there in the United States to have like artillery shells created and shipped to Ukraine, I think we'd be making like 10 million of these a day. I think that the whole issue right now is just one of political will. The ability to do things, I don't think is a question, but the political schisms right now are so deep that we just can't fucking do anything.
I've read his fear because Biden is also somewhat tepid, like holding back on sending certain weapon systems. I mean, he's better than what Trump would probably be, but from what I've read, there is fear, especially in Western European countries and in Washington, of what will come if Russia actually is defeated. Because you have to keep in mind, the main opposition to Putin in Russia right now are worse than Putin. They're like the really nutcase Russian nationalist fascists, really, outright. And what happens if they come to power? What happens if Russia actually collapses? Like, political leaders in the West seem to be genuinely scared about the prospect of what happens the day after. What happens to Russia? And of course, there are people like me who think, okay, that's none of our business. We shouldn't care. Damn them. But there are people who see that as a legit concern, that if Ukraine fully wins this war, the prospects in the future might actually be worse.
Sure, but I think we have to assume some level of rationality among, like, at least state actors for countries as big as Russia. Maybe not for terror groups, but like, if, like, say Russia invades Ukraine and the next day, or not the next day, the next week, the next month, there's this like unified Western response of like an outpouring of support for Ukraine that doesn't cause this deep schism politically in all these countries. I think that sends a strong message. And I think there is a lot of weighing that will go on for future leaders, even if they are worse than Putin, to think like, well, what would happen if we do this particular thing, right? Like,
I think that has been accomplished. I think that has been accomplished.
You think so?
I think the Russians are suffering tremendously from what is happening. Like, the sanctions are taking a long time to bite.
Sure.
There are things that have to be sort of slowly undermined, but the Russians will suffer from this.
I think they'll suffer, but I think this sounds shitty, but like, I'm pretty sure that Luhansk and Donetsk, those are going to become the next Georgian, South Ossetia and I don't remember that.
Abkhazia.
Abkhazia. Yeah, that's what those two places are going to become. And then Crimea is going to be the next Transnistria for Moldova. It's just going to be cut off territories. Ukraine's probably going to lose these. I'm probably not getting them back. Like,
maybe.
So, Yeah. Well, I mean, unless things change dramatically over the next few months. That's what
It's
it feels
very
like.
difficult to say because war is exactly that thing where things can change dramatically overnight.
Well,
Where
I
you
think
just-
like when
yeah.
you're in the maneuvering stages, maybe, but like in the positional stages, like, is this a war that's going to significantly change? Unless like the F-16s coming online, like dramatically change. I don't know if this is a war where where the territory is going to start to change significantly.
Well, what's happening right now in the front lines, what has been going on for a year now, is that the Ukrainians are dug in trenches. They have very modern weapon systems, but the Russians are willing to just throw away hundreds of lives. When the Hamas attack on Israel happened, Russia took advantage of that to launch some of its first offensives since 2022, and the numbers were incredible. By some estimates, the Russians, throughout the months of October and November, lost up to 3,000 men a day.
Sure.
Just threw them away in human wave after human wave after human wave. The footage is really gruesome because the Ukrainians film all of it in drones, just getting mowed down with machine guns. And this has now been going on for almost a year now. The main thing that, it's really gruesome. It's like when you see it for the first, it's not just like you expect a certain degree of inhumanity in war, that people dehumanize an enemy, but the Russians seem to have no regard for the value of their own lives in this regard, for the lives of Russians at the rate that they are.
Maybe. I think it's a double-edged sword, though. Like, maybe in terms of how they do their combat operations, they cannot have that regard. But in terms of like actual dead people, I think in Russia, I think they're actually far more sensitive to that than Ukraine is. Like, I think Ukraine is willing to go really far, at least from what I've seen of support recently, at least like they're still like willing to go really far down this hole of like, we're going to fucking fight. But for Russians, it's like, well, it's just a special military operation. We're not doing a full mobilization of our population. Like, it ever hit that point, I think that the support for the war in Russia would like flip immediately. I think that Putin has to walk a very fine line between like, well, it's just a special military operation. We're kind of like doing shit over there. And Russia's probably like, yeah, I guess it's kind of a war, but it's not a huge deal. But like if mobilization and shit started to happen, I think Putin's position would be untenable politically. I think.
We're currently at 150,000 killed Russians by some estimates.
400,000? 150,000?
Yes. 400,000 Russian casualties in total. That means also maimed and severely injured. And there's I think it was Hamish de Bretton Gordon who wrote that he believes that the Russians have to lose at least 500,000 soldiers killed, Russians killed, before society actually starts to move. That's the amount of people that the regime has to throw away. But yeah, the casualty numbers they're insane. Like the Russians have at this point lost more men killed as the Americans have in every war since the Second World War.
Sure.
So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, well. Okay. Wait, where are you from again? Do you ever say, or is that like top secret?
I live in Austria right now.
Okay. You know what your accent reminds me of? Do you remember that one weird dude with the white face, the animated thing?
Weird dude with the white face.
I want to say like Dr. Leckman or something, but that wasn't it. Lehman? Is it Dr. Lehman?
I haven't talked to him in years.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. My accent is getting stronger and stronger because I've been living here longer now. It's been a year since I've lived in the UK. I am,
Oh, wait, you're British?
I have multiple nationalities.
Oh, okay.
Don't know how much I can get into it. Like
That's
my family was, my family originally was from
good luck, boys.
Tilsit, which is in East Prussia, and they were driven out of Prussia during the Second World War, and they sort of married everywhere across Europe. And so I ended up with several passports.
Damn.
With a very multinational family. Yeah. Well then, I'm gonna drop out. I'm going to recommend you a video that I made last year, if you have the time. It's about Ukraine, and if you don't mind, I'd like to put you into contact with my Finnish friend, Pekka, which is, if I'm going to be honest with you, the main reason why I got into contact with you.
Okay. Yeah, drag us in a room and they can add me or whatever, or tell them to add me, yeah.
Okay, I will. Then, thank you. I'll DM you the video, and I'll put you into a group with Pekka.
Yeah, have fun.
Bye-bye.
Fucking loser. Got him. Hold on, I fucked this flight up and I'm trying to cancel it and I don't see how I can cancel it. Also, hold on, I'm sorry. This is fucking retarded and I know this isn't an issue, okay? There's no way this could be an issue. But there is 0% chance that I would ever get like restrained or detained or like arrested in like a fucking in like a UAE airport or whatever, right? That would never happen, right? There's no shot. Where did that Jamal Khashoggi guy get chainsawed up at? Wasn't that Saudi Arabia? For Vyvanse? No, just for talking shit on any of these countries. Because now I'm looking at my, oh, that was the Saudi embassy in Turkey. I'm just looking at my connecting flight, and I'm like, there's no way, right? There's no way. The UAE is gamer friendly. I guess if the Tates and shit travel through there, I should be fine, right? Fuck it. Are you going to be recording a lot of the meetings for YouTube? Yeah, the goal is to record everything. Fuck, I've got like 2 different contacts that are working on getting me a conversation with Olmert, who was the Israeli prime minister from, I think, 2005 to 2008, because he had a deal with a boss. That would be so interesting to talk to him directly. The fuck is this? Will you be streaming in Israel? I might stream at night in a hotel, maybe. I feel like going like 13 days without streaming, or 14 days would be. Do you ever appreciate your audience? No. I hate my audience. I hate all of you. Oh, it was this. Never mind. Hold on, I have to do this. Probably streaming late tonight too, so shut the fuck up. Am I going to have security in Israel? Ha! Yeah, I'm smuggling Czechoslovakian fire. I'm just kidding. Hey, Steve, buy a Ram Rebel TRX Hellcat truck. It's very unique for you to drive around, and it's very roomy. No one expects you to hop out of a big truck. Okay. Johnny Somali and robbed, jumped, and beaten in Israel. Wait, what the fuck? Did we watch this already, or is this something different?
My name is Maya. I don't want to talk to your girl. I don't
Oh, this is today? Wait, this guy posted an hour ago.
want to talk to your girlfriend, nigga. Hey, my friend. Ain't nobody want to talk to your girlfriend. My friend. My friends? Bro, what is this? Why do you have this? You snitch. What is this? Bro, what is this thing? Bro, back up. Bro,
Are you meeting up with Loaderbox?
Relax.
I'm traveling, yes. Bonerbox
Back
will
up.
be there.
We're gonna have a problem or what? Why does he have this? We're gonna have a problem?
We'll be talking to Benny in Israel. So far, my confirmed meetings, I've got like a lot that I'm just waiting on dates on. So I think it's gonna be more. But right now, Shlomo Ben Ami and Benny Morris are both like confirmed 100% for days and times.
Or what? Back up from us. Back up from us. You gonna make problems today or what?
I wanna ask you
Bro, can we stop, bro?
Why you snitch on me?
We talked enough.
Why you snitch on
Because
me?
you guys cut my head.
I don't give a fuck
If you
about
guys
that
would've
shit.
did, bro, we're
Why
done
you
with it.
snitch
It's
on me?
over. It's over.
Why you snitch on
It's
me?
over. It's over.
I don't give a fuck if it's over or not. Why you snitch on me, nigga?
We're not starting this
Why you
right now. We're
snitch
not
on me?
starting this right now.
I wanna ask you
We're not
something.
starting this right now.
Please.
We're not starting this right now.
Why you snitch on me?
We're not starting this right now. We're not starting this right now.
What's the cope going to be to discredit you when you get back? I think in my Kiwi Farm start, I think they're saying I'm going just because I want to. I don't remember. It's dumb. So I don't know why. I stream so much. I don't know why people think I'm lying about shit. It's so easy to just see what I say about things. But
To my whole day, you snitch on me?
No, bro, chill out. Relax. Why you grabbing me?
Why you running for?
Relax.
Why you snitch on me?
Relax,
Why you snitch on me?
bro. I don't want no problem.
So why you snitch
I
on
don't
me?
want no problem. I didn't say nothing about you.
That's what man up me, nigga.
I don't want no problem, bro. Bro, help me, bro.
Johnny Body.
Relax, bring your problem, bro.
Johnny Body.
All right, brother. Bro, oh, yo, stop. Chill out. Yo, chill out, bro. Okay, let's just talk, bro. Let's just. Yo, what are you doing? Just talk. Just talk, bro.
are you planning on talking to leaders in the West Bank? Yeah, I've got that. I'm just waiting for confirmations on it. I'll probably know more in about a week for who's confirmed finally.
Oh, bro, what the fuck? Bro, what the?
I'm not filming anything.
You should fly to Israel and do a whole Wikipedia stream just to troll the fuck out of people. It is funny, I will say. It's funny that for as much as people say Wikipedia is not a reliable source, especially as I've been going through and like cleaning up like my my sourcing on like all of my timeline stuff, bro, there is a lot of fighting. You can tell when you read a particular article, has this one been like recently gone through by a pro-Palestinian person or not? There is a lot of fighting in the comment section. Not in the comment section, but like in the editing and the talk pages on a lot of Israel-Palestine articles. Holy shit. Those Palestinians are wild. They go hard. They literally edited the Wikipedia for Gusano to make it not a slur. Wait, really? Pejorative. Isn't that the same thing as a slur? What's the difference between pejorative and slur? Do you remember they changed it so it wasn't racial? I feel like we looked at this in the past. I don't remember. Beyond being a huge fan, was the Arab Party's Hebrew campaign manager. My PhD focused on increasing Jew support of a Palestinian state. The only true solution. I work with both Arab and Jewish politicians. Google me. I'm the left for such space to become a Google you. Your name on YouTube is Nimrod. Is that like a real name or? That's a loner box troll. Oh. Slur is inflammatory and opinionated. The use of the term slur should be considered very carefully. It should certainly be removed from this article. It's a pejorative, but the majority of pejorative language is not considered a slur. The use of the word worm has specific etymological implications within anti-capitalist economic philosophy, namely that traditionally capitalist roles in society, such as that of a landlord, are parasitic like some worms. Are worms in general parasites? Oh no, I'm thinking of like worms on the ground. I guess like tapeworms and stuff are. I don't know any famous and influential books that have aged as poorly as Fukuyama's The End of History. Okay. Piker's chat is arguing that the K slur is political and not racial. Based. The article should expand to include references to the Marxist political philosophy from which the term stems and refrain from making moral judgments on the use of the term. I'm unsure what you want us to do. The article very clearly includes a specific instance of the word that causes popularity as well as its growing use as a political weapon. The fact that Marxists do not like landlords has little to do with the article. I mean, there's nothing in the text that proves it's a slur. It's a pejorative term, but the title of the article makes a claim that the body doesn't support. If a word specifically used against a people, a specific ethnic group in a pejorative way, it's a slur. It's not used against a specific ethnic group. It's used against a certain political persuasion within a certain country. I maybe could be warned, but this is not true. A certain political persuasion? Well, I mean, maybe if everybody that's not socialist, does that count as a political persuasion? Well, no, that's not true. No, this is dead wrong because you wouldn't call like if Lauren Southern was in the United States, you wouldn't call her a gusano. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't call Steven Crowder a Gusano. You wouldn't call Ted Cruz. Oh, actually, wait. Ted might be Cuban. Yeah, but I have to consider the ethnic and national history for a person to know if Gusano makes sense. It absolutely is. There's an ethnic or national or ethno-national component to it. It is used mostly against ethnic Hispanic, especially Cubano, so it's a slur, bro. Huh, I wonder if they got rid of it. How do you know what the end result is of a talk page? I thought about editing. I don't think I want to ever get involved in this, but I thought about, as I was going through, because now I'm pulling from, like, if I'm reading on a conflict, there's like 6 or 7 different books that I can like read their chapters on for a particular section to get like an understanding of what different people say about it. And there have been articles on Wikipedia where I'm like, this is not really true. Or I'll even go and like, because I have a lot of the books now that we'll cite on the Wikipedia, and the underlying stuff doesn't really support the sentence. But I don't think I want to get into, look at the edit page. I don't think I really want to get into the like wiki wars. That just seems like a whole other autistic thing. Edit. How can I see like edit history? View history. Oh. Shit, fuck me. Oh, I see. Hold on. What did this guy sound like? Representation doesn't matter. You just like it how it is this now with mass. You're just familiar with it. You don't have to know it all, but like you know we talked about like all the.
Kind of were involved. Either made. Oh shit! Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So they sound like they're brothers from like a weird anime country that doesn't exist. That they're like symbolizing as Europe. Like you ever watch an anime and there's like the white foreign people and they're like European, but they're not like from an actual country. That's what their accents sound like.
Ow! Fuck! Hey, don't touch me, man. Hey. Oh fuck!
Okay, I thought this. So this, he's like fighting with people. Okay, all right. Wait, what? This is so fucking weird. I hate dude. I hate leftists. I really do hate them. If you made a comment like this in my community, by the way, I would ban you. Stardust, 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. My latest video essay, premiere here. Apparently it has to do with Frogan. Frogan's quote tweet, Destiny's cummies dried up for her, LeMayo. What the fuck? They think I'm like the source of like all. What would they blame on? Or who would they blame if I were to leave the internet and they still got hate? Who would they blame it on? Where would it come from? Okay. The Gusano page is literally a Hasan fan. His profile page shows only 3 edits, and the first one is for Hasan. Is that true? It's so funny that these fucking losers will talk about Wikipedia being fucking not a good source, and it's their own fucking fans that are fighting over it. I don't know how to read any of this. I should learn at some point. Okay, so this is an IP address of a user of a contributor. We don't... Just because it's an IP address doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same person, but I guess it's all linked by topic. So we've got Ben Shapiro, Gusano, and Hasan Piker. with their first edit being Hasan Piker, baby settler controversy. Source? Of labeling infant victims of 710 attacks as baby settlers. Should this be added to list of controversy? Oh, wait, but this is like a negative Hasan post by this guy, wouldn't it be? Am I reading this right? He's trying to add it? Let's see. There was the Hasan Piker, Ben Shapiro, and then Gusano. For Ben Shapiro, I don't know how to read this. I don't know. What am I? History? Diff? What am I clicking to see what they're suggesting? Nope, not this. Oh, it's probably this part. Okay. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, you need to click diff. Oh, rapper. He is also a rapper now, which is an addition to an impressive career. What? It's used mostly against ethnic Hispanics, especially Cubans, so it's a slur, bro. Oh, no, wait. You picked the wrong person. So this guy who argues that it's a slur is also posting something negative about Hasan Piker and a jokingly funny thing about Ben Shapiro. Dumbass chatter. This is why I don't click links, or every time I click a link in the middle of a debate, it's like a fucking crap shot because I bring it up and then I read it and you guys are, my God. Okay, sorry, hold on. I have to cancel this fucking ticket. Wait. Ticket number. Ticket. Hold on. Jesus. No. Oh, ticket number. I'm edging you guys so hard with this WillyMac video. Little do you know, I have no intention of watching it ever. I'm just using it to bait my viewership numbers.
But you hate how stubborn I am and how I won't let certain things go. It would be very odd for you to also simultaneously say you agree with that other person who is also incredibly fucking stubborn. Except he agrees on basically nothing that I believe and presents himself.
Is this drip available to buy? Yeah, this is the next, I think this is in the merch drop tomorrow or on the 20th. It is lit as fuck. It's the Ripperino Cappuccino Pappuccino Hoppuccino. The Ripperino, that one. It is. I am the drip god with my green sweats, my leprechaun outfit, and my Ripperino Cappuccino shirt. I know you're jelly, and you wish you could be this drip the fuck out. You wish you had a pot of gold like me. But you'll never get my pot of gold, motherfucker. Okay. I'm a political psychologist at the Hebrew University, Google News, Nimrod, Nur, Hebrew University, or Nimrod, Nur, BBC, NYT, Newsweek. I'll set you up with anything you'll need here. I mean, if you want, you can email me. If you've got connections to, I'm looking for anybody high up in media, anybody high up in politics. I think more than just Knesset members at this point. Obviously, any ex-prime ministers, ex-ministers of defense would be awesome. Chiefs of staff would be awesome. Opposition leaders or whatever would be cool. And then like big media people for J-Post, Tablet, Haaretz, Ynet, any of those. And I think there are some local ones that, yeah. I thought Okay, Nimrod is a real name. Is Nimrod also like an insult? Am I crazy? Didn't you call me like, you fucking Nimrod? Or is that like, was that anti-Semitic or? You are baiting this on purpose, right? Yeah, sorry, let me finish this.
As a contrarian to almost every single thing I do believe. So you can just personally say that you agree with him and not me instead of how stubborn I am. Question for Hasan. Before October 7, were there people who left after the Ukraine war began, correct? Yes. Every single instance where like people have left, and that happens for normal reasons. Obviously, people cycle in and out. But in every single instance, it's usually a major disagreement between my position and like the
Fascism?
American State Department's position.
Oh, there we go.
The moment that I talk about American foreign policy being like incredibly devastating to the rest of the world, a lot of people go, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. Why is that? The U.S. propaganda about foreign policy is just stronger. Foreign policy in this country has bipartisan consensus because it is an existential threat. America has to justify taking the violent actions that it takes in an effort to, America has to cultivate this notion of an existential threat in an effort to try and justify the violent actions that it partakes.
When does America say existential threat in foreign policy except for like Iraq, like 23 years ago? But okay, whatever. All right. We've made it. The Soviet Union? Well, yeah, I mean, well, are we going back to Cold War? I hate it when people cite American foreign policy in like the 70s and 60s and 80s. Like Cold War was it was a different time, okay? We were different. Are you making the trip into a documentary with a third-party person to record, edit it, and stuff? I don't know what I want it to be yet. I know I'm just getting a bunch of footage. I've got a guy, a professional videographer, who's coming with me, though. Hopefully he doesn't suck ass. Wait. Oh, God. If I get there and he's bad. Go to temple services next Saturday at the closest synagogue. It's also a great karaoke. Nimrod was the biblical Donald Trump, arrogant property developing king of Babylon. He posted a YouTube video, so I could probably show it, right? I feel like he looks like he can record shit pretty well, right?
Venture with me through jungles and savannas.
My family owns Ynet and Yediot. I can hook you up with any of the liberal politicians, Arabs, and media. What's your mail? Contact at destiny.gg.
Discover the wild heart of what's known as the Pearl of Africa, Uganda.
I think this looks good, right? I think this guy used to be a tier 4 sub, didn't he? Yobel Prize?
A comprehensive.
The only thing I'm trying to figure out right now is I wonder how I'm going to balance like me and Lonerbox, because you probably can't do like a 2v1 interview. That seems probably really aggressive. But then I wonder how we're going to, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? We'll see. All right, we're watching this. Is he editing too? I don't know. I don't care about the editing right now. I just want to capture like the footage. I think it's going to be really interesting to talk to a bunch of people there. And then quiz them on Wikipedia stuff. Split up and search for clues.
Most prominent left-leaning streamer online. His debate resume includes Hasan Piker is the most prominent left-leaning streamer online. His debate resume includes Asmongold, a 16-year-old Israeli kid, and me, where his only defense for his continually poor reporting is saying it's all out of context.
The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's a developing story.
Like, how do you know I say this stuff?
Especially if it's a developing story. If I misspeak, apparently you can use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway,
I didn't name one example that I did that.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos, so
yeah. So don't make shit up.
He's very critical of other people's debating skills. His grand advice to Destiny when debating Ben Shapiro was to call Ben a fascist.
Oh my God, dude, this is why you need to be a little bit more educated. Okay, he's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. What do you say in that situation? You turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these like insane regressions on culture.
What?
And on civil society.
The moral regression Ben was advocating for was a two-parent household, just like those evil Germans.
Dude, I would destroy Ben on Israel-Palestine. I'm serious. He is so bad.
When given the chance to destroy someone that's about as intellectually honest as himself, Hasan loses it on international television.
You asked about 30,000 people.
I've got two panelists here who've not had a word yet.
Because you're a
Looking at the comments, I went through some of the comments for this on Hasan's fan base on Twitter and shit. Hasan's fan base, at least from what I could see, I don't know if he's got a way to get more critical comments. His fan base thought he did really well in this debate, which blew my fucking mind. Oh my God.
I don't condemn the idea.
I've got two panelists here who've not had a word yet.
Because you're a terrorist.
Please stop talking.
Forcing the debate to end early.
Cut off their food. Cut off their water.
Okay.
Yeah, the slight
you know what? I'm
initial-
going to cut off. I'm going to cut off this debate.
7 to 9% of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
He famously did a fluff piece for the Houthi terrorists, giving their pirating operation the stamp of approval from him and his entire audience.
That's so fire. Oh my God. Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hasan will get
This so I can't believe, bro. I have to fucking drink. I am an alcoholic. Every night when I log off stream, I have to start fucking drinking the vodka. I'm sitting there next to my bed with the gun on my countertop, like just, and the music is dramatic and the angles are fucking from the floor and it's the moonlight comes in and I'm just like, how the fuck am I living in this clown world right now? Where the largest political streamer on the PG platform is cheering on the Houthi. Like, you want to talk about fascist regression? Like the people that murder people for being fucking gay, who are launching missiles into merchant ships in the fucking middle of the ocean. Like, these are the guys that are being cheered for by this political commentator. Kill me!
so much backlash for this, he would rewrite history only a month later, acting like he never knew this kid was a pirate.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors. Random Yemeni teenager.
He literally talks about being a Houthi on his social media.
Random Yemeni teenager. Why would he? And he lies. Again, this is another thing I don't like. At least own your shit. Own your shit. Like, I've said dumb shit and I regret it. I was like, I should have said this or this wasn't okay, blah, blah, blah. But don't rewrite so fucking hard. What is this? Oh, he's just a random teenager. Really? Why were you interviewing him? That is a random teenager? Random? No relationship with anything whatsoever? Then why are you talking to him?
Sailors. Random Yemeni teenager.
He literally talks about being a Houthi on his social media, saying you should only be afraid if you're a Jew. And when it comes to engaging with different points of view or criticism, Hasan is as dishonest as ever.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb. These people are brain broken. You don't know what the you're talking about.
This is gonna be a classic. That's the thing. There's a lot of dishonest folks on the internet that you have to protect yourself from, like data brokers who steal your information and sell it to spammers and scammers online. Your full name, home address, health records, family members, it's all out there. That's why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura automatically submits opt-out requests to these sites, which would otherwise be impossible to do. As you can see, I've had over 15 data brokers selling my phone number and address online, leading these annoying robocalls, ringing my phone 5 times a day, and leaving me open to being doxxed. This not only limits the amount of spam I get, but it also protects me from hackers who could use this information to access my social media or bank accounts. Just this year, AT&T had a massive data breach of over 73 million former and current customers, exposing their personal information to the dark web. This is why you have to protect yourself online. It also comes with an antivirus, a VPN,
Skip? We don't skip ads from content that we steal, okay? Have some goddamn standards. Here's a link to the YouTube video.
Password management system and more without having to download all these other apps. It's all in one place. You may have 1 or 2 of these tools already, but not having Aura is like locking the front door but leaving the back wide open, and it comes at a much cheaper price. Go to aura.com/WillyMac to start your 14-day free trial to see if your information is getting leaked. It almost certainly is. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video.
I've been working a long time now.
Hold on, wait, what the fuck does this even mean? Maybe this is their strategy. Add in a main character for a game that's really controversial, and that way it'll distract you from the fact that you're trying to get people to spend $130 for their fucking game. Asmongold called out Assassin's Creed Shadows for their pricing. Oh. It's like the leftist meme. Can somebody break this one down for me? No one complains about cultural appropriation when it's white people. Okay, I don't think I've seen all these movies or shows, but like, I'm guessing this is probably a black guy in Shogun, huh? I'm guessing. For the samurai movie, The Last Samurai, that was the whole point, right? Like, the movie is about a white guy that gets captured. It's not like they just have a white samurai, right? That's the point of the fucking movie. No, it's AC. Oh, is this Armored Core? Oh, Assassin's Creed. Oh, this is the Assassin's Creed. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck these two are. I don't know. Fuck. Video games look like real life. It's from the new Assassin's Creed game. The Black Samurai existed. I've read somewhere over that, because it happened a lot with the Shogun shit, where people got mad about the... And apparently there were some samurai that... I don't know where the fuck they came from. I don't know. And I also don't really give a fuck.
Now, I've been working for free.
You see Hasan streaming other people's videos all the time. It's hard work.
Actually, fuck. I'll defend the racists for this one time, okay? And I think if you care about this a lot, you probably are racist. But I'll give you the non-racist defense. Actually, for Assassin's Creed, don't they actually try really, really hard to be... To be like accurate historically? I've never played a single one of these fucking games, but I feel like I watched. Oh, people are saying no. Oh, okay, maybe it doesn't matter at all then. Never mind. I'm assuming that because I feel like I watched a video, or maybe I read a fucking Reddit post where apparently in Assassin's Creed they tried. They modeled the inside of the. What was that big church that burned down in fucking France? What am I thinking of? My God. The Notre Dame. Apparently they like modeled the inside of this like so much that the when they had to go and rebuild it or rebuild parts of it after the fire, they were able to use some of the footage that the robots had captured for the Assassin's Creed shit. Is that true, or is this just like a Reddit meme that wasn't true at all? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Did I make this up? Everybody's retarded. The environments are incredibly accurate. The story is not. They're very accurate with architecture, but history and characters not so much. Okay.
Talked about this a little early, but it is fascinating.
Wait, they are coping. Assassin's Creed is some of the most historically accurate set pieces. Okay, so the setting and everything is really accurate, but then they like add or invent or be flexible or creative with the stories, I guess.
A video game, Assassin's Creed 3D, that maps of Notre Dame in enormous detail of the cathedral. This was 2 years in the making, and apparently is so impressive that those who administer and are in charge of the cathedral itself keep copies of it on hand because they find it to be a reference point. The Game World News Entertainment host, Tian Wang, says it's obviously going to be very helpful in trying to retrace what might have been there and what isn't there or they can't account for. The detail on this game, by almost all accounts, Dan, is remarkable. Do you know much about it?
Yeah, it's really fascinating.
What is this thing? This is awesome. This looks like something I would wear. What is this thing? Is he an Assassin's Creed?
You know, Assassin's Creed Unity was a game that was based during the French Revolution, and all of the games in the Assassin's Creed series are known for creating things.
It is historically accurate. Is that Yusuke? Y-A-S-U-K-E was a real samurai. It's interesting to see people call it woke, seeing that it began being developed 10 years ago. Okay. This is just a cardigan. Oh.
With a lot of historical accuracy. So the senior artist for this game, Carolyn Muse...
It's pronounced Yasuke? Okay.
Like you said, she took about 2 years to create Notre Dame.
Please collab with this guy to dress you. Dye workwear. Did I read so many threads by this guy? I'm obsessed with his... He gives like a really interesting breakdown of... Although I feel like, as a person that knows nothing about fashion whatsoever, I feel like this guy leans really hard into like cultural messaging when it comes to clothing. I don't know how much that matters for the average person or how important it is, but his threads of... where he does like the animals. I don't know why. It's a lot of interesting content. I think he used is it the Hugo Boss Bear? And then he does sometimes like Kermit the Frog. Yeah, it's just very, very interesting threads talking about fashion. where he goes through and he talks about like why different things work, why things don't work. This thread was okay. I didn't like it. Well, I mean, it was fine. The Kermit the Frog one was really interesting, I thought. But here, follow him if you want. Oh, Piers Morgan. That was the one, I think. This guy puts way more work into thinking about fucking fashion or clothes than I could have ever imagined. But wait, I'm just like clicking shit without even looking at it. Sorry. Doesn't it feel like he's making shit up half the time? I thought that the other day because I was going back and I was like, wait, could this guy literally say anything and I would believe it? Because I'm not sure. Oh, it was this one. Someone from Piers Morgan's staff asked if I would like to come onto Piers' show, Piers Morgan Uncensored, to talk about the state of his attire. Since he invited feedback, I thought I'd do a thread comparing his style to menswear icon Kermit the Frog. Start with the basics. The core of any outfit is fit and silhouette. Piers' suit jackets often have lapels that buckle away from his chest and a collar that floats from his neck. This suggests his jackets may be too small. No such issues for Kermit the Frog. His clothes hang beautifully and smoothly while still giving a distinctive, flattering silhouette. Piers knows that he looks best in a tailored jacket, so he wears them to social functions. However, he relies too much on formal tailoring, such as dark worsted suits in sober colors. This puts him in a somewhat awkward position of trying to find ways to dress them down. He knows that people at the event may not be wearing suits, but he also doesn't know what else to wear, so he ditches the tie or wears a suit jacket with jeans to look casual. A dark worsted suit without a tie is like the night sky without stars. Kermit the Frog understands this, so he always makes sure he has something, sheen, color, or pattern, between his jacket's front edges. This adds a bit of visual interest to what's a very sober ensemble. Kermit also knows that if he doesn't want to wear a tie, he should opt for a more casual top. He often reaches for a charcoal turtleneck. Since turtlenecks aren't meant to be worn with ties, he doesn't look like he's missing something. Since Piers seemingly only has dark worsted suits in colors such as black, navy, or gray, he often looks like he's just come out of a business meeting, even when he's at social functions. No such issue for Kermit the Frog. He has a wider variety of options, such as tweeds, checked sports coats, and casual suits made from materials like linen and available in colors like cream. This allows him to look put together without seeming corporate. For a more casual look, Piers often wears these plain, smooth merino sweaters in solid colors. These sweaters can sometimes be fine under a tailored jacket, but on their own, they lack something. No such issue for Kermit the Frog. He knows that if you're going to wear a sweater on its own, then it needs something like a pattern or texture to make it interesting. Good options include spongy Shetlands, chunky Arons, Fair Isles, and ribbed shaker knits. The biggest issue with Piers' casual wear is that it has no direction. It's sort of a mismatch of generic clothes, polos and button-up shirts with pre-washed blue jeans, or flat front beige chinos, sometimes layered with plain merino sweater. When he layers, the outfits lack cultural meaning or coherency. He talks about this a lot. He's very big on like clothing culture. E.g., a top coat with polo and sweatpants. When he tries to look a bit cooler, he thinks only in terms of single items, e.g., the black dress shirts popular with divorced men hitting the club. Kermit doesn't think of outfits in parts or as a pseudoscience, e.g., black goes with blue, but as cultural language. He thinks of the total outfit and what it conveys. The rebel look with a biker jacket and jeans, or the time he wore white suits with gold chains in the 70s. Is that a correct use of e.g.? E.g. means for example. I.e. means such as, I think, right? Maybe? I don't know. Is it true that 1 out of every 100 shirt of the one you're wearing have the N-word printed somewhere on the shirt? No, common misconception, though. It's 1 out of 100 has the N-word printed on the front. All of them have the N-word printed somewhere. Most of them are on the inside. Here we see him taking chances with a beautifully patterned serap or serape and a safari-worn jacket with a neckerchief and beret. Or I might mean in other words, maybe. Men often struggle with this because their identity may be rooted in just being a normal dude, so they see any outfit that deviates from some middle-class uniform as cosplay. But do you think a frog actually herds cattle? By thinking of clothes as cultural language, Kermit is able to put together cooler outfits. Here, he's channeling 1980s Miami Vice energy with a lightweight jacket, pink mock neck, striped pants, white horsebit loafers, and giant sunglasses. Compare these two outfits. Pierre's black polo with checked knee-length shorts and bad sneakers says nothing, but Kermit's cargo shorts with an Aloha shirt, fishing bag, and straw hat says, I'm a mid-century sportsman on vacation. To develop your visual vocabulary, you have to pay attention to culture. Think about how clothes were worn in the past by various cultural groups. Here we see all of the references for Kermit's outfit above. You can see how the same language is channeled in I'm Leon Dor's spring/summer lookbook. The outfit on the right is a little better because the man is wearing a jacket. Outfits often need a finishing layer, but perhaps Kermit was hot that day. We see the same issue here. Piers is wearing a slim, shapeless top coat with a stretched-out V-neck, a white dress shirt, a scarf, bad jeans, and suede loafers. Confusing, no cultural message, aesthetically unappealing. Like, if I were to look at somebody like this, I would have no idea. I still am not sure. Is there actually anything wrong with this? I have no fucking idea. Do you think things like an eye for aesthetic can be learned? Absolutely. You just have to practice it. You have to, like, apply it and practice it and use it. And eventually you develop, like, you'll develop it. Again, the same issue here. Piers is wearing generic clothes, no cultural message, lack of a finishing layer, visually uninteresting. Kermit improves on this by aligning the materials, chambray with denim, and using an open shirt as a lightweight layer. Has a workwear vibe. Finally, Kermit knows that dinner suits, aka tuxedos, should be worn with black bow ties made from the same material as the jacket's facings, not long black ties, which should be reserved for business meetings, court appearances, and funerals. Piers looks best on his TV show, where he employs a visual language he knows. Dark suit, light shirt, dark tie. He just needs to learn a few more languages for when he's off the show, and perhaps pay attention to Kermit the Frog. That's cute. I like that it ends with like a compliment as well. And then and it's a compliment that also brings together like his whole point. Like, Piers looks best here, but it's because he understands the cultural language of what he's trying to convey. So he has the capability of doing it. He just needs to expand that to a few more things. I thought it was a cute thread. A lot of this guy's commentary on fashion stuff is really interesting, but way past anything I'm unaware of. Okay.
For free. You see Hasan streaming other people's videos all the time. It's hard work. He's really exhausted by it. He claimed that streaming was more soul-sucking and draining on his social battery than a normal job.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
I sympathize that every line of work is going to have its days where it's hard, but comparing streaming in any way to a real job is so out of touch, especially coming from the guy who leaves to eat midstream while other people's videos play. Hasan would obviously get a lot of heat for that, so he'd quote tweet me saying, "It's wild how this completely out of context clip made its way to Twitter so fast. I was talking about how streaming eats away at my social battery compared to my sales job, but people already understand the context, they just disagree. His own chat disagrees. Comparing it to retail work is just so funny. He's trying to get his chat to ratio me on stream while they're telling him he has a bad take."
Pass. It was a bad take. Let's just move on. Because imagine a soul-crushing job and then you still don't have...
If you want to know like the easiest thing that I ban for, I'm telling you this, you can go and harass other streamers and not me, okay? Because anytime somebody just types, like, it can be just like over nothing, you know? Like, I think that I don't know. I think I was happy with my run in Factorio, you know? I think I built my factory pretty well. If you just type in, like, that factory wasn't that great, you need to take the L. That just triggers the fuck out of me. Every time I see that sentence, that's the easiest way to get perm ban for me. If you want like a hold this L, chief, just triggers the fuck out of me. So if you want to trigger other streamers, it's probably just literally that.
Money to take care of your family. Yeah, I famously say work is not soul crushing. I don't understand. This is why people stop watching. No, man, it's not because of hater content that people stop watching. Your chat is not even on your side. What the
the real reason why people stop watching is because like this pops, dude. It bangs. It bangs on Twitter. It's like, and new people that would normally filter in here are immediately fucking negatively polarized against me. That's
I hate how much Vosh does this too. I hate how much these guys make complaints that accurately maps onto everything they fucking do. It drives me insane. Like, wow, a community poisoned against you? Tell me about it, Chief. Meanwhile, this retarded fuck, probably 2 minutes after this, he's like, I just hate that people don't engage honestly with my content. They just get a clip of me and then they've got a bad impression. So anyway, guys, here's this TikTok channel that's dedicated to making like rapid fire Destiny clip compilations of 5-second segments of things that he said. Some of them even like misleadingly edited. We're going to watch this for 5 minutes, guys. Okay. Like, Jesus Christ.
It's it.
When people would ask Hasan what he thought of the criticism, he would say that he's too much of an adult to be bothered by it.
What do you see the what we take? I did not. I did not look at any of these takes. You want to know why? Because I'm a motherfucking adult who lives.
This was, of all the looks that Hasan has ever had, this was easily the worst fucking look. I don't know what the fuck was the idea, what the culture messaging was here. I got triggered just seeing how horrible, because he normally looks pretty good. This is a horrible fit, outfit, style, whatever the fuck this was. Oh my God.
Too much of an adult to be bothered by it.
What do you see the
like he looks like, yeah, he looks like he's on chemotherapy. I don't know, somehow it like destroyed. Why would you spend so much money and lose so much white matter in your brain to finasteride just to hide it under the worst fucking beret ever? And what is this fucking lip fillered shit going on? Like, this is just not socialist Tim Pool. Not good.
What we take? I did not look at any of these takes. You want to know why?
Oh, people are saying it was a troll day for an outfit. How do you guys know that? RTBA, you did the thing. You did the thing. Everybody here that has an explanation for why he looked that way this day, ban him. Round him up. Round him up. You're getting shipped off to Auschwitz. Auschwitz.gg. Get him out of here. Into the trains.
Because I'm a motherfucking adult who lives in the real world. And it doesn't matter.
But as the stream progressed, it became increasingly obvious that it definitely did bother him. Muda would point out that even with the extra context, he still disagrees. And as Sam would say, Muda is just posturing.
It's honestly posturing specifically to be like, I, as an online content creator, am very close to you guys. I'm just like you.
Look at it. Yes, everybody's saying they're fake tats on his neck. I don't know if that's a thing that people do. Aren't they called henna tats? Don't some people do that? Like unironically? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. I don't give a fuck. I have colored sweatpants, okay? And merch shirts.
I hate when...
And I'm still fucking all your moms.
When streamers say stuff like this, I'm very different. And it's like, bro, you know, you understand the context of it. It doesn't... you understand the context of what I said. You see that it's like clipped out of context. And then you double down on the clipping out of context and you say, well, even in context is still stupid.
He then pulls up Muda's tweets on Palestine to discredit him and show that he's a bad person.
That's crazy that the fucking fence is holding him. That's crazy. He's sitting hard on that thing, dude. He's like, this genocide stuff is very complex.
But Hasan would hit a boiling point when Ludwig would upload a video disagreeing with him.
There ain't no fucking way MAGA Male made a huge streaming controversy video. There's no fucking way.
Willie sold himself short here, or maybe he'll address it. Ludwig didn't make a video disagreeing with Hasan. That is not true. He just made a video that had nothing to do with Hasan, that had a 3-second quip about Hasan. I think, right? Unless we're referring to a different thing here.
Complex.
But Hasan would hit a boiling point when Ludwig would upload a video disagreeing with him.
There ain't no fucking way MAGA Male made a...
Or wait, or did the rest of the video go into it as well? Or maybe, I don't even know if I watched this full video, actually.
Huge streaming controversy video. There's no...
Oh, Ludwig might have covered the whole thing. Oh, never mind. Maybe because Hasan like shut it off? I don't remember. Bro, this, unironically, I don't give a fuck about this stuff. But...
way.
Okay. The rest of the video went into it. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, well, good job. This is why WillyMac is the video essayist, and I'm just a retarded streamer that steals his content, okay?
Like the plague, 8...
Oh, no, wait. Now people are saying it went into the Korean Twitch thing. Oh, well, fuck you guys. Okay, wait. Round up the next fucking batch of people. Who all just said that this went into all that controversy? Fuck you. It was the Korea shit. Fuck you guys.
Nick Merckx, LGBT controversies, only to turn around and make a MAGA Male? What is the thumbnail? Let me see this. Streaming is the hardest job on earth.
He's so mad. So Ludwig shows all the context and he still disagrees, making a lighthearted joke about Hasan. And Hasan feels devastated.
But I wanted to talk.
Am I crazy? Or when he says Hasan, does it almost sound like, because of the way he pronounces things, his son? He's so mad about how his son, can you hear it? Listen.
He's so mad. So Ludwig shows all the context and he still disagrees, making a lighthearted joke about Hasan. And
About his son. A little bit, right?
Hasan feels devastated.
But I wanted to talk about this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh God, it just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do.
He got so ass pained over such an innocuous fucking comment. Oh my God.
It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too.
When Hasan says something is out of context, it's never missing context. It just means they disagree with him.
Yep. It's almost a little bit like the, it's like this thing, the aesthetic thing. I can't find it. Would this count as like an aesthetic thing? You say like, oh, somebody's missing context, but no, they're not missing context. You just disagree with them. Like, just say that, right? Oh, he just said with context. No, we have the context. You're the one that strips context out of things. People have the context. They just disagree with you, motherfucker.
Hasan would go full mask off when an audience member pointed this out.
Yeah. It's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't matter that he showed the context. It's just a way to just literally farm off the drama.
Well, then don't say it's out of context. Hasan doesn't have any way to really defend himself, so he molds and then just goes back to saying everything's out of context.
I got used like a cum rag for a Rocket Mortgage ad, dude. Come on. Dude, come on, bro. Don't farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's lame as fuck, actually.
Like, for him to be such a baby bitch over this, when he stood by and basically thumbs up his community going in on Ethan and Hila so fucking hard. And the funny thing is, if you're looking for like some kind of like political reality, like real world activism, how cool would it have been for Ethan, who has a lot of Israeli background, for Hila, who is in the IDF or whatever, right? Because Ethan actually lived in Israel for 5 years, right? Like, that could have been a good moment of like, look, like we disagree, you know, you've got, you know, your Jewish shit, your Israeli shit, your wife and everything, but like we can still like come together on this issue, or we can still like be in alignment on this issue. But Hasan couldn't even manage that.
Like, I thought he was at least gonna, for a good cause at least. Yeah, dude, he's a great cause. He threw me to the flames, posted a
threw me to the flames.
Twitter, a fake tweet.
Did you go over the H3H3 post that has almost 1K upvotes shitting on you? No. That subreddit all thinks I'm a genocidal lunatic though, so. Is it in this subreddit or is it in a different subreddit? Oh, Jesus. Can we please disavow this idiot whenever Destiny is on screen? Even if he dunks on Sneeko or whatever, please. Destiny is an absolutely terrible person. Okay, we'll look at that later.
He said that, you know, we are so privileged actually, which he's right, we are. He just said it was out of context. Farmed me regardless, moved on to be like, look how nice I am, and sold a fucking Rocket Mortgage ad in the process.
Hasan would end his stream and his fans would try to pressure Ludwig into taking down the video.
You should call Hasan and apologize. Why is Hasan mad? What did I do?
Oh no. Fucking fan.
What did I do? Because I'm a mogul male?
Hey, call Hasan, he's crying unironically.
He was crying.
I mean, shit, that's the deal. I'll just fucking pull him out of the thumbnail, and then I feel like it doesn't really matter much, right? I feel like outside the thumbnail, you can't really make that argument much.
But this wouldn't be enough for him, so Ludwig would take down the video and re-record the whole thing, siding with Hasan the whole time.
People don't really give a shit about the context. People don't really give a shit about the conversation. They just care about getting Twitter likes.
God, he's such a spineless fuck. Oh my God. If my streamer, I don't know, I don't watch streams, but if I did, if I had a streamer and I watched a streamer and I saw him cuck out this fucking hard to the Hasanabi aristocracy or whatever, God, I would be like, bro, no, not my streamer. Ludwig, it was just a joke. It was just a joke, Ludwig. It's okay.
Which is all this really is, which is why people like Keemstar are tweeting out like this, just, you know, just for a dunk sesh. Because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved. They just care about a little Twitter, like a little impression.
And he's got to go like full defense. He's got to run full defense. And don't ever let it be said, okay, that Ludwig deleted this video because of views or whatever. Ludwig claimed after he deleted the first video and re-recorded, he was like, oh, it just wasn't doing great viewership-wise. Bullshit. Bullshit. You could... When he was recording that video, if you actually watch when he does this video as he's speaking into the camera, you can see the way that his like eye twitches a little bit every time Hasan's second knuckle bumps into his prostate. You can actually see it as he's recording the video. For him to pretend that he took this down because it wasn't doing well, and then he just happens to re-upload it in a way that is slobbering on Hasan's knob in the sloppiest, most fucking NC-17 X video Pornhub 4K resolution 60 FPS VR enabled pornographic way possible, fucking hilarious.
They just care about a little Twitter, like a little impression.
Ludwig got a single DM that said no balls and then showed a tweet about bringing assassinations back. For some reason...
And to top it all off, just for the reach around finish, and by reach around, I mean Ludwig would have to give himself a reach around because Hasan seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't even have the goddamn courtesy to give a reach around. He'd make the guy who's fucking do it himself. He has to throw in a fake accusation that my DGG community is harassing people because of an account, a random account that DM'd him on Twitter after all of this shit had already went up.
A single DM that said no balls and then showed a tweet about bringing assassinations back. For some reason, acting like this was a serious threat.
And this is the one that sent me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a...
This is the one that sent me... This is the one. This is the one that sent me. This was... When it was... Not this. Not this. Oh, God, no. This was the one where I was like, holy... The battle lines have been drawn. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Not this. Not this.
Guy that's just said no balls because I removed the video. Again, what the fucking plan to re-upload the video? But he messaged me.
Also, you didn't re-upload the video. You re-uploaded a different video.
He says no balls. Now, you know, by itself, you don't think much of it. But then I clicked on his Twitter account and I see that he said this: wish assassinations were a real thing. And this isn't a quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who. I'm not trying to get demonetized here. But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say.
Why is it crazy? His name is Mr. Penis Head. It's got a single like, and Ludwig's virtue signaling about how un-American this guy is.
Can now be a guy who's wishing for assassinations, because why? The guy you don't like online is millionaire? Said something you don't like? It's the most un-American thing I ever heard in my fucking life. What's more beautiful about being an American than seeing someone you don't fucking like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like?
Curiously, that's not Hasan's position, because when he was questioned about this by Ethan, he said we would put them in re-education camps. But good perspective, Ludwig.
Blows my mind.
Why are we taking Mr. Penis Head's joke tweets so seriously? Hasan's literally tweeted a picture of the same 3D printed gun that was used to assassinate the former Japanese prime minister. And he did this to a United States senator. But Mr. Penis Head, way too far. Ludwig's a coward for taking this video down. It's so funny to me that Hasan has this expectation that his friends need to defend him at every turn for every dumb thing he says. Vosh's community makes fun of Hasan for his poor coverage of Ukraine. And Hasan wants it down.
This is not a leftist community at all, for the record. I don't know. I really thought so. I reached out to Vosh earlier today. I was like, listen, dude, I see something going on that I don't like. I'm letting you know it's a never-ending death spiral. It will turn out bad if you just like allow this kind of shit to foster. And he was like, he was literally like, yeah, no, off. Like, these were legitimate criticisms. I was like, bro, they were literally clipping shit from my Twitter where I was criticizing Russia to make it seem like I was pro-Russia. How is that in any way, shape, or form legitimate criticism?
He's lying again, saying it's out of context when it's not. I have a whole video documenting it. XQC ranks Hasan a little lower on a tier list, and Hasan cries about it.
Like, whenever your chat was like...
This, bro, the tier list drama? Oh my God, who cares? Oh my God. Who fucking cares? You remember on the... Oh, never mind. Jesus, it's like so... Oh my God, bro. How are you so fragile? How are you so fragile? It has to be a background thing, I think, right? Because Hasan's been winning his whole life. Born into absurd wealth, good genetics, opportunities to travel the world, job opportunities, like ability to fail college and go back and do it again. Like, so I guess like any bit of adversity for him is like brain breaking. I guess like
calling me out or whatever when mentioning Moon and NMP LOL, Asmongold, and all these other content.
Destiny, he probably got bullied when he was a fatty in high school. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. I don't believe he was ever fat in high school. If somebody has a better picture of him than that, like in the suit on the horse, I don't believe he was ever fat in high school. I think that's some virtue signal bullshit where he's trying to collect some fucking pity points or whatever, some stolen valor. I don't believe he's ever fat. Maybe he was though. If you got a better video, a better picture of it, maybe. But I've only seen like one picture of him in a suit on a fucking horse. But maybe he was. But
creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. And I thought that for the past year, you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up, especially as someone who thought we were friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
But when Ethan was begging Hasan to moderate his chat from calling him pro-genocide every 30 seconds, Hasan's like, it's odd.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Oh God, are we about to start? Are we about to start a fucking war? I'm sorry, guys, but if you're like 6'2" or whatever, Hasan is a tall guy. He's definitely chubbing, but I don't think that this is the type of fat that would get you like aggressively bullied. Bullshit. You throw a shirt on this guy, huge fucking dude, nice face, nice face. No, bullshit. No shot is he getting bullied for this with all of his clothes on. I don't believe that. No shot. That's like frat boy fat? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, this is like a dad bod. He was obese in high school. Okay, maybe he was. I haven't seen pictures of it, but...
Out of my hands. You did it to yourself.
By the way, I'm not even defending I'm not even like, I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, behind this fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your
I can't do anything. There's only so much.
Discord is literally full of
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way.
You know, at what point is Hasan responsible for the words that come out of his mouth? Zero self-awareness.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like, it's not. It's as a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
That's bull.
I love his the California Fry voice whenever he's... This is Hasan when he's on a podcast. So, when I'm doing my political commentary, I'm trying to think of the ways that I can educate my audience. This is like the cap heard around the world. Never has there been a bigger cap than this fucking... I paved it on my own. I seek out criticism. My God.
Awareness.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like, it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
That's bullshit.
No loot. So what you gonna do? If you're number one, shove it up your ass and make it number two.
Oh. Hasan didn't like Destiny's debate with Ben Shapiro. He called Destiny an idiot for not picking apart Ben's points. Hasan's advice that he tries to give Destiny is terrible. He's like, never let Ben explain anything.
The problem is you shouldn't actually ever ask him, like, how do you enforce that? Because then you're kind of conceding. You're giving him an opportunity to describe his like idiotic worldview, and Ben is a very skilled debater, and he will try to present his handmaiden tale as dystopia in like a relatively positive way.
But that's how good conversations work. One person talks and then the other person responds. If you don't go down their logical thought process, how will you ever understand their argument? It's no wonder all of Hasan's debates...
Why the fuck is WillyMac, a random fucking commentary YouTube person, explaining this to fucking Hasan, who should understand this better? What the fuck?
Don't go down their logical thought process, how will you ever understand their argument? It's no wonder all of Hasan's debates turn into screaming matches. Now, this debate was widely praised for being civil, respectable, and for allowing there to be a deeper conversation than just name calling. I don't want to show you too much because it's a little dry. It's a politically nuanced conversation.
Hasan is unfortunately the dumbest guy here this time. Please just Simply tell me why you think that is the case instead of just saying that and making yourself feel smart. Because that is what dumb guys do.
My guy, that's you. The master debater Hasan, would get a chance to show off his debate tactics on Piers Morgan, but unfortunately would run into someone as stubborn as himself. Emily is pro-Israeli Hasan. She's loud and overly dramatic, demonizing everyone.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence.
Yeah, these two were made for each other. I ship them. When going on a show to debate Israel-Palestine, the number one question you will be asked is, do you think October 7th was justified? And Hasan refuses to answer directly.
It does seem that you're very selective about the violence that you support. That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hasan Piker thinks.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers, obvious boundaries. I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7 specifically. When you target civilians in any capacity, I think that that is unacceptable. However, this does not mean that violence will not occur in many circumstances. Violence has occurred in every single revolutionary action, many good revolutionary actions.
Piers now asks the obvious question, which is, does Hamas attack count as one of those good revolutionary actions?
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an example of what you would call a justified revolution?
Like, you're laying out the whole foundation for this next question. How are you not ready for it? Was it bad when that woman stabbed that other lady at the restaurant? Well, you've got to understand that violence is a thing that has been utilized by many different people for many different purposes through all of human history. The United States started with violent action, and Hitler engaged in violence against himself when he killed himself. You know, would we say that that's a bad thing? Is violence always bad? And then it's like, okay, well, are you saying that the violence in the restaurant wasn't bad? And it's like, okay, come on. I already pivoted once, Piers.
Of what you would call a justified revolution.
I don't look at every single act of violence. I look at
You've
the
literally
players.
just been
I look
reciting
at
a whole
the
load of
systems
them.
of oppression.
Why
when
are
we
you
are
avoiding,
analyzing it.
why are
And
you
do it
avoiding
too, Piers.
October the 7th?
You do it too.
No, I don't.
I'm not avoiding it. I've talked about it a million times
Well,
over.
let me ask you one more time.
This is not what we're here to discuss.
Emily, hang on.
This is not what we're here to
Hassan,
discuss.
let me
She
just ask
said
you. Let me
very
just ask you
specifically,
directly
Israel's
one more
not an
time.
apartheid.
Just answer the question. He doesn't, so Piers asks again.
Have you seen the old clip of Hasan saying the Turkish/Ottoman slavery wasn't that bad versus the U.S. because they gave some slaves jobs in politics, LeMayo, just ignoring the whole castration and blood tax thing? Damn, I have not.
Ask you one more time.
Wait. About Hasan doing what he accuses others of. Anything he covers on stream about others is fair game because he's a political commentator covering cultural issues. Anything others cover about him online is bad faith, drama farming. He's an easy target.
Directly one more time.
Just answer the question. He doesn't, so Piers asks again.
Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
I do not, and I do think that. Oh wait, hold on. That's let me clarify. Let me clarify something very important here.
How do you not have an answer ready? He talks about how Israel's apartheid regime, continuing to dodge the question, so Piers continues to ask it.
I just want to bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hassan, I can't quite work out.
He's such a fucking coward. Bro, like, Jesus, it's such a pussy bitch fucking move. Oh my God. Oh my God. Who's like a weak socialist or communist? There should be like a meme, like, bro thinks he's like Che Guevara, but he's actually like fucking insert some fucking physically deficient, weak, disgusting fucking God. Fuck, he's such a fucking coward. Why not just own it? Why not just own it? Why not just say it?
Bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hassan, I can't quite work out whether you said you do think October the 7th was an unjustified act of revolution or whether you changed your mind. So can you clarify?
I think that violent means of maintaining an apartheid is
the buzzword bingo. It's funny how Hasan is a journalist when he has Houthi terrorists on stream, but he's a propagandist whenever there's any suggestion of accountability for his positions.
inevitably going to yield violent retaliation.
Just say yes. If your argument is that these people have been abused and oppressed for so long that this was the only option they had, then fine. That's not an illegal position. He's so worried about optics, he can't even communicate what he thinks.
This is so stupid. Willy's analysis shouldn't be this much better than Hasan's, but Willy's correct. This is the same shit I say. Yeah, like, just like, listen, own the position and say, like, yeah, right. Like, it might not have been justified, but it was provoked, right? And then you can even, why not, like, steal the Finkelstein dipshit talking points? Nobody here can probably counter them. Would you say the Nat Turner slave rebellion was unjustified? Like, just, they killed civilians there, didn't they? Just say that. Just own that position. And then no one's gonna fucking fight you on that. But, like, the fact that he's so optically obsessed, he can't even, like, logically commit to an actual fucking argument. Holy fuck. Oh, true. When we watched the lady, to the non-Israeli crazy one, the black lady here gives a way better summation of what Hasan is trying to say later on, I think.
I do not. And I do think that oh, wait, hold on. That's let me clarify.
I find it funny that when Piers does this to opposing guests, Hasan loves it. He calls it real journalism.
Here is a 5-minute fest where Piers Morgan actually genuinely becomes a journalist for a brief moment. Let's watch.
You literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
You have no idea how many civilians you've killed. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000. Whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians will look at.
Give me a ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed.
I saw a TikTok about this, and they were all saying you turned Piers Morgan into a believer. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it's a shocking display. And as a fair and balanced reporter of facts, I will hand it to Piers. This is an unimaginable W.
But when Piers does the same thing to Hasan because he won't answer, that's because he's biased. Piers repeated the question one more time, and it about breaks Hasan.
Hasan, just before I come to the two people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here, because it seems like you're dancing around whether you think October the 7th was justified or not.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this back and forth masturbation? I've already given you my position.
Why are you doing this?
I'm sick and tired of repeating it over and over again.
Okay,
because it's Jews, it's okay.
Emily, stop.
I love that they had female Hasan here for this, though. I think my favorite thing about this was just that they wheeled in female Hasan for male Hasan, just to watch them both go. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm sick and tired of repeating it over and over again.
Okay,
because it's Jews, it's okay.
Ask this
Emily,
demon next to me.
Demon.
Fucking IDF dog tag.
Only when it's Jews, it's okay.
Please
Ask
stop
this
shouting
fucking
at each
demon next
other.
to me wearing an IDF dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's actions are justifiable.
Bring them home.
Do you
it's
see
to
me
bring the
rocking
hostages
the fucking...
home. The hostages
all right,
that you
you're talking
rightly
over each
believe
other.
belong in
All
the
right, you know what it
tunnels of
is.
God.
This whole time, by the way, the other two panelists haven't even been introduced. Hasan then asked the inverse question to Emily, but she answers very clearly.
Stop doing this to each other, please.
Emily,
Nobody can understand a
can you
word
condemn the
either of
actions
you
of
saying.
Israel?
Now, let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems,
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily...
If you're a content creator, I guess, this is like advice to like 20 of you listening. If you're ever going on and doing these debates, if you want to be liked by the host and invited back, it's okay to fight and to give them a good show. That's fine, but don't interrupt the host. When the host is trying to cut you off or get a grip on the situation or the argument or whatever, if you're starting to cut off the host a ton, they're going to have a really bad impression of you. So fighting with other guests drives up views. It's epic. People like it. Fighting with the host when the host is trying to get a handle on things, not good. Just as for the content creators out there that...
Now, let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems.
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily condemns
No,
the actions
Hasan,
of Israel.
you
Why
will
don't you ask
please
her
let me
about that?
moderate the debate.
Why don't you ask her about
I don't condemn
30,000
the
people?
idea.
I've got two
I
panelists
condemn
here
the
who've not
fact
had a
that on
word
October
yet.
7th,
Because you're a
they
fucking
kidnapped
terrorist.
Please
civilians
stop
from their
talking.
homes. And I think you're a terrorist.
So yeah, this has been very productive. Finally, Esther answers that same October 7th question, and she does so precisely and clearly while bodying these two clowns.
This happened in a vacuum. Of course, October the 7th was an atrocity, and it was completely unjustified. There was no justification for butchering people in the way that they did. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of the people that live in Gaza weren't even born at the time.
It was so funny that she's Destiny. She has Destiny. She pulls a Destiny here, like I did on the Austin show, and or the Raj Ral back then, I guess. Yeah, and she just comes in and just crystal clearly lays out Hasan's position in such a coherent manner. without having to scream or be stupid or avoid like committing to any positions. Like
time that Hamas came in power. So I really just, I despise this, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a genocide supporter, all of this, when really the people that we should be talking about deserve better.
Okay, James, on the wider point of these protests.
Well, I couldn't get to that part because I wanted to...
And then he says the same shit, actually. Because I think like 4 or 5 years ago when it happened on our show, I was like, if you guys would just let me fucking finish, I would have said that. Or I said the same thing. It's the same shit. He's like replaying it. Oh my God.
Better.
Okay, James, on the wider point of these protests.
Well, I couldn't get to that part because I wanted to describe what the apartheid is, and
Okay.
Emily cut in immediately to chirp about some random shit.
Okay.
He's so salty.
Look, Hassan.
Can I?
But
hang on, Emily, please, I'll come to you. Let me just ask Hassan. When you and Emily go at each other.
Sorry, if you're not aware of what I'm referring to, Hasan was on, it was some crazy Twitch show a long time ago.
Could somebody hate somebody because of this?
And Hasan spends like fucking 10 minutes trying to explain, like, is it racist for a black person to call a white person a slur, or can a black person be racist to a white person? He's trying to explain this for like 5 or 10 minutes, okay? And then obviously I hop in, and one of my skills is like summarizing complex things pretty simply so people can understand it. It's just a thing that I'm decently good at, and Hasan is not that great at it, but.
Aggressive towards a minority class person, like by virtue of them being minority class, like by that virtue alone, they're already typically disadvantaged in American society. So when we say like, can somebody be racist against somebody under like, I guess like the common vernacular of like, could somebody hate somebody because of their skin color? Of course, anybody can do that. But when we start like analyzing society, we look at like meaningful demonstrations of racism. So for instance, like the criminal justice system or economic disadvantages, right? In these ways, minority people can't really exercise racism against majority people because they don't really have the status or the power in society in order to do so.
Yeah, it's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of making us wait.
So we didn't have to list a fucking Hasan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me feel
Like we have the cheat sheet right here.
Honestly, like
it's funny because like the only
it's
way
such a fucking retarded thing to say. Like I'm sorry, but like if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying, it's on you, okay? I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Hey, yeah, Wes.
You said the
Wes.
He literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking
You can
about?
say retard on Twitch. Zeta Poppin says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then.
No, wait, relax. Hey, come on now, Wes. Let's be nice.
Wait, what did I do?
Well, look.
I was just joking. I don't really. I don't know, make jokes without people taking it so seriously. Why I use prejudice or discrimination over racism is because, again, like Destiny mentioned, that I padded up with legislative background information.
Hasan, do you want my actual
answer? You can't have
fucking
power.
Even though I get you think I'm stupid, what I was trying to say is that because all
I just thought it was funny that like, well, I was about to say that. Question, since Hasan is too lazy to grow to be a proper grifter, why doesn't he just retire or accept the losses from switching to Zoomer gaming stuff? He doesn't seem to have any plans for his money aside from basic consumerism shit. What motivation is there to keep this up? He's made it financially already, so why self-harm like this? I think once you've got a certain amount of money, you're aiming for status in life. Unless you're trying to jump to like the next echelon. And for Hasan, the next echelon is probably... I don't know what there is above millionaire. Like, I doubt there's a big difference between having a net worth of 1 million or 10 million. There probably is between like 10 and 100 million. It probably goes like 100 million and then like billion. I don't know if there's a big difference in life between like 100 million and a billion though. I guess at a billion, you're getting into like yacht, private jet area. For 100 million, you're probably chartering private flights. Are you owning private jets? I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know. But I'm sure he's pushing for like influence stuff. He's not pushing for money, so.
Each other like you just did.
Do you think he wants to become a senator? No. Hasan has no desire to do anything like in terms of real politics. Like politics is a vehicle to him for clout, essentially.
To you, let me just ask Hasan. When you and Emily go at each other like
1 million and 10 million is bigger than 10 to 100 million in terms of status? Maybe, I don't know. It's hard too because it really depends on like cash flow as well, right? Like how much money are you making, not just like what is your wealth, you know? You can't get to 1 billion from streaming, can you? Mr. Beast probably will, but in general, no.
You just did. Nobody wins. I mean, no one can really understand a word you're saying because you're shouting over each other. You end up just calling each other terrorists. There's no sensible dialogue here. There's no constructive conversation. It's just two implacably opposed sides abusing each other. Do you understand that?
Yeah, listen.
Do you think Hasan will be jealous of you doing content in Israel when he's too lazy to do anything of substance? Absolutely not. No, I'm going to Israel because I think it'd be interesting because I've studied it a lot, and like talking to the people there would be really cool. I think it would be like a life enriching experience for me, and I can like actually study something and then tie it to things that I see in real life. That's fun for me. I'm not gaining any credibility outside of my immediate community for going to Israel. Like everybody that sees me going thinks I'm like getting paid by fucking the Hasbro division of fucking Shin Bet or whatever to go do this trip. I'm not gaining any outside credibility to it. I just think it would be a cool thing to do. It just seems like it would be a fun experience.
Using each other. Do you understand that?
Yeah, listen, Piers, okay? This is going to always be a very heated discussion, okay? Having a conversation about how heated this discussion is utterly unproductive.
How are you supposed to have a productive conversation on this topic, educating people, if everyone is so emotional they can't even let each other speak? He's so emotional he can't even see the obvious flaws in his logic. The point he tries to make is absurd.
You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you... No, it says bring them home.
You're using...
You are. Was Hasan like this when you were friends with him? Disagree. I don't know. It's probably different because we're on the same side, so I probably just didn't interpret it as negatively, right?
For the hostages that you... No, it says bring them home.
You're using the hostages as a simple political tool to make propaganda in the West is quite disgusting. The protests that are happening in Israel right now are massive. And those protests, you are using humans in captivity as a political tool. It's so obvious.
Yeah, but so is Hamas, right? That's why they took the hostages in the first place, to use them as political tools. James correctly points this out, and Hasan loses it.
Anyone is using hostages.
You tolerate crazy friends more when they're not attacking you. I think I don't tend to co-sign much that other people do at all. I think I'm pretty unique in that position. I'm not much of like I'm always going to defend my friends no matter what. If you're doing dumb shit, I'll let you can do dumb shit. You're not going to get me signing off on it. Even like when Melina would fight with Darius, I was like, listen, that's Melina's fight. I'm not defending Melina against shit Darius says. That's between those two. If I'm defending somebody publicly, it's because I think they're in the right, or I think they're being unfairly attacked or mischaracterized or maligned or whatever. It's not because they're my friend. I would never defend somebody just because we're friends. Fuck that. You have to be in the right for me to defend you. I mean, I can like offer some compassion or a shoulder to cry on or some bullshit like that, but I'm not gonna let you tread on my reputation so that I can defend some dumb shit you're saying because we have a relationship. That's dumb.
James correctly points this out, and Hasan loses it.
Anyone is using hostages. Surely it's Hamas, Hasan.
Oh, true.
How can you say that? How can you use that argument? That's a crazy thing to say. It's Hamas that have taken these people from their homes,
tens of thousands of people in Israel. There are currently tens of thousands of Israeli citizens right now in the streets of Israel, in the streets of Tel Aviv, outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house, protesting every single day. What are they protesting? They're protesting for Benjamin Netanyahu to facilitate a ceasefire with Hamas so that they can actually bring the hostages home. That is precisely the number one goal of the family members of the hostages.
Who
and
is
if
using
anyone
the
on
hostages?
this panel was being even a little bit honest, they would recognize the reality that, listen, just listen.
You didn't listen to my question.
James is right. He's dodging his question.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply here.
That's very patronizing.
Utilizing...
Does WillyMac's show what Hasan ended up clipping on this on Twitter? I don't know if it was Hasan's Twitter or somebody else's, and he just retweeted it. Wait. Fuck, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Changing Twitter to X is such an unbelievably stupid fucking thing. God, it's so stupid. God, it was so dumb. He should have never bought that stupid fucking domain. He's such a child. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I love you, Elon.
The hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fine type bullshit. Or you're talking about how you want to free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Bro, this guy lives in a $3 million home in California and drives a $250,000 Porsche. You're all equally unqualified.
I don't give a shit about what your perspective is.
I agree. Hasan doesn't like what you have to say, so you're wrong.
Based. Wait. My uncle manages a Porsche dealership in Miami. If you need that connection, he said, for people of certain social status, they don't require a minimum number of other car purchases before obtaining the GT3 or other higher-end models. Same goes for Ferrari, but he only works for Porsche. Sardine9. I don't know what car I want yet, but email me, okay?
It's Hasan's way or the highway.
I mean, you
Wow,
are. You
really
are. There is no
clever you
both sides
are.
on a genocide. Is there a
Really
both sides of a
clever.
genocide? There is no both sides.
Well, the thing is, it's interesting you should mention the
Really?
hostages.
What is
because-
in the Hamas charter? They want to
Piers ends the debate early because Emily and Hasan won't stop talking over each other. The dialogue is completely fruitless. He stares in the camera, looking like he wants to end it all.
Say we are fighting human animals and we have to cut off their electricity, cut off their food, cut off their water.
Was he trying to go for some tears at the end there? Am I hearing things? Do you think?
We have to cut off their electricity, cut off their food, cut off their water.
Okay.
Yeah, the slight.
You know what?
Israel,
I'm going to cut
Israel
off. I'm
provides
going to cut off this
7 to 9%
debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut
Buy the better model of Hassan's Porsche.
off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
He was going for the Jenk stare.
Hasan's debate strategy was much more entertaining than Destiny's debate with Ben, but I didn't learn a goddamn thing. Nobody watching this changed their opinion or learned anything new about the
Fuck you.
conflict. Hasan does nothing for this topic. Even he agrees that it was a complete waste of time.
I unironically realized like this is I can't have these conversations with people who are just like dick riding Israel into oblivion. It's just not going to be productive discourse. I was screaming, dude. He probably loves you if you made good TV. No, we didn't make good TV.
Like, how sad is it if your guy, your leading dude, can't have challenging conversations about a topic that he screams so much, that he's so informed on? That's just got to be some weird form of cognitive dissonance, right? Like everybody's calling your content creator a bitch because he's a pussy who avoids conversations about some of the most important political issues that he says he's so informed on. How do you reconcile that? Like, you're a Hasan fan. Like, why does Hasan dodge people on Piers Morgan? Because he dodged me. He's never talking to me about this shit because he's a fucking moron. Like, it's so crazy. But he'll only talk to people that are more clouded up than him. Like, people don't notice that that's weird. Like, oh, he won't talk to Destiny because Destiny's bad faith, but he really wants to talk to Ben Shapiro. Why? What? You think Ben Shapiro's better, more good faith than I am? Like, yeah, it's so cringe.
Because I nuked it. Probably came off unhinged.
I really do believe if he was just less emotional and engaged with arguments more directly, he would look a lot better. Instead, he frames it as everyone else is just doing this for career opportunities.
That's the problem. Every single one of these like pro-Israeli people are doing it for fucking career opportunities.
Like, the people that live in Israel and come from Israel are doing it for career opportunities, but you, a multi-millionaire living in Southern California, driving around a Porsche, talking about how important socialism is, you're not? Like, you're making probably more money off of this than every single pro-IDF person you've talked to combined. Every single one of them combined. You're making 5x their salaries in a month, and you're saying they're the ones doing it for money? How the fuck does that make any sense? Okay, chief.
It's mad at Brianna Wu for supporting how police handled protesters and compares her having the last name Wu to a white person saying the N-word.
How does she have the last name Wu?
I didn't think I should deal with people that go, why do you watch Destiny? I like how fair you try to be, and that's how I like to think. You're their only one like that. Just link them a slur compilation for me, okay? And if they are scared off, they didn't need to be a viewer anyway. Take a look at the Genesis G80 after this video, Destiny. Stop. Don't donate shit like that. Does your son ever watch your stuff? I imagine I would at that age. He's starting to a little bit. Yeah, he's getting like more politically interested. But what percentage of debate is talent, though? Wouldn't you say that you could outdebate 99.9% of people on the Earth being flat? I mean, maybe, but like, if somebody was like a physicist, maybe not. Probably not. Even if I'm much better at debate, like, there's rhetoric and then there's factual knowledge, and these two things are like pillars that have to be balanced on each other. Right? Like, you need both of them, and you have to practice both of them. If you know a lot in one, you can overcompensate for the other. But I think as a public communicator, it's your job to do both, right? Isn't that what Hasan is? Doesn't he do like public communications? Like, what else do these people do? What are you doing with your time, if not studying or researching or putting in some work to be politically effective at communicating your shit? I don't know.
She married an Asian dude, and I guess like transitive property makes her Asian. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, okay, so I guess Riley Reid can say the N-word then. Like, what do you mean? It don't work that way.
Her last name is Wu because that's her husband's last name.
Also, Riley Reid has rapped the N-word.
What is he talking about? Hasan was terrible in this debate. He managed to make a majority pro-Palestine panel hate him, and I don't blame them. Hasan is the best thing to happen to the IDF. He makes his side look so crazy. He mocks Destiny for reading Wikipedia.
Seems like he does more research than you. No, you just came in here to say that because you don't know anything about the way I've covered this conflict. I have talked to academics on this issue.
I hate when he says he's talked to people who are smart or journalists. You don't. You don't have critical conversations. You just have people come on, talk about a media story generally, or like a particular thing you already agree with, and then you kind of like nod along. You guys you stand like 6 feet back from each other. You edge for about 5 minutes, and you try to make it so that when both of you come, it's landing in your mouths at the same time. Like that's all you do. You're not engaged in any sort of like intellectual pursuit or any sort of like rigorous, critical, introspective, challenging conversation. You're just there to like jerk each other off. Like,
over and over again. I've used their works. I've interviewed them directly. I've interviewed journalists on the fucking ground that have like actually been in Gaza.
By that he means he reads tweets and only talks to people who agree with him. But when he's asked to read a single article from an opposing viewpoint, he's like, nope, don't want to pay for it.
Why don't you read the whole article? Well, one, because it's paywalled, and two, I don't want to listen to an article about how calling Israel an apartheid regime is wrong.
If you're so educated and know so much, go debate Destiny. Piers has been trying to set it up.
Or silly.
True.
They think like that's the position to take.
Who? The Piers Morgan people today reached out to me. They said, "Hi, would you be interested in debating Hasan Piker on either Tuesday or Thursday next week?" I said, yeah, sure, but there's no way he will agree. And they said, checking. Yeah, we'll see. He didn't, by the way.
Pretending this isn't happening, it's pathetic.
Just genocide all of them. Genocide the Middle East. Permanent third world genocide.
Another thing Hasan has been doing is he will literally break news. He will talk about things that nobody else has even reported on or talked about yet. There's no details released, but Hasan's got the inside scoop. He doesn't cite anything.
Has there ever been any controversy about the legitimacy of accuracy from Wikipedia? Not really, no. I mean, like, there will be, like, select things where, especially on culturally sensitive issues that are contemporary, like, people will have edit wars back and forth. But, like, generally, Wikipedia is, like, a decent starting point. There are some things that people disagree with, that it can get wrong. Some sections are probably stronger than others. I feel like I've heard from math and physics people that, like, the math and physics part of Wikipedia is really good. I think I heard that. I feel like I've heard people say that, but I don't know enough to dig in and say it was not. But like, yeah, it's like typically anytime somebody says like X media source is bad, it's usually just like not, it's just not like a very intelligent engagement with, like, everything offers some value, right? Like Russia Today, RT, like at least points you in the direction of like, what is Russia thinking? Or like, what is the goal of their propaganda or whatever? Like everybody's got something. I mean, like, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, right? RT in general, I think what you'd probably say is trash media. You probably shouldn't look at this, but to just completely discount something like a website like Wikipedia is kind of weird. You could be critical of somebody for having only Wikipedia as a source, but then the next level, if you're engaging at higher than a fifth grade, criticism of something, the next level will be like, okay, well, why is it bad? And none of them will be able to tell you why it's bad. They have no idea. And there are good answers to why something might be bad. But nobody has any, I don't think I'm ever going to say them publicly because fuck you. I'm not going to give anybody the answers there. But there are really good reasons. I'm going to give a couple. There are really good reasons for why Wikipedia might be a bad source for things at times, yeah.
A ceasefire negotiation process with a lot of back and forth.
Actually, I mean, like, hold on. Sorry, I'm really bad at explaining this. There's somebody else. This guy talks a lot about how you can use Wikipedia as a good source and go through sources. He explains it better than I can. Hold on.
I can't believe, when did Wikipedia become a scholarly source? I don't know. When you can literally click on the actual articles that link back to scholarly sources, or at least like news articles from the time, that's when it usually becomes a scholarly source, but who knows, dude? Anyway. Guys, I don't know if you knew this, but a lot of the stuff on Wikipedia, you actually have to link back to scholarly sources. So anyway, it must be that Wikipedia is bad and for socialism, even though it literally is. Wikipedia is one of the best open source platforms out there, and its existence proves that open source platforms do work. Also, yes, you should be violent against imperialist forces in this regard. Just going to put that out there. Also, everybody,
Donate to socialist Wikipedia, okay? If you want socialism to exist, you need to donate to socialist Wikipedia.
Crazy, huh? I guess Wikipedia is socialist.
For some time now, Israel is the party that has been ruining the ceasefire terms. I know that it takes two to tango, but for the most part, I would say that Hamas's conditions have been endlessly reasonable. Israel's reaction has been anything but.
How? Why? Quantify that, please. He won't.
Now, of course, if you...
Yeah. Wait, if you agree with Hasan, now who's being bad faith now? Wait, what? Sorry.
His conditions have been endlessly reasonable. Israel's reaction has been anything but.
How? Why? Quantify that, please. He won't.
Now, of course, if you look at the American news coverage, the Western media's coverage on the issue, you would you would basically come up with an entirely different opinion. Perhaps the exact opposite of what is the truth.
Okay, how?
So basically, what I'm trying to say is...
That was a response to the Hasan chatters. Oh, okay.
What I'm trying to say is...
Edmund, thanks for the $50. I thought you were against watching shit from people years ago, or do you make an exception for Hasan because he does it to you? No, I don't. I'm not necessarily against watching stuff from people years ago because people's positions can change. So I wouldn't hold somebody to account, but I don't think Hasan's position has changed. My goal in showing, well, I guess, I don't know what Willy's goal is, but in showing what he used to think in the past, the interesting thing is seeing that, like, oh, not only did you think Wikipedia was a good source, you actually had proper justification for it. Now he thinks Wikipedia is bad, but has he ever listed reasons why he thinks Wikipedia is bad? Has he ever said that ever? Yeah, I don't know if he's ever said that ever. So it's just interesting that he had a good rational understanding of why it was decent, or it was a good starting point in the past. Like so much so that he was telling his users to donate to it, and now it's become bad. But why? If he provided the reason why I have to rely sometimes on past clips for these people is because they don't actually explain any of their thoughts or justification, right? Like I'm a fucking loser. Like I've written out like all my shit here. Like if you want to criticize me or attack something, like it's literally fucking in writing. Like you can go and dig through any of my timelines or whatever and be like, oh, you're wrong about this, or oh, you're wrong about this. Notice how that when I like published even my really simple even my simple outline for just this debate, like this, it's not even as long as all the rest of my shit. I published this online and not a single pro-Palestinian person wanted to fight over any of it. Everybody just said I was a loser who read Wikipedia. I don't know if I even source Wikipedia in any of this. I probably do somewhere. But like a lot of it are like quotes from judges, quote from the UN, quote from Amnesty International, quote from other NGOs, yeah. So whatever. What are you going to do? That's what you're going to do. That's me eating your mom. Oh, yes. Hasan losing it on stream right now? Bro, I'm watching past Hasan lose it. I can't.
The media is presenting what is actually happening, looking at what is actually happening, and just presenting the exact opposite. Okay? The exact opposite.
Show me. Give me an article. The video he has on screen does not confirm any of it.
In this round of conversations, basically they claimed that like the Hamas acceptance was coming from an Egyptian envoy, and Egypt is also Hamas. Well, they didn't say that, but they said that the Egyptian terms were like infinitely softer than what the Israel would be down for or something. And this is after Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th. And there is no change in its elements. An official matter with the talks tells Reuters.
He's saying Hamas accepted Israel's ceasefire conditions with no changes and that Israel is backing out because they want to kill more people. This is insane news if true. Hasan's only source for this is a tweet.
Yeah. It's also crazy too is people don't understand for news. I would use the same standard that I would for effect size.
Fucking say like, oh, this person's a Gusano, that person's a Gusano. I think it's cringe.
Oh, wait, what?
That was my position.
Oh, racial slurs are just cringe now. Oh, hold on. Oh, he's justifying racial slurs again.
I've had. However, if you are to ask me about the etymology or why certain terms are not harmful and others are, I will of course explain it to you. Except I don't know why we're still having this argument. I don't want to believe that you legitimately, personally think that the N-word, when said by a white person, is not harmful in almost every single context.
Oh, he backed it off to almost every single context. Does that mean we're moving away from the maximalist absolute position here?
I'm noticing a pattern with the Divorcelli fans. For some reason, they always pretend to be clueless bypassers speaking out. Yeah, I don't know why.
Hasan isn't going to say Wikipedia is bad. He's going to say Wikipedia isn't bad, but the issue is Divorcelli thinks it makes him informed enough to like debate an academic historian who has spent his entire life like reading archives about this shit. Well, if you were to say that, he'd be wrong because Finkelstein can't read archives because he doesn't speak Hebrew or Arabic. But the that's not even a good. That's not a good. I'll give you one good criticism, strong criticism against Wikipedia. One of your biggest issues with Wikipedia is that when you are reading Wikipedia, you've been stripped of authorship of a particular claim. That's one of the big issues in reading Wikipedia that you'll run into when trying to study for something. Like, for instance, in Wikipedia, I could read, what the fuck is this? I don't care. Just fucking. Wait, why? I didn't need to open Notepad. In Wikipedia, you might read something saying, XYZ army marched to the gates of country B. When XYZ leader shouted at the gates, soldiers from country B shot arrows at him. His head exploded. Okay? You might read something like this, and without realizing it, statement 1 here might be heavily sourced from a historian who has spent 25 years digging through archives studying this one particular battle. And sentence 2 might come from a generalist historian book that is overviewing like 300 years of history in the country of B, right? One of the difficulties of Wikipedia is that when you're reading it, all of it is presented as a Wikipedia, but you don't mentally have the appropriate weighting of the statements because you don't really know who each particular statement is being attributed to. And you don't know the strength of the claims because you don't know the authorship behind every single sentence you're reading. That's a huge issue relating to Wikipedia. So I say this because if you come back to this particular thing, if you want to say Destiny's bad for reading Wikipedia and Finkelstein is smart enough to counter this, or whatever historian is smart enough to counter this, then you counter that particular thing. You go, oh, well, you read this. Well, that statement that you're reading, are you familiar with the fact that it only comes from these types of historians that don't know much, and that if you actually, like they haven't dug through the archives, or they're generalists or whatever bullshit, or they're historians that come from the United States, are you aware that these other historians that disagree with them actually are way more credentialed? And like that would be a way to counter me if you thought I just read Wikipedia, right? But nobody's engaged in like a level of critique we're not even close to substantive critique of reading Wikipedia. We haven't got, because these people aren't even smart enough to read Wikipedia, right? He hasn't even graduated to the school of Wikipedia yet. This is a grade schooler telling a high schooler that college is like a waste of time. Like you don't even know what you're talking about, like at this point, yeah. So, but that would be like one example of a good criticism you can make of Wikipedia and how that might be countered in a conversation against somebody.
So that you can more adequately defend this position, but it's still not working. You tried, and it's great, but it's still not working. So now you're saying, well, the debate format is actually bad. This debate format is actually bad. Well, you chose it, my friend. You chose it. I didn't choose it. You chose to voluntarily come in here and start some shit.
Okay.
Okay, I stand for...
Apparently, Hasan also calls me Octoberelli. I don't know what that means. Octoberelli? Like, that I supported October 7th, or that I don't even know. I have no idea. October 7th. Yeah, but what does it mean? That I support October 7th, or that I only learned about Israel on October 7th, or... Okay. Adam Friedland, you mean the guy who said the end? Oh, this is so funny that like Hasan has such a huge problem with slurs, but when Adam Friedland is on his fucking show, he'll like reach over and tug at his fucking cock every second he has the opportunity.
Gotta be. You think what's the wildest shit you think he'll say? You think he'll say Bill Clinton is a rapist?
He's gonna say nigger.
Like, has Hasan ever called him out for that? It's dumb.
Like, bro, you gotta have more than this. He then immediately mocks and laughs at any report saying that Hamas may have changed the deal.
And the only thing that I've seen from Israel is that although it is their proposal, they no longer actually feel comfortable with it, and are saying that maybe it's Egypt has softened that deal too much.
The details haven't been released yet. How is he mocking that? What if it's true? Only 2 days later,
Sorry, yeah, fuck. Okay, last time, because talking about it is so stupid. Destiny, I don't think they inherently say wiki is bad, but they want to make a narrative that that's all the research you do. Again, you have to counter why it's bad, though, right? If that's the case, then counter something I'm saying. Oh, well, because you only read Wikipedia, now you don't know this. Or because, like, Wikipedia is literally like an online encyclopedia. If you knew everything in Wikipedia, you'd probably be smarter than 99.999% of all people ever. You would only not be as smart as people that are really, really well read into a particular topic. But, like, fight it then, right? There are things that I've seen on Wikipedia that I don't trust, that I don't think are the best things, like such that I've almost been tempted to, like, edit some articles, but, like, I'm not out here saying the whole thing is bad. And like, you need to have like a foundation of knowledge to even make those criticisms, but these people don't. Like, he reads tweets all day. Like, that's all he does. He just reads tweets, reads tweets and watches TikTok videos.
Are saying that maybe it's Egypt has softened that deal too much.
The details haven't been released yet. How is he mocking that? What if it's true? Only 2 days later, a U.S. official would report U.S. officials have pushed back on Hamas' claim that it agreed to a ceasefire deal, instead characterizing the response as a counter-proposal with changes. That counter-proposal will need further negotiation. So when this information would come out, would Hasan correct the story? Nope. He'd just continue his narrative. Israel reneged the terms.
That is why you saw celebration when the Palestinians heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire.
What are you talking about? My take as a scientist and peer reviewer, Wiki is okay as a starting point. Biggest problems I tend to see are selective detail and citations, not supporting the assertion, well above what I usually see in a paper sub. I do agree with that. Annotations not supporting the overlying or the underlying material. There's a word I'm looking for there. But when the annotations don't support the material, that's a huge problem. Is it underlying? Would you say underlying there? But that's an issue that pops up in books as well. That was the big criticism of Irving and why he is like disgraced as a historian now. It's a huge criticism I have of Finkelstein. But yeah, I feel like there should be people that are responsible for that. Do your annotations actually support your statements? I feel like they don't. Well, in the limited stuff I've read here, it feels like it don't. To be fair, I'm going through some of the most controversial historians. Maybe the most of the time they do, I guess. Yeah.
Conditions, which were put together by an American and Egyptian and Qatari envoys as well, which Israel decided to renege on the terms. And then turn around and say, actually, no, we didn't agree to this at all. We don't believe this at all. We are still going to continue with our Rafah invasion. Israel then also claimed that it was really fucked up of Hamas to act like they were accepting a ceasefire and getting the Palestinian hopes up.
And as usual, this guy doesn't cite anything. He just keeps the storyline going.
Yeah, why not like cite some pages that you think have issues? Like, you know what's funny is my fan base has probably been more critical on Wikipedia and like correcting issues in Wikipedia than anybody else's. What was that? Remember that one? I think there were two different ones that I remember. This was a really good criticism of the, I think this guy might have even spoken to me on stream, where they talk about the settlement expansion, and then he broke down why this citation on Wikipedia was not a good citation of the underlying material, or why it was misleading at best, if not outright dishonest at worst, saying that settlement construction had decreased because they were starting at a particular date. Yeah, I think we made a couple other too. Like, these are good criticisms of like a page on Wikipedia. But also, holy shit, where can I find the things you wrote? I think if you just go to note, destiny.gg/notes. Oh, good job, Cake. You can see all my bullshit here. Knock yourself out. Fuck, my brain just wiped. What was I saying? We were talking about this is a good criticism of Wikipedia. Oh, no, fuck, wait. Oh, God. Fuck, what did I just read? I think if you just go to note. Shut up. What were you saying? A couple other two. Like, these are good criticisms of like a page on Wikipedia. But also, holy shit. Where can I find the things? Oh, true. Also, holy shit. The worst thing that you can take away from Wikipedia criticisms, and this is why I always say, like, for the for the Julian Assange stuff, for the WikiLeaks stuff, transparency on just one side is sometimes worse than no transparency because it leads you into a false sense of security or lulls you into a false sense of security, thinking the other side is way better than they actually are just because you've got transparency on one side. That's a very damaging thing. Be careful of it. When people make these criticisms about Wikipedia, there are times where I look at you and I'm like, hold on. People will say shit like, don't read Wikipedia, that's biased. Who's not biased? What do you mean when you say that? Like, don't read Wikipedia, it can be edited by a ton of people or blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, do you know who's editing or who's contributing to whatever particular book you're recommending? Like, do you have any idea? Like, just because Wikipedia has problems, and it does, like, nothing is perfect, that doesn't mean that, like, just because it's in a book, it's perfect and flawless and there's no possibility that you're getting, like, biased information or stuff that's not correct. So be careful of that, too. Yeah, the idea that Wikipedia is, like, bad for all these reasons and books don't share the same issues is really stupid. Yeah. And like even in terms of Wikipedia, there were articles on Encyclopedia Britannica that I was reading relating to the Israel-Palestine stuff where I thought the Wikipedia articles were way better than the Encyclopedia Britannica stuff, to the point where some of the Britannica stuff I thought was a little misleading. But why is Hitler in the background?
Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, the first black president. Ever seen a black patriot? Yeah, we exist.
That's the Hasan way.
It was funny to see like a brief
Hasan is molding at desk right now.
Brief moment from the media where they were like, Hamas accepted the conditions of the ceasefire, and then Israel reneged on the offer, only to very quickly turn back and be like, actually, no, Israel told us that it was Hamas that like fucked up the offer and added additional conditions, and that's why it's Hamas's fault. It's like, is there a moment that like Israel will be at fault for any of this, or is it always just Hamas?
The media only ever reported that that's what Hamas said, which is not the same thing. Even the most staunch advocates have to admit it's a little bit ridiculous that Hasan will see a single tweet, come up with a narrative in his head, and then when the news releases more information, he goes, nope, they're wrong, my scenario's actually right. He's like this because his foreign policy is America bad all the time.
Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at...
Oh, he transmorged back to Middle Eastern. He should have a filter for his camera that like adjusts the white balance based on what race he's cosplaying as for his stream arguments.
Person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
What an unbelievably... First of all, to imagine that the majority of the conflict around the world even has U.S. involvement is funny, but like, what an unbelievably stupid fucking take.
Not what an...
You're going to miss him molding again?
I hope that, I can try to convince them personally, because I don't really care about them liking me or not liking me.
What?
I mean, of course, I do care about people liking me. I am human after all. But the thing I care about more than whether they like me or don't like me is the right-wing rabbit hole that a lot of people find themselves in. Okay? And for every one person like this, there are a shit ton of other people who might harbor the same kinds of resentment. Okay? His spinelessness when it came to that Hasan stuff not too long ago made me jump to the same conclusion. He's not from this community, though. He's his own person. So how often does the debate convince the other debater? I mean, it happened yesterday, but I don't think that's my main issue here. My main issue is not necessarily convincing the immediate person I'm talking to, but instead maybe some others who are also joining in that might harbor similar resentments, but then they can be convinced. If they're in the margins, they could potentially be convinced they could be convinced away from going further and further into right-wing idiocy.
You know what I mean? LeMaffeo dug up my one tweet I've made recently. Yeah, I mean, you lied. That's the point. The point is that you lied. I don't know why you can't comprehend that. I don't think you're a hypocrite as a point. Dude allegedly used to watch you all the time, but can't give a specific example to something you did to lose him. You just have to guess at what he's referring to. I know. That's it. D-fans always pretend that like they're not D-fans because it's that embarrassing. No, I don't think they're embarrassed. I think they do a shit ton of way more embarrassing things all the time at the behest of Divorcelli. I think the real reason why they don't want to admit it in that conversation is because they want to make it seem like they're just a outsider who isn't guided by like unimaginable amounts of fucking animosity for no particular reason. Yeah.
I thought we were
Jay
racist.
Miles said he was a fan too. They say that because they know you'll hear them out if they do. And some of those people are fans. They do spend time in here. And then they usually, the way I've tracked this is usually there will be like one thing that they have a disagreement with on me. And because of how fucking passionate and even sometimes, dare I say, arrogant I get,
he started a new thing where he pulls one chatter who disagrees, especially DGGers, and debates them and looks into their entire history and Reddit posts, etc. Based?
Actually own me. Because they can't just be like, well, I disagree with them on this issue. Let's move on. They have an unhealthy relationship with the content that I'm making from the jump. So then they seek out another even more unhealthy relationship by looking for someone who will speak for themselves. Okay? In their minds, I become everything that is wrong with the world. And that community has a steady flow of content that will constantly feed them more information. You're seeing this right now. You're seeing all of the NPC talking points. That all stems from, and I addressed every single one of them.
Do you really think that constantly watching Hamas Pikers stuff and commenting on it is a valuable use of your time? Yes, unfortunately. The issue, because like I've talked to August, my little autism group about this. The issue is that like when people say things like this came to a head for the Ludwig stuff. This is part of what I thought about on my days off. Usually I just kind of like meme about it and move on. But the issue is that then if I have a blow up moment where I just get fucking irritated and I end up lashing out at somebody, a whole bunch of people, my fan base even included sometimes, will look at me like, why are you so unhinged or why are you so crazy about this particular person? And it's because I let these types of attacks and these things like slide like way too much. So I think I have to be a little bit more proactive in responding to stuff like this so that people can clip it, so that people can see it. It just, because otherwise, basically my reputation is being destroyed in these circles that I have no contact with because people like Hasan will just lie about me, right? It is disappointing though, because it's like, Thiologist, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. It's disappointing because like when I watch Hasan, I can't like take notes and it's like, oh, we need to research this and we need to do that. I have to like work on my like theory of mind stuff because like, okay, well, if somebody's gonna blatantly lie about everything, like what do we do to counter this? Or how do I deal with a person who's like, poisoning the well in this way or that way, or is like making these, because none of it is like fact-based, right? Like you're never gonna watch a Hasan reaction to me and Hasan's like, Destiny's so fucking stupid. He didn't even know that the Mufti in, 1937, didn't even fucking flee to Beirut until fucking 39. Like it's like never like a factual like criticism of anything. It's just like Divorcelli today was pro genocide, apartheid, and it's like, okay, so yeah, it's annoying and kind of boring, but I mean, what are you gonna do when these people like become less popular? I don't have to worry about it as much, but
logically or morally defend.
Okay.
Analysis is, bro. That's called bias. Hasan isn't just...
I agree with this, but wouldn't you guys be pinging back and forth infinitely until one of you go nuclear? Do you expect him to just take the L and back off after enough replies? Yes. The difference is that I am a literal cockroach. I have been doing streaming for 14, 15 years. I can do this forever. And I have infinite tenacity, and I don't give a fuck about my fans. If they don't like me or they get bored or something, whatever, I don't give a fuck. I will continue to go through, and I'll ban you if I don't like you. Fuck you, okay? That is what I will do. You're talking to a man that played League of Legends for 6 fucking years, okay? Whereas I think Hasan's fan base, especially as you've seen them, they've started to post in place like, why are we covering Destiny again? Why are we doing this? I think if I provide some pushback and he looks bad, I think he'll back off. I think he'll start to back because it's not good coverage for him. It's getting me, obviously. I got 14,000 fucking viewers literally doing nothing today, okay? Every single one of you should be ashamed of yourselves because if I was like reading a World War I book right now, I'd have 5,000 viewers, okay? So you guys are here for drama, motherfuckers. But yeah, if I was to... if I push back against him enough, I think he'll become exhausted way before I will. And also remember, like, one thing that helps too, I've said this a lot before, it's like the strategizing and the theorizing or whatever. Because I'm so consistent on like kind of where my beliefs and my values come from, and I'm pretty consistent on the way that I argue and the positions that I have, I can go through some of these dramas, and even if my fan base has issues with me or whatever, I don't ever lose fans. Like I never go through a drama where it's like, oh my god, like 30,000 people unsub because Destiny was so unhinged. Like I don't ever take hits like that because I'm generally not as unhinged as these people say I am. Like there's never anything as crazy as people say there is. So I generally come out looking okay, at the very least neutral. Whereas these guys will take hits on their drama, right? So like I was a little bit unhinged, maybe, for the Ludwig shit. But then after I stepped away for 4 days, what happens? The Frogan Cracker drama drops. The Hasan response to that drops. Asmongold and XQC get involved. Like it's just him shooting himself in the foot over and over and over and over and over again. So.
People that look at the situation.
That's not what analysis is, bro. That's called bias. Hasan isn't just bad at news, he does this on purpose. He's a propagandist, no different than the counter-protester he condemns. College protests have erupted across the country. Their goals vary, but they mainly want universities to stop working with companies that have financial ties to Israel. And the students have every right to do that. The debate comes when students build a Rust base and prevent other students from freely moving around campus. Asmon tweeted about this, and Hasan responded saying students aren't being blocked from going to class. And Asmon replied with a video.
Oh my god, this convo, this tweet thread, god, he's such a pussy. Oh, it's so cringe.
It comes when students build a Rust base and prevent other students from freely moving around campus. Asmon tweeted about this, and Hasan responded saying students aren't being blocked from going to class. And Asmon replied with a video.
You guys have closed the entrance. We are UCLA students. I have my ID right here. I'm being blocked off, not by the security guard, but by you two. You three. Oh, look, they're making their burger while I'm going this way. Excuse me. This is what they do. Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Okay, we're going. We're going. I'm going in. I have my hands up. I'm not hurting them. I'm not hurting them. That's what they do. That's what they do, everybody. You guys are promoting aggression. You guys are promoting hate. We're UCLA students. We deserve to be there.
Hasan writes, this is a Zionist.
Like, it's so easy to disown that. It's so easy to disown that. Like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't block people.
Counter-protester, and they routinely try to enter the...
Do you think you care more about analytics than Hasan? I feel like Hasan is fine with coasting at 20K the rest of his life, but you are more ambitious. No, Hasan cares, trust me. He is not happy with the decrease in viewership. There's a reason why he talks about me so much now.
Encampment to dox and harm students, like he's doing here now to farm TikToks and dupe people who aren't there into thinking these students are trying to block him from going to class. He brought mace. Now Hasan's right in the sense that this guy isn't just trying to go to class. He's a counter-protester with the goal of making the protesters look bad. One look at his page proves that. The thing is, there's no evidence of this guy trying to harm anybody. Hasan's acting like he was trying to start fights. Asmon rightfully points out, I don't see him trying to harm anyone here. He's just talking to them. How is that a problem? Hasan then gets flustered. No, I was talking about the video you linked. He's been trying to enter the encampment to start fights for the past week. He's an agitator and has never been restricted from going to class. The vid you linked is cut specifically to invoke your response. So now this guy isn't just an annoying counter-protest.
Mike, thanks for gifting 10 subs, buddy. Usyk beat Fury, and I hit my bet. Ukraine world champ Slave Ukraini. I have no idea what that means.
Vid you linked is cut specifically to invoke your response. So now this guy isn't just an annoying counter-protester, which was accurate. He's now trying to start fights and harm people. Asmon asks, where are the videos of him starting fights then? If I look behind the people blocking him, there aren't any encampments at all either. I'm fine to-
See, Asmon is doing, like, this is what we do. Yeah, like, oh, well, let's find the source of this claim. Somebody said that there was this. Okay, well, can we find that video? Can we look for it? Does this exist? We did this when we went on the Ryan Grimm intercept Blumenthal gray zone rabbit hole for like different IDF soldiers saying different things different times. And when you actually look for the original video, it's like, oh wait, you totally misrepresented it, and now we're playing telephone. Yeah.
videos of him starting fights then. If I look behind the people blocking him, there aren't any encampments at all either. I'm fine to condemn the guy, but I don't see any evidence of him doing anything wrong right now. And that's true. There's absolutely zero evidence of this guy trying to harm anyone. I tweeted about it, asking for a single clip of this guy causing any harm. It doesn't exist. There's something truly poetic about Hasan getting mad at an Israeli propagandist for lying, so his solution is to then lie about him, spreading his own propaganda. They're the same person. It's beautifully ironic. Hasan gets mad at Asman, reiterating, he wasn't blocked from going to class. He's blocked from entering the encampment. Asman replies, if he's a student and he can't go somewhere in the school because people are blocking him, it's wrong. They have no right or justification to decide who can or can't go somewhere on campus. And Asman is completely right. If you want to make a guy like this look bad, let him into the encampment and film him being an asshole. He just repeats his own misinformation until it becomes a fact. Which reminds me, it's raining bullshit tonight. A lot of people are unhappy with how police have handled protesters, but Hasan makes it seem like a slaughter.
Instead of that, they did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually. How dare you fucking say anything mean about Israel? We will fucking kill you. We will pack you up. We will arrest you. Like, all you need to do is just go out there and be a voice, and people still lose their minds. They're like
that's not what was happening. You understand he's the same as the J6 protesters here, right? It was a peaceful protest. Nothing, was it Colombia where they were like in the fucking, where they were breaking into the library? It was just a 100% peaceful. Are you allowed? Also, I'm curious, on college campuses, are you allowed to make encampments ever? Like, are you allowed to set up tents for protests on college campuses? I feel like that's probably never allowed. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's funny that it's like, oh, they were just mad because they were pro-Palestinian. Like, okay, dude.
This is unhinged. Like, we have to kill you. We have to arrest you.
Someone in chat would argue that the police didn't handle the protest as poorly as most other countries. Hasan would rightfully condemn them for making such a pointless argument.
It's not bad unless it's the worst thing possible. Yeah, I know.
Like, how many protesters got killed? Did any? Maybe I missed. I got to miss stories because I've been off the internet for a bit. Did any protesters get killed at all? Like a single one? It's like the starving Palestinians. Like,
how could you be complaining?
Sorry.
Not bad unless it's the worst thing possible. Yeah, I know.
I feel like that new shirt would look really good with your keffiyeh scarf. It's blue, so I don't think that'll go with anything. I do have it in the other room, though.
How could you be complaining? How could you be complaining about police response when German police were locking up Jews and gay people and socialists and Roma people and disabled people and putting them in concentration camps and killing them? Like, you don't have to compare everything to the worst fucking thing that has ever happened.
I completely agree with it.
Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Like, there's got to be some level of self. It's got to be a meme. God, I wish I could get these people in like a mind room alone and it's like, can we just talk? I just want to communicate. I need to interface with your brain. I don't know the answer to this. None of my theories of mind account for these types of statements. Hold on. I just need to. When people say things that are obviously projections or obviously hypocritical, immediately, evidently so, are they aware of what they are doing? I can understand like individuals who are just like normal people not being aware, but for content creators, where you see your own shit so much and you've got other people criticizing, you think, is this I don't know the answer. I don't have any inkling. I don't know at all. Like, are they aware of this?
Roma people and disabled people and putting them in concentration camps and killing them. Like, you don't have to compare everything to the worst fucking thing that has ever happened.
I completely agree with Hasan here. Something doesn't have to be the equivalent of Nazi Germany to still be considered bad. Hasan would follow this up by forgetting he ever said this and comparing everything to Nazi Germany.
There are so many things that have occurred throughout history that are objectively infinitely more violent than what these students are doing that you agree with. Fighting against Nazi Germany. Obviously, a ton of violence occurred there, and it was perfectly righteous and perfectly just.
Ben Shapiro thinks two-parent households would solve a lot of problems in society. Nazi Germany.
He's a fascist.
Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. Turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America.
I think you're assuming Hasan is like other people when he probably has a personality disorder. Unironically, I think he has HPD. I don't think you can have any cluster B anything and survive in the streaming world. There's no shot. No, I don't believe that. This guy streams like fucking, or at least he used to stream like 10 to 12 hours a day for years. I don't think that's possible.
When you want to have these like insane regressions on culture.
Students blockade and push back against the police. Nazi Germany.
They did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually.
Someone's anti-abortion. Nazi Germany.
Very same government, your own local governments, for taking increasingly restrictive actions against those who want to make a medical decision, criminalizing abortion, criminalizing women's bodily autonomy in this country. When they come for you in the exact same way, do not be shocked. There's a little poem about this from Nazi Germany, as a matter of fact. Then
they came for the, oh my God, bro. These guys pull the Holocaust Nazi ripcord, like Vosh does it too, more than I think even the fucking Netanyahu does. Holy shit.
Came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Oh, holy shit. Reading time. Hasan's finally reading a full thing. It just needed to be a fucking poem with 40 words in it. Good job.
Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Israel, everyone who sympathizes with their side, every counter-protester. Nazi Germany.
Everyone knows what a fucking Nazi is. Okay? And yes, these counter-protesters are fucking Nazis. Through and through. Israel is a Nazi-style state. Israel's actions are identical to the Nazi regime and the Nazi state.
He gets challenged on this and doubles down because everything does need to be Nazi Germany.
Identical is crazy. Is it? Is it though? Fascism is the underpinning ideological movement that the Zionist ideology represents.
Does he expand on that? Is he just going to do like the standard, like, because Jews want a state, therefore racial superiority, therefore Nazis? What does the expansion of that statement look like?
Same as the Nazis. Is it that crazy?
Oh, never mind.
Is it that crazy?
Just asserts without elaboration.
Think about that.
Or evidence. Okay.
Is it? This ain't 2007 no more.
Dude, this guy's so based.
He interviewed a Houthi terrorist and promoted himself the entire time as doing real journalism.
I DM'd him. Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. Dude, this is fire. This is exciting. I'm excited. Doing a little bit of real journalism, you know what I mean? Finally.
I agree with Hasan. This would be actual journalism, but the criticism comes from you not asking any real questions. He just wanted to be friends with this guy, asking him about One Piece.
Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Luffy.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. That's fire.
Good faith criticism here from a Hasan and Destiny fan. Why say the N-word? Isn't that at least horrible optics? Because it's conditioning the audience. Because I think it's a stupid fucking thing that people obsess over and nobody gives a fuck. And if you think it's a huge fucking deal, I'd rather excise you from my community now than have you try to like woke scold me on some retarded shit down the road. I'd rather just not have those fans. And then the current fans I have will be molded in the shape of me, the master N-word wielder.
That's so fire. Oh my God.
He then says him and his entire community support what the Houthi are doing, which is attacking commercial vessels.
Dude, we think...
and kidnapping them, and kidnapping the people on them, and holding them. Don't forget that.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hasan runs out of anime questions to ask this guy immediately.
They don't have any like he doesn't have any time to watch fucking anime and shit, so I don't know what else to ask about.
How about something relevant? That would be cool. So a viewer suggests a real question and Hasan shoots him down.
Okay, what else do I want to ask? So like, I mean, he's ask him if he would stop going on boats if Israel stops the genocide. I mean, yeah, he's gonna say yes, chat. What are you talking about? Those are like dumbass.
I don't want to talk about that. Has he seen season 3 of The Boys?
questions. Has he ever had like Western food?
How is that a better question? It is the.
Have you ever had Western food? Like, do you guys eat more than camels in Yemen? Have you ever heard of McDonald's? Does he ask him if he knows what French fry is?
Biggest glaze session I have ever seen.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that? Ask him that question. I just banned one of those stupid fuckers in the chat just now.
He says, who are they?
Just fucking dumbasses.
Wow, this is so impartial. I made a whole video addressing how historically terrible this video is, even by Hasan standards. Feel free to check it out. But the point is, he was really proud of it, comparing his anime questions to legitimate journalists who provided alternative perspectives.
It's kind of like the state's narrative is threatened by the humanization of Arabs. Yes, 100%. Journalists sat down with actual ISIS members for interviews. The f are people talking about? Exactly. There's no way that you can say that that is not appropriate, okay? That's what the media does. You can interview whoever the f you want, okay? The idea that you can't do that is ridiculous. So that's, you know, that is just journalism. People have literally interviewed Osama bin Laden, okay?
People are not mad that you interviewed him. It's how you did it. Hasan would get so much pushback for this, he'd revert to the Hasan classic, imply that everyone's racist.
Problem is not that you interviewed him, it's how you interviewed him. Gave me chicken and waffles with the Nazi vibes. That's great. That's a great question.
Dialogist, thanks for the 50 gifted subs. I will say, though, his interview was worse than the chicken and waffles Nazi vibes, because I was debating Nick basically for our entire interaction. Yeah, and then there were like some not as debating moments, but for the most part, it was a pretty big debate. You can go back and rewatch literally the entire video. This guy was glazing hard, so fucking hard. It was such a glaze fest. It was unbelievable. Holy shit.
Or that's a great point to raise here. Except this person is not a Nazi in the United States of America. He's not a Nazi in Yemen either. You are suspecting him.
What? It's not the same because he's not a Nazi? That's like saying, like, how could you compare the chicken and waffles thing to my Houthi glaze fest when this guy's name isn't even Nick? Like, it's not even Nick. How could it be? It's not. I can't even remotely be the same. They're totally different first name. Like, what?
Of being that, because you're primed into assuming.
Wow, Edward the First. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I also like that he can never fucking respond to a single fucking criticism ever, but he's always got to go off on some mindfuck way to make it not make sense. Like, there's no actual substantive criticism that he'll ever respond to. It's always trying to reform it or morph it into some other stupid fucking thing that he can just dismiss. He's like a fucking, he's like a conversational alchemist, where it's like, Hasan, don't you think it was mad when you murdered that woman? Murder? That's a funny word coming from somebody who's white, whose ancestors supported the genocidal colonialist regime of Great Britain. Are you going to tell me that it was okay when Western countries colonized Africa? It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we even talking about right now?
Suspecting him of being that because you're primed into assuming that this 19-year-old is straight up a Nazi. He's giving you Nazi vibes.
Why are we primed to think that? We're primed to think that because of the exact same reason you fucking interviewed him, you dolt. It was because he was literally taking videos of him being on a fucking captured vessel. Now, whether that was really a fucking Houthi terrorist, or whether they were just letting some people do tours for media shit, or whether he just snuck on the boat or whatever, it remains to be discussed. But, like, why are you talking to him? It's because of that. It's not just a random Yemeni fucking civilian that just stumbled into your fucking Discord.
Vibes, I guess.
Yeah, bro, I wonder why.
I can't do anything to help you sort out your own internal biases that makes you feel like this is not a good thing, this is a bad thing.
He's part of an organization whose flag says death to Israel, death to the United States, a curse upon the Jews. Hasan's gotten so much heat for this, he's now rewriting history, acting like the guy was never a Houthi.
I had a random teenager from Yemen.
Damn, you just, yeah, I guess you did. Never mind, my bad, I lied. I just engaged in misinformation. It was just a random guy from Yemen that just stumbled into it. My bad.
Acting like the guy was never a Houthi.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors.
Like, imagine if I were to say, people were mad that I talked to Nick. He was just a random right-winger. Like, people are acting like Nick himself went out and murdered minorities. And, like, it's such a bad faith engagement.
Random fucking Yemeni teenager who, in the interview, said he's not anti-Semitic, that he's all totally on board with...
And I love that, too. I know he's not anti-Semitic because he said he wasn't. What kind of a fucking argument is that? What?
Anti-Zionist Jews, which was shocking for him to even learn about.
Hasan, if he thinks all Jews are Zionists and he didn't know that others existed, doesn't that mean he hates all Jews?
Not a militant.
Oh no, not the syllogism. Oh no, not the basic deductive logic of WillyMac. Oh no.
Zionist, and he didn't know that others existed, doesn't that mean he hates all Jews?
Not a militant. And literally said he wasn't, he was not Houthi.
He didn't say he wasn't part of the Houthi. He was very vague because he's clearly been media trained, which Hasan pointed out.
As far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly. His answer is he's a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Okay.
He says that he's not Shiite or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly, but okay.
It's not surprising at all because he's not some random Yemeni teenager. A viewer pointed out that Hasan marketed it as talking to a Houthi.
Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview, though? Brother.
I kind of understand, but there's a weird Lil Broing Destiny's doing now. How am I Lil Broing? I'm just calling him out for his dog shit arguments. None of this has anything to do with Lil Broing. What do you mean?
I didn't know anything about him. Okay? And that is the reason why I asked them questions in that process. But many people did not actually watch the interview, and they simply made assertions.
Bro, you need to watch your own.
Oh, that you're Lil Broing Mac. Oh, I'm not Lil Broing WillyMac. I'm just saying that, like, WillyMac is a commentary YouTuber who, like, you would imagine that in the hardcore politics world, like, people like me or people like Hasan would be more politically astute and capable of making better, reasonable, like, observations and deductions in this world. So it's funny when WillyMac is, like, making a solid argument that completely contradicts something Hasan is saying over and over again, when you would imagine that that should never probably happen in Hasan's domain, right? That's what I mean, right? Like, it would be like me making a... I'm trying to think of... I don't know what the fuck commentary YouTubers do. I don't watch enough YouTube. It would be like me making a video criticizing Turkey Tom and, like, having a bunch of, like, really prescient... Not prescient. Like, a bunch of, like, really... valid observations or criticisms for Turkey Tom, and it's like, damn, how would Destiny know this? Like, he doesn't do commentary stuff. Like, Turkey Tom should know this way better. Like, something like that, basically, yeah. I'm not Lil Broing. I just think it's funny that a non-political person is giving good political criticism to somebody who's supposed to be the best and most popular political live streamer. Or maybe second right now.
Did not actually watch the interview, and they simply made assertions.
Bro, you need to watch your own interview. I didn't know it was possible to rewrite your own history after only 2 months. This has to be a new...
Oh, no. Hasan does it after, like, 2 days, depending on what's going on. Here's where Hasan sees a video on Twitter, and he already knows who the guy is.
Are paying people to feel bad about genocide.
هل أعجبتكم هذه اللعبة؟ ما رأيكم أن نلعبها ثانية؟ هل ترى كل هذا لاعبا يا لوفي؟ وسنلعبها كثيرا.
Oh my god. The audio on this is Arabic dubbed One Piece? No fucking way. Wait, is this actually him? Shut the fuck up. Mhud, I know you follow him. Mhud, tell me if this is real. Okay, we gotta get this dude on. Mhud, do you think this is actually him? Be honest.
Random guy, by the way.
I'm sure he's a little bit busy. No, he's not. Lol, you're gonna get black bag for this? Fuck no, dude. I mean, and even if I do, it's fucking worth, okay? Listen, chat.
Record. George Orwell would be impressed.
Close your fucking mouth. You're just really fucking dense. If you hate me while you talking, you don't make no fucking sense.
Hasan's community is so insane that they're even sick of him. They go after him for the smallest things.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream. We can't.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this glucose stuff. Please, Hasan, at least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in.
She's like, please, just pretend to care, Hasan. And he's like, sure, that's my whole grift.
Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda, Hasan. I didn't know it was like that.
I'm trying to stop him. He's an animal.
You hosted him in his home and I watched him on stream drink Coke.
Yeah,
it's your house. You get to say no.
Hasan's annoyed here, but he created this. A good example of how is a guy in his community was complaining about getting bullied at school. Someone said, we need a better slur against white people because cracker doesn't hit hard enough. And Miles replies, damn, so I guess me growing up in my shitty poor neighborhood / family and experiencing people f***ing with me for being white for a lot of years and getting jumped multiple times means nothing. Great.
Bro.
Hasan replies, anti-white racism is entirely victimhood seeking. It's like how Zion is crying that people are mad at them for defending Israel's actions. It's perceived victimhood. No different than complaining that you were slighted at a gay bar for being a heterosexual. If you're getting jumped and called slurs, that's a little bit more than just being slighted, right? Miles responds, am I just a stupid victim when I say that I don't like getting jumped for being a white 14-year-old at my high school? I got shit for the color of my skin almost every day.
Like, it's annoying because, like, even on my own fan base, no offense to you guys, like, you guys will be like, oh, Destiny, optics. And then meanwhile, in Hasan's Discord, you got bullied, you deserved it. Fuck you. Get banned. If you got bullied and jumped, that's your fault. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck.
Hasan shows no sympathy. Dude got bullied in high school and thinks that reverse racism is real. Can't make this up. My man thinks racial discrimination is simply mean words that hurts my feelings and not an entire system designed to keep a whole—
Wow, Biologist, thanks for the 50 gifted subs.
Last group subjected, and the mean words are secondary to the perceived grievance. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of racism in the way that we conceptualize it. How's this dude ever accuse anyone else of being a debate pedophile when he's saying stuff like this?
Bro.
This poor guy's just like, yeah, I don't think we should promote using slurs, and Hasan's response is, ever hear of systemic racism? The entire Discord would dunk on this guy. You gotta love the logic of these people. This guy getting bullied for his race isn't racism. You guys have to hang out with regular people. It's no wonder Hasan's sitting there crying, wondering why all the normies left. His viewership falls off when he's not talking about politics, and it's gotten to Hasan venting in Discord. I don't know, this was a space to convert normies to our politics and people who could enjoy and many of you became like weirdos who don't see that as an important part of the project because you associate—
Hasan isn't even wrong here though. If you get bullied for being white in a black neighborhood, just move to a white neighborhood. That must be a troll comment, right? Are we racial segregation? Like,
and many of you became like weirdos who don't see that as an important part of the project because you associate leftism with being an annoying douchebag who hates fun. I hate how much people literally despise any kind of fun content. We killed all the normies. Everyone is brain broken and only wants politics. I hate what my community is becoming. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. Well deserved. You did it to yourself.
I'm a mother lover, you're a mother lover. We should fuck each other's mothers, fuck each other's moms.
Another thing I find funny is Hasan will make it a point to mock Destiny for doing research.
He did all that reading to scour talking points and still got owned. I find that to be hilarious. That my man did hours and hours of reading on stream and still is a 1, genocide defender, and 2, did a phenomenally bad job.
Bro, if you're so knowledgeable, then talk to him. Engage with his points. He just does the classic Hasan and calls him pro-genocide. It doesn't even mean anything anymore.
Yeah, the G in DGG stands for deranged genocide gnome. They love it. They love it so much. You're like, ooh. The funniest—
Do you think he writes these out prior to stream and like remembers that? Like, yeah.
Part about this is that if Destiny wasn't a pro-genocide streamer, they would literally not be either. That's how easily manipulated they are. That's the funniest part. I promise you, if tomorrow he just decided, yeah, this Israel has actually gone too far, I'm actually anti-Israel now, like 95%, the rest of the community, the diehards, would absolutely turn around and start advocating for the argument in the opposite direction because they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have a stake in the fight. They just like f***ing shit up.
Bro, you don't have a dog in this fight. He acts like he lives in Gaza and is—
Yeah, do you remember his thing where it's like, God, where's the quote from Hasan where it's like, I lived in Turkey, so there were like bombings every single day. Does anybody have that? Hasan says, lived Turkey, bombing every day. No, fuck, give me the clip where he said it. Fuck. It was with, yeah, I think it was with Ethan. See, if this was the old If I had the rules, the old subreddit rules back here, he would have been forced to link a clip.
Like, it would just be so easy.
Oh, sorry.
Less privileged than anyone else giving their opinion in the West. You're not. Someone asked why Hasan doesn't just try to...
100% chance Hasan accuses you of feeding WillyMac lines. Yes, I am actually. One of the reasons why I've kind of fucked up a bit lately in terms of not streaming as much, which I understand has been challenging for you guys because I haven't been able to stream as much. But one of the things that the Julumni realized is as they funnel me money, they realize that like just having you as the talking head for all of our Hasbara is not an effective means of communicating because it's obvious that you're compromised, right? I'm like Dan, obviously, you know, getting this fully paid trip to Israel where Netanyahu is putting me up in a hotel, obviously. So people are going to take my words as seriously. So one of the things they've been doing is they'll pay me more based on how many hours I take off stream. So I was going to stream 8 hours per day and I take 4 hours off. They'll pay me for the 4 hours. And then what I do is I talk to people like Turkey Tom, WillyMac, XQC, Asmongold, and I kind of give them the talking points and the marching orders. And we've even been working on kind of like embargoed material where it's like, you can't go live with this criticism until, until like the 17th at 9 a.m. and then publish your shit. And that's why every time Hasan is fighting with these people, it feels like the criticism is always coming in waves. But it's because there's kind of like a coordinated backroom activity where I'm basically communicating with people, giving them the talking points. They don't know that I'm talking to all of them too, right? But they just happen to go live at the same time, and then it feels more organic that way as well. But yeah, it's been a ton of work in the background, like getting all these communities together to hate Hasan and lefties and Palestinians.
Less privileged than anyone else giving their opinion in the West. You're not. Someone asked why Hasan doesn't just try to convince people instead of demonizing them, and Hasan's brain just melts.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing?
Wait, was this the Turkey clip?
Bus stops. Or
as a matter of fact, I have. I grew up in Turkey, but that's a different point. Yes. I've talked to Ofer Kasif. I talked to.
Have you lived through daily suicide bombs in cafes and bus stops? Or
as a matter of fact, I have. I grew up in Turkey, but that's a different point.
Okay.
Yes, I have experienced that 100%.
Wait. Oh my God. Kill me, fam. That might be one of the most virtue signally stolen honor fucking things I've ever heard this fucking wealthy, rich fucking Nepo baby ever say in my entire fucking life. Holy shit. I don't even know if he could hear bombs outside his house through the thick walls of the mansion that this guy grew up in.
Them, and Hasan's brain just melts.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb fuck. These people are fucking brain broken. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Jesus Christ.
Hasan can't engage with any of Destiny's points. He refuses to debate him on peers, so now he's reverted to Leafy-style insults. Wow, you're so old.
He's 40 years old. Pushing 40.
How old is this guy again? Like 30?
Why does he... And also, yeah, the age thing. Like, why? Why? Why are you doing this? Wait, and he does. Wait, he's like 5 months. He's not even 3 years. He's like 2 years and like 5 months younger than me. Is he still going to be saying this when he's 33 in a few months? In a month? In a couple months, he's going to be 33, calling me 35, almost 40. Like
35, 40?
That's what happens when you're a fucking whole ass 40-year-old.
I swear to God, this guy's a net negative to the Palestinian cause. In the past, I criticized Hasan for laughing at a cop for getting shot.
Oh, watch out, watch out. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Please, please, please play the crying clip after. Please play the crying clip after, where Hasan has to one-up Ethan for the crying. Please do it after this.
Watch out! Are you okay? No, you shot me! Oh, God! Are you okay? Echo 7, 1081.
Well, he's finally responded to it, doubling down. No remorse, no surprise. Remember, this guy's a humanitarian.
Watch out! Are you okay? No, you shot me! Oh, God! Are you...
Wait, is he replaying it on a different day?
What the fuck? Still good. Still good.
Yeah, that's not, okay.
Yo, that Still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as.
Hasan loves to push the narrative to his audience that all criticism made towards him is invalid because I'm a drama farmer. Link them to this timestamp. If I am able to farm you for entirely new mistakes you make month after month.
Chatter's pretending that wasn't funny. It can be a funny clip, but the thing is that like you can tell that like it was pretty funny. It wasn't that funny though. He has to laugh. It's funny because a cop is getting shot by another cop. That's the funny thing, right? If it was anything else, it would be tragic or horrible or sad or whatever the fuck, right? Like if I were to show a video of some suicide bomber, you know, getting blown up out of his car and then like detonating another bomb or some shit as he's in midair. I don't know if anybody knows the video I'm referring to. That's also funny. I don't know if someone would laugh at that. He'd probably say it was tragic and blah, blah, blah. Like it's the double standard, I think, that is the irritating part.
Whether it's misreporting a hospital bombing.
Israeli military said it did not have any details on the reported bombing. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Why are you... It's ridiculous. Like, oh, Hamas-run health ministry. Well, you know how they are. You know how those dirty Arabs are. They lie.
Like what, bro? Why are all Arabs Hamas to you? He might actually genuinely think that. I don't know. Like, bro over here probably lives a more sheltered life than 99% of people, right? Living in the fucking multi-million-dollar Hollywood...
Like, oh, Hamas-run health ministry. Well, you know how they are. You know how those dirty Arabs are. They lie all the time. You know what I mean? They're probably lying again.
Acting like a JDAM's expert.
So that is a JDAM called on. Do you think that seems similar? You have no evidence. Stop concluding. What is this? What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
What are you looking at? I have no fucking idea. What is this? It looks like a chain link fence with a glowy thing in the background. I don't know if this is fucking the Gaza Strip or if this is an extra cut from the director's edition of Terminator 2. I don't know what the fuck you're looking at. What are you talking about?
Yeah, with my own two eyes. What are you looking at? I have no evidence? Don't believe your fuck. What do you mean? Does that strike you as a fucking misfire?
Framing a kid who was complicit in a stabbing as someone who was randomly kidnapped.
13-year-old is innocent, man. Fucking ridiculous.
But if you just take 2 seconds and Google his name, you'll see that he was running around holding knives with his 15-year-old cousin. His cousin stabbed a 13-year-old Israeli boy and another 21-year-old, glorifying Houthi terrorists by saying they're just like anime pirates.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Reading tweets is factual-based news, and then when the full story comes out, he gets mad, discrediting it based on nothing. He's done this for years. In every video I made on him, there's something new. Him crying about getting farmed is a massive self-report. The fact that this many videos is even possible to make on him is embarrassing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really feel like I'm farming him at all. It feels like I'm picking necessary weeds. These criticisms have nothing to do with politics and everything to do with principle. You see, it doesn't matter if you're a libtard or a repubtard, because we could all come together in knowing that Hasan is just a retard. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Subscribe to the channel, and remember to check out Aura.
He should have ended it there. On the retard. That should have been the last word of the video. It would have been perfect.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Subscribe to the channel, and remember to check out Aura. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drink Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Kinklemore, Sennial Music, Lucas Sif, ET Automatic, Faye Under, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, and the mega homies: Ronald Hughes, Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Latchkey Gothboy, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulin, Exo Irish Exo, BA Subway, Hawkin Load, Zerophonic, Derek Douche, Strictly Patrick, at Kitty Cat, A Screaming Cloaker, Terox, John Manfreda, and Trick.
Jesus. Why is spreading misinformation even relevant when Hasan is a self-admitted propagandist? Isn't that the entire point? He's not pretending to give an unbiased perspective. He is pretending to be factually correct. If somebody willingly calls themselves a propagandist without having an incredibly sophisticated definition of what propaganda is, you should always take what that person says with a grain of salt. But when people talk about Hasan, like his fans, they don't talk about him like he's a propagandist. They talk about him like he's a truth sayer, like he's speaking factually correct information, right? Dialogist. Jesus, thank you for another 50 gifted subs. I have to go put my tea things back on. I'll be back 1 minute. And then... we have a couple other things open. 1 sec. Oh. Not Hasan dissing Willy's vid in his stream right now. Are you guys just watching Hasan constantly? Also, Jesus. Also, listen, join the Twitter community. Here you go. Listen, if you're just stumbling through, I don't care if you agree with my opinions or not. I don't care if you think I'm right or wrong about things. All I encourage people to do is just be willing to read a full news article. Be willing to read a little bit more than you would otherwise. Consider other people's opinions. Be a little bit more reasonable. Don't just believe everything a content creator says. Just curious on what is your opinion / definition of propaganda? I can't find a concrete definition due to my studies. I don't know. It depends on, I would just ask a person how they're using it. Some people would just say propaganda is just when you only say things that are good about a particular state. Other people might say propaganda is when you're like trying to like hype up a state. Other people say propaganda is blatantly lying. I don't know. It just depends on, I don't know. Like anybody, like some people will say, for instance, like Top Gun is propaganda for the military, but they're not like telling a factually true thing about the military. They're not lying. They're just like making it look cool. Other people will say if the State Department lies about something, that's propaganda. Other people will say, I don't know, just it's whatever.
Didn't know his own talking points. He had to like reread his notes after saying that he had like genuine grievances with me.
What?
Do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to be interviewing at OpenAI. Have you heard of them?
OpenAI? Huh? Sounds vaguely familiar. Kidding, of course. That's incredible.
My teacher said,
"Oh fuck, this sucks."
Any form of political commentary is propaganda, and propaganda can be good. I mean, like you could argue that, but then keep in mind that at some point, there's two things to be aware of. One is when you broaden something so much, then it basically becomes worthless, right? Words only exist to draw distinctions between things, right? So if everything political is propaganda, then everything is propaganda. Then there's no point in having the word propaganda. We would just say political. But also, that's one thing. And then the second thing to be aware of is propaganda is a very normatively negatively loaded word. That when people say propaganda, there's a lot of negative shit that people that's coming up in relation to that word, right? So if you call something propaganda, it's usually a pejorative or a negative thing to describe it, right?
Then we'll play Batman Telltale.
Together, and she asked this question.
Okay, I don't care about this. Oh, this guy's my alt account blocked. This guy. Wow, if only black and indigenous people had simply just debated white people, then maybe they wouldn't have gotten enslaved and genocided. So enlightening. This says 492 like, why was this is retarded. This person is retarded. Technically, though, my American history is just not... My American history is not... None of my history is that good. I just need to stop saying that, though, because most of these people don't know any history at all. Couldn't you arguably say that having a penchant for politics actually would have benefited them? Isn't that one of the reasons, like, the Aztecs were able to stick around longer than a lot of the indigenous communities in North America? Is because they did have these, like, sprawling, massive empires, because they went and, like, got these communities, like, bounded together, and they were more organized than just, like, the tribal people that existed in other places. Like, I mean, I think they still got obliviated. But I mean, like, unironically, yeah, being able to engage in politics is generally going to strengthen your community versus a group of people that aren't, because you're going to be way more disjointed. And now you could argue that that's not debate, but I mean, I don't know. A lot of racial progress is made from Frederick Douglass debating Lincoln, MLK debating LBJ, etc. Yeah, sure. Also, keep in mind that, like, debate more broadly is really just talking more broadly. What debate is saying, or what debate is I'm taking a position that I have and I'm making it understandable to you, and then communicating that and trying to say that it's better than your position, which is arguably all politics is, right? All of politics is an exercise in political power where you're trying to get more people on your side, or you're trying to kill the other people, I guess. My tribe helped fight in the Revolutionary War, Oneida Nation, and didn't get quite as R-worded as other tribes. Retarded or raped? I'm assuming rape. The name Aztec means the empire of all the groups. Cool. Destiny, by your standards, would you call yourself obsessed too? Because Hasan never deep dives into your content like this. I don't usually call people obsessed, or if I do, it's like a meme. But like, I think when people call people obsessed, they just do that to like get rid of valid criticism. It's an easy way to like shoo somebody off. Like obsessed, like if Hasan is the largest political streamer on the internet, and I'm one of the largest political streamers on the internet, it's going to make sense that there's going to be a lot of overlap in terms of us talking about each other's positions. When you say Hasan never deep dives into your content, well, I mean, I deep dive because when I'm criticizing somebody, I want to have a good understanding of what they're saying so that I can attack the strongest version of their argument. It doesn't make any sense to watch a 30-second clip and then make a 20-minute video off of that. Like, I'd rather know, like, well, what exactly is. That's why we watch long-form content here. Also, I'm streaming for 8 hours a day, ideally. So, like, there's no excuse to watch a 30-second clip. We've got time. About GeoGrid. Somebody said they'd give me money if I beat this. I don't even know what the fuck this is, but... What am I doing? Guesses left. There's no shot. This looks... Do I click? No shot. Okay. So Arabic is an official language, and the flag is yellow. I don't remember. Was Cyprus? Was that a yellow flag? Is their language even Arabic? I have no idea. Nope. Did I lose? It's a daily game. Whose flag is yellow? I don't remember. Arabic is an official language. Population under 10 million. Wait, are there multiple... Can you have multiple guesses per thing? Bro, my mind just wiped right now. What color is the Palestinian flag? It's like green, no, black, red? I can't remember anything right now. Holy shit. Can I just put, hold on. Wait, are there multiple guests? Are you not allowed to... Oh, wait, what the fuck just happened? Oh, rare. Oh, are you supposed to try to guess, like, the rarest answer? Or... Wow, Thiologist, thanks, buddy. For another 50 gifted subs. God damn. Rare countries raise the score. Okay, so where Arabic is the official language and the flag has any yellow in it whatsoever. I don't know. Hi.
Let me know what you think of this hot sauce.
Okay. What kind of meat is this guy?
Chicken.
Okay. Arabic is an official language. Bro, I don't fucking know. And I don't remember any of the flag colors. The website is laggy? Pretty sure we're catching the site. Crashing the site? And then area greater than 50 kilometers. I mean, Saudi Arabia is pretty huge. Oh, wait, wait, what the fuck just happened? Why did this go over here? Wow, thanks.
Yes, sir.
It's a bit of a broad question, but why particularly do you think so many women are drawn to the more polarizing political ideologies? The amount of diehard female BLM supporters and Palestine slurp suckers seems to be disproportionately female, and even potentially going back to the predominantly female-heavy hippie movements around the Vietnam War. I feel like it could have something to do with females generally having higher agreeableness, but I'm not entirely certain. Peppo G. I don't know the answer to this. If I had to guess, my guess is going to be that men and women are probably somewhat similar in their political radicalization, but that when you're looking at like college campuses and stuff, I think that aren't they overwhelmingly women? So one, I say overwhelmingly, but like if you're already 2/3 women and 1/3 men, well now you've got that proportion of people. But then you also have to factor in that I think women gravitate more towards softer sciences than men. And my guess is if you go to these protests, it's probably more soft science people than hard science people. My guess is if you go into a crowd, you're going to find more humanitarian majors than you are going to find like engineers. And so that's also going to select more for women. So that would be my guess for at least on college campuses, why you've got like those two massive selection filters. Are women observed to be more cliquey? I don't know. I hear people say that sometimes, but I find it hard to believe. But it's hard anecdotally, like not to be an asshole, but like most people are sheep, men included. So I don't know. Yeah. Population under 10 million. Starts with letter G. Population under 10 million in North America. Okay, here's a question. Is North America officially just... it's not just Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. It's everything north of the Panama Canal, right? What is like the official... That's got to be the official cutoff, right? Is the Panama Canal, or... Population under 10 million. Area greater than 50,000 kilometers. I don't know how big that is. Population, I don't know. Probably like a Honduras or something. Or Haiti or the Dominican Republic. I don't actually know how many people are in these countries. Oh, I can guess these things? Does this count as North America? That's got to be a super rare country. Show me. Epic, 6.4%. Hell yeah. I probably could have guessed like St. Kitts or one of those like really... Area greater than 50,000 kilometers squared. How big is that? Like, what do you think the total area of Cuba is? I have no fucking idea. Oh, cool. Rare. Okay. Okay. North American flag with yellow. I have no idea who has yellow in their fucking flag. Does Jamaica have yellow in their flag? Oh my god. I'm a fucking god. Oh, I bet Aruba does, actually. No, Aruba wouldn't, would it? Oh, it does. Fuck. That's a pretty baller flag, actually. Fuck. Okay. Arabic is an official language and a flag with yellow. I don't know what any of these flags look like. Tunisia? Guesses left 3. Oh shit. Is the Yemen text on the flag? Is that yellow? 2 guesses left. Fuck! Oh my god. Am I colorblind in my brain when it comes to flags? Is the text that's written on the Iranian flag, is that in yellow? I don't... Okay, we'll come back to this one. Okay. Big country, greater than 50,000 kilometers, starts with the letter G. Gumenistan. Let's see. Guyana? Is it bigger than 50,000? I mean, if Cuba is... Ooh. Oh. Oh, it takes away a guess no matter what. Oh, fuck me. That was an epic one, too. Oh, fuck. Well, now we're fucked. We can't possibly win. Okay, well, population under 10 million and starts with a letter G. What's like the craziest guess? Grenada is a really small island. This has got to be like a super epic, right? Oh, it is too. Most popular answer. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's just uncommon. Damn, fuck me. Oh, Egypt has a shit in the middle. Fuck. Arabic is the... I have no idea for African countries' official languages. With respect to politics, women on average emphasize care plus fairness, men authority and loyalty and moral foundations. Okay. Didn't you guess the yellow flag as Egypt? Wait, didn't I? Oh, but it put it in the top right. Yeah, I got fucked on that one. Okay, don't care. What is this? Lip reading captions of Sean DeBlack's incitement of violence on stream.
Like, it would just be so easy to just, it would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
What? Is it supposed to prove that that's what he was lipping, or how do we know that? Is this guy like a lip reading master, or? Okay, I don't know. Get above 37,000 and I'll give 20 subs. 37,000? All right, this is the only one of these I'm playing. And we're reading, watching more stuff. Okay. Time guesser. Oh, easy. Oh, yeah. We got... Is that pound or euro? I don't remember. Euro and pound. Oh, I always mix these stupid fucking currency symbols up. It's got to be a euro. It's like, it looks like an E. I should be allowed to look up. I can Google if it's like, I can Google a symbol on a thing, right? Fuck. Okay, U.S. flag. U.S. Army checkpoint. Okay, we got all 50 stars, so we know we're past. I actually don't know when the last day was added. It was probably more recent than I think. I don't know where the fuck this is. Fuck me, bro. I get bonger feelings. I don't know why. The petticoat or the trench coat, whatever this is. But he's supposed to be an American, right? Or at least have American flags. Is this pound or euro? What is this? Mit Uniformierten Militar Policistan. Oh, wait. Policia. Wait a second. Is that how they said police in Poland? With the Z in the bags. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got it. I'm honed in. Oh, I'm honed in. Oh, my God. Chat's so mad. They don't realize how unbelievably right I'm about to be on this guess. You're so mad that I'm going to nail. I'm sticking this one. And it's from 2010. Ready? Holy shit. Okay, fuck me. Fuck! Fake soldiers charging tourists to have their photos taken at Checkpoint Charlie, an old crossing point between East Berlin and West Berlin. Oh, what the fuck is this? Bro, I don't know your tourist trap attraction. That's like misleading. That's misleading as fuck. Fuck you guys. It says photo. I don't know your dumbass fucking languages. Whatever. Actually, you know what? I got way more points for it than I thought. I'll take it. What did that guy say I needed? Did he say 27,000? $37,000? Okay. That's not bad. We'll take it. 7,000, 6.5 out of 10K. All right, all right. Consider a Cayman GT4 GTS for your next car. Manual transmission, better handling than even the 911. More low-key, less expensive, and uniquely appreciated by enthusiasts. Wow. Oh, this actually looks kind of cute. MSRP 90 to 125K? Oh, and mid-engine? Is it naturally aspirated? It is. 6-cylinder. Okay. We'll check. I'll put that on the back burner. Okay, next round. Let's go. God damn it. Hold on. Okay. Oh, cycle and motor stores. Raleigh Cycles. Okay, all right. Raleigh, that's a city in North Carolina. Okay. Manston's, bro. Look at the cars. These are old as fuck cars, right? I don't know. What time period are these cars in? I don't watch any old movies. Were these the ones in Back to the Future, or was it before that? Is this like the 30s, or is it like the 60s? Cars didn't look like this in the fucking 60s, right? This has got to be like old. These are like Great Depression cars, right? And look at all the dumbass fucking coats. Dumbass coats, dumbass cars. Driving on the left side of the street. We're in London, boys. Hold up. That's not over there. We're in London, and the year is 1930 because of the car type. Oh my God, 1953. We were close on the geography, though. Okay, we got a good 4,300 from that. Not too bad. Okay, could have been worse. Okay. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Okay, we were a little off on the time period. All right, next round. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh, hold up. Saudi Arabian, do you think? Or Dubaiian? Emirati? Okay, I don't know all the different headdresses. It's Luffy. Does this look like a Dubai thing? I mean, like, it's probably close enough. I'm going to guess between Raya and Riyadh and Dubai. I'm going to just stick it right here. Fuck it. I'm going to stick it right in the middle, and we're going to do a good 2015er. That looks like a newer phone, you think? That's a newish phone. Any years anywhere? Oh, wait. 63? 1963? 2015 was 9 years ago. Holy shit. Maybe we go even newer. Let's do 2020. Fuck it. Good luck. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh, it was Riyadh too. Okay. All right. Okay. It's new as fuck. Look at the phone. I don't know how new the phones are. Damn. Okay. We got 8,300 from that one. All right. Next round. He's playing the game on the phone? Oh, I thought they just like photoshopped that in. No, not old picture. Oh, God. And it's a thing that I probably should know what it is, and I don't. Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. Pope? Is this some Catholic shit? Wait, nope. Military shit. Oh, God damn it. It's Arya watching her father getting executed. Okay, we got a boring-ass fucking flag here. Polish? Because it's got two colors and it's cringe. We got clergymen, religious people. We got a bridge. We got TV cameras. Oh, I know where we are. I know exactly where we are. Oh, the symbol. This one, of course. You remember this, guys. We're back in Warsaw in 1940. God damn it. Crowds gathered for the funeral of Konrad Adenauer, a German statesman who served as the first chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Cringe. It's the West German flag? Why the fuck would I know that? Why would you have... Who cares? It's not even a real country. Cringe. Oh, actually, it kind of looks like the normal German flag, so fuck you. Was it this thing? What's my total score? Is it even possible for me to win that? Oh, no, god damn it. He said 37,000? Fuck you. Oh, we're back in Poland again. I lived there for 3 months, you know, so everything is Poland. No. Oh, panorama. Historial de Montmartre. Oh, is it French? Oh, Paris. Ah. Oh, it is. And let's see. What is the year? Well, if we think of the fashion, we're definitely in a winter time. Bill Murray. Probably filming Ghostbusters out here. Okay. Style of the street. The breed of the dog. I'm going to say 1960 for sure. Okay. I was so much closer than I deserve to be for this one. Holy shit. Jesus. I'll take it. 31,500? Jesus. Can we disavow this idiot whenever Destiny is on screen? Who is this idiot? Even if he dunks on Sneaker or whatever, is he just referring to me? Title, I wouldn't be surprised if I get mass downvoted. His community is like the #1 brigading community on Reddit. Sure, he gets a nice dub on Sneaker or JP, but please, for fuck's sake, he's regularly saying the N-word, wishing for more AI porn of Cutie Cinderella for him to jerk off to own Ludwig, constantly harassing Hasan and anyone else who so much just looks at him the wrong way. If you want to watch clips, that's fine, but please make it clear that we aren't glazing Destiny up. 900 upvotes. What a martyr. Until Ethan and Hasan had disagreements on leftovers, Destiny's community were speaking about Ethan and the show staff like Dan, like how most of the right does. He saw the rift and thought it was his chance to get in there. Very manipulative in his approach. And by the way, I used to be a big Destiny watcher, but over the last 2 years, he's gone off the rails, and I could barely stomach him now. He has so much patience and time for right-wingers, defended Fresh and Fit with their latest baby mama drama, and will hang out with Nick Fuentes at his house. But if a leftist says something he doesn't like, he goes full nuclear and sends his brigade of idiots their way. A really awful person from what I have observed. Very bitter and just plain mean-spirited. Glad you got out. Kudos. Much of the rift between Ethan and Hasan was literally Destiny brigading, LARPing as fans of one side or the other, yelling at the other side. It's what they do. Literally. I remember screenshots from chat messages in Hasan's Discord were posted here, knowing that Ethan would eat it up, only for it to be manipulated, apparently, and the posters being Destiny kids. Goldfish, thanks for the 20 tier 1 subs. God damn. Destiny is a shitiot. Didn't Destiny just recently say the N-word? Fucking dumbass. Recently, yeah. Also openly and passionately defending his use of it for years. Constantly arguing that he should be able to say it in private. Weird behavior. And then, of course, he says it in public anyway. You mean the guy who was screaming it on stream while playing StarCraft 2 before Twitch was even Twitch? Yeah, nothing new about that, LOL. What? Mr. Borelli, Divorcelli, Mr. Bainelli. I wish someone made a deep dive on him, because whenever I hear stuff from him, it's bad stuff. Okay. But I only see praise around for him. I only see praise for Destiny, yeah. And if someone posts critiques about him, his cult minions will brigade the post and comment stuff like, when did Destiny say that? He never said that. He actually said this. They're the fucking worst. Wait, what? His cult minions will brigade the post and comment stuff like, when did Destiny say that? He never said that. He actually said this. They're the fucking worst. There was a Deciding the Gurus episode on him that I thought was fair. Decoding the Gurus. Gurus? And while I like that episode, I think it was the guy's weakest take. To go from giving Hasan so much shit about just having communist ideals, really? Is that really what they only give a shit? I didn't listen to it, so. Destiny just released a video where he goes over all the background leading up to the most recent slur drama. It's pretty long, but if you actually want to hear what he believes instead of listening to 15-second clips, it's a good start. I don't need to watch a video of a white man defending his use of the N-word. The only context I might be able to understand, quoting a historical text, and I know he ain't doing that here. Since you specify N-word, it's safe to assume you think it's fine for Frogan to call white people racial slurs. Frogan is half white as well, unless you're advocating for the one to run away. What is half white? Is this the state of white people now? Wait, are we half white? Wait, what? When did this drop? When did this new racial take drop? I don't give a fuck. I'm white, and hearing a black person call me a cracker doesn't invoke ongoing centuries-old wounds and a history of oppression. Nobody cares about the N-word because it invokes century-old wounds and histories of oppression. They care about it because of current conditions, my dude. And because if you say it, it's a pretty big social no-no, and you kind of seem like a fucking asshole. That's why people care. It's not like you're in the middle of like fucking life or death fighting with a black dude and you invoke the N-word and all of a sudden his spirit is possessed by the old ghosts of like slavery's past and he just has to wait for a moment and contemplate the horrific past oppression of his people. Like, it's just kind of a dick thing to say and people have a strong reaction to it because people don't say very much. All they want to do is debate. They're lonely individuals and this is the only way they know how to communicate. Don't let them waste your time. I'd appreciate it if you didn't put words in my mouth. Calling a black person the N-word is worse than calling a white person a cracker, obviously. Okay. But that's not the comparison here. They are simply saying one versus using the other as an insult. I put no words in your mouth. I just said being mad at someone using the word cracker while defending using the N-word would be funny if it didn't betray your warped priorities. Like he doesn't even, does he realize that he's not engaging with what's being said at all? I prioritize something that an oppressed people don't want to hear from the in-group due to a long history of oppression and violence against using a word to insult the in-group that is not offensive to the vast majority of the in-group and doesn't carry generational... Like, bro, nobody thinks about slurs like this. This is the most, academic-brained approach. Like, nobody thinks about this. I don't even think subconsciously we consider this. It's just like... This is the second time that Ethan has showed a Destiny clip on stream that portrays him in a positive light. There was no reason to show that clip in regards to Sneeko. It's also bizarre they chose to show the clip given the current drama surrounding Destiny and his BS take on saying the N-word. If Destiny becomes involved with this show in any way, I won't be able to keep watching. I've been a massive H3 fan for years, but platforming that piece of shit would be a deal breaker for me. He's a disgusting bully. If Ethan thought Hasan's fans were bad, Destiny's fan base makes all other fan bases look tame. By the way, I have hands down the best fan base in this community, like in the politosphere or whatever. In terms of like size, capability, and then like rules, I have the strictest rules of any online community. We try to be consistent on them more than any online community, and we probably engage in like fucked up behavior far less than any community, okay? We police the fuck out of our own community. That's why when that one guy was posting fake logs of like Hasan's chat, it was my community that fucking found it, right? And we're the ones that uncovered that and banned the dude. Like, my community is leagues above the rest of these degenerate subhuman fucking filth. You don't have my whole fucking Discord spamming racial slurs at a person because we disagree with their politics. It's fucking unhinged and disgusting and degenerate. Hamas and Abi's fans will never blow your mind again if you view them as fans of Hasan, not anything he does or says as much as the person he portrays. Okay. You know what's funny to me? Just reading through these comments, you can tell who the Destiny stans are purely on the tone of their comments. It's always this, I'm just a logical guy using logic. And oh, remember Ethan/Hasan said this? And to play devil's advocate, who's saying to play devil's advocate? What? Y'all act like those cicadas, right? That have gotten taken over by a parasite. Oh, cicadas? Is it cicada? Is it really spelled that way? Oh, are they different types of bugs? I'm so confused right now. Are these the same thing? You're thinking of circadian rhythm. Am I? Cicadas. Cicadas. Circada. No. You're trolling. There are different kind. There is no R in. What are the bugs that make the noises? They're in like all the anime. Cicadas. Aren't they cicadas? Am I crazy? Wait, people are saying I'm trolling. The cicada. Cicadas. 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 Cicada. Cicada.
We're revisiting a subject.
Yeah?
Cicadas.
Oh, it's that time?
Cicada. Cicada. I guess it kind of sounds... Okay, whatever.
So easy to just, it will solve all.
No one cares. Thinking of June bugs? No, those are just... I don't even know what June bugs do. Do June bugs actually do anything? My grandma used to tell me that if a June bug grabs onto you, it'll never let go and it's impossible to take off. Is that even true? I remember hearing that as a kid. Did anybody else hear that growing up? I was always so fucking scared of June bugs walking around when they'd be like all over the floor because like if one grabs you, it's stuck on you forever. But I never saw that happen to anybody. There's no way that was true. It's like if you chew gum, it stays in your stomach for 7 years. Okay, we need something to watch while I eat this food. Dude, the video is separate. It was dead as fuck. You ever notice that? Watch Game of Thrones clips? No, I would get DMCA at hardcore. Why do you keep telling me to watch this video?
People who violate...
Student protesters will save democracy.
Violently suppress student speech in defense of the ruling class have a long track record of landing pretty squarely on the wrong side of history. And yet...
Wait,
people who violently suppress student speech in defense of the ruling class have a long track record of landing pretty
Generally, as soon as I hear somebody say ruling class, we've already got like huge hits to your credibility, but okay.
squarely on the wrong side of history. And yet...
They're being treated like terrorists.
Seems kind of privilegey.
I have determined that the building occupation, the encampments, and related disruptions pose a clear and present danger to persons, property, and the substantial functioning of the university.
Enjoy your free speech.
On October 7th, 2023, an estimated 1,200 Israelis were killed and 240 hostages were abducted by the militant political group Hamas, whose stated goal is the dissolution of Israel and the creation of an Islamic Palestinian state in its place. In the 6 months since, Israel has retaliated with brutal force, bombing hospitals, leveling safe zones, blocking and even attacking humanitarian aid. More than 34,000 Palestinians have died, 14,000 of them children. 7,000 people are missing and nearly 2 million people, 85% of the population, have been displaced. The images flooding social media have been horrific and have successfully activated global support for a permanent ceasefire in the face of what is clearly a genocide orchestrated by a US-backed ally. In the past few weeks,
clearly,
and have successfully activated global support for a permanent ceasefire in the face of what is clearly a genocide orchestrated by a US-backed ally. In the past few weeks, that global backlash has manifested itself across college campuses in the form of mass student protests, many of which have been met with brutal force. There's a lot of precedent for student protests as the...
This person already has negative
Did you even
credibility
watch my...
just on the intro alone. I'm good. All right. Aha, it's Turkey Tom time. The super mega... Wait, I think this is even more boring, actually. No, I'm good. I don't want to watch this here. When these people say children, is that referring also to practicing Hamas militants who are under the age of 18? Yes, it just refers to everybody under 18. We use a very Western view. It used to be, I think in older articles, you would refer to people as like fighting aged or whatever, but now they just say children to mean anything less than the United States definition of an adult, which is 18 or older. Watch the fat people middle ground. Did we get a real death count at the Al Ali hospital or not? I don't know what it ended up being. Wasn't it around 200 casualties? I don't know if we ever got a final count on that. Al Ali hospital bombing. Wikipedia. Deaths are 100 to 300. Non-fatal injuries only reported by Hamas is 314. I have no idea how many people actually died here. I don't know if we ever got like an official anything. Well, our good friend Myron is here.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity?
Yes. Shame is what led me to an eating disorder.
Whose fault
when
is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is
Whose fault is that?
stability.
That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim.
Would you agree, like, looking at his physique, like, he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy...
No.
You think?
He's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
My name's John. I host the Radical Empathy podcast. I used to direct episodes of Middle Ground, but I'll now be moderating today's discussion between jacked men and fat men. Our first prompt is, I have felt disgusted looking at a fat body. Can our agreeers please step forward? Whoever feels compelled to start us off.
Well, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Okay. That's a great start. I mean, I know why you say that, but it's one of those things
Doesn't Jubilee copyright their stuff? Maybe. If it pops up a warning, then we don't watch it.
where, do you know why you're saying that?
Yes, because I've been fat before and I lost the weight.
Well, me too. I've been fat my whole life. I've been way skinnier than I am now, and I've been way heavier than I am now. Was I less valuable at one point in there?
Well, I mean, you can make an argument that you're less valuable when you're fatter because you drain resources, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I mean, in general, being fat is unacceptable because you control every single morsel of food that goes into your mouth.
Okay.
It shows a lack of discipline, it shows a lack of character, it shows a lack of temperance, and when you're fat, it's an outward manifestation of your inadequacies.
When I see somebody who's 500 or 600 pounds, all I can think of is, why do they care so little about their health that they can do this, allow themselves to gain that much weight, knowing it's taken 20, 30, 40 years off their life? I just can't imagine not wanting to live that badly.
I understand that. No, it's I've definitely felt disgusted looking at my own body and looking at other fat bodies in my life. A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself and then projecting that feeling onto other people. And I don't think anyone on either side will disagree that health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse.
God damn. This guy might be chubby, but he wears it well. Holy shit.
When I was spending every fixate of my life trying to get smaller and trying to be thinner.
I don't think there's anyone that can look at somebody 500, 600.
He is a model? Is that true? That's kind of bullshit. They brought in models for the fat people. What the fuck?
700 pounds and not think, wow, what have they done? And not be disgusted. Like, how can you not? I just can't understand.
You can't
nobody
assume that
thinking
everyone
that.
has the same opinion, though.
Okay, oh, well, never mind. Okay, I won't be super critical. I don't know if these are like fitness influencers or not. But when you say, like, I can't understand how somebody can be like, what do you mean you can't? But people were Nazis, okay? What do you mean you can't understand a thing? People can be driven to a whole bunch of different things. The idea of somebody being driven to being fat is like, that's like the easiest thing in the world to understand. You're raised in an environment where you don't develop healthy eating habits because your parents or whatever don't give it to you. the punishments for being fat or for overeating are really far down the line, right? If you eat food, you feel good now and you feel bad later. And the changes required to like not be fat are in a way painful because you have to usually eat stuff that you don't want to, you're not as equipped to, and they require significant lifestyle changes, right? It's not hard at all to understand why people are fat. It's such a weird thing. Like, I can't even understand. I can't be. Really? You can't at all? Not even a single. Like, I understand why you're a dumb fuck, right? It makes sense. You haven't been exposed to good information. You haven't been given the tools or abilities to, audit your mind and your own thoughts to develop, better thoughts. You don't spend a lot of time in circles, challenging yourself. Or like, I know why you're a dipshit. Why can't you know why this guy's fat? Like, it's such a weird. Ugh.
Because unfortunately, some people have emotional stuff that happened, traumatic stuff that's happened, so you can't discount and just say, because they're fat.
Boo-hoo, man. Like, there's way worse stuff going out in the world versus people saying, oh my God, I'm sad, I'm gonna eat some ice cream. It's like, no, dude, it's like, you're fat, you made that decision, you live in the best country ever. If you live in a civilized first world country where you have electricity, internet power, etc., you deserve to be bullied. It's ridiculous to me that we have all these fat people running around. Meanwhile, people are being bombed in Gaza. It's ridiculous. What? We are so privileged here in the United States and in the West in general. When I see a fat person, I'm like, wow, you got the gift of life. You got the gift of being in a developed country, and you're a fat POS talking about body positivity on TikTok? What the hell is going on?
But now you're
here?
segmenting though, because not everyone thinks like that.
No, we need to bring shaming back.
Greg Duke guy in blue, is a kinesiologist and is pretty big on YouTube. Damn, so he has even less of an excuse. It's not like a dipshit.
Okay. We need to bring shaming back in so many other regards besides obesity. We need to do it with sluts. We need to shame fat people. We need to shame everybody when they fuck up. Because shame has been one of the strongest defenses against degeneracy and human fuck-ups.
You had a personal experience you wanted to share. You said you used to be overweight. Now you're not.
Oh yeah. So I did an experiment back in like 2015 where I like bulked for like almost 2 years, and I got up to like 250 pounds, and then I dieted down. It took me about 7 months. I systematically did it, controlled my calories, tracked my macros, tracked my protein, carbs, fats, and systematically lost 1 to 2 pounds per week.
So you chose to gain up to 250.
Yeah,
you
so
were
I've been in all
beforehand.
spectrums. Like, I'm naturally skinny.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is like when rich people are like, I lived off of a budget of $1,000 a week for like 3 months. Like, well, yeah, I mean, but you probably already have he's already got like the background, the discipline, like he knows what he needs to do.
And then I was like, all right, I'm gonna get fat as an experiment.
Yeah.
Did it, and then I was like, all right, now I'm gonna lose the weight. And then all I did was just track my calories, ate the same food every single day.
Yeah.
Went to the gym 4 or 5 times a week, and everything was controlled, and it got done. Was it monotonous? Of course. Was it boring?
No,
Of
yeah,
course.
I agree with you there. I am naturally this way. This is with working out 4 or 5 times
That's
a week.
not true.
This is 100% true, bro.
Nah, bro.
No,
Come to the gym with me.
It's not natural at all, because at the end of the day, if you don't lose weight, by definition, you're not in a calorie deficit. If you're not in a calorie deficit, then you're gonna either maintain or gain weight, and that's the problem, is that people don't track their calories.
And that's true, but people burn at their resting metabolic rate a different set of calories.
Not really, not that much.
Matter.
Let's not get too granular right now. Ragini, it's going to be one of those episodes, right? Let's bring in the disagreeers and hear from them.
Okay, so the reason I disagreed, especially when I heard the statement, I don't think I'll ever look at somebody based on their situation and think that I'm disgusted. Like, if I see somebody that's a drug addict on the street that's homeless, I'm not disgusted by that. If I see somebody that's incredibly overweight, I'm not disgusted by that. Do I think that there's an opportunity for growth? Do I think they've been put in a disadvantageous position that's probably makes it harder for them? Absolutely. I think I'm kind of an empath, so when I see somebody, I know that there's things underlying, and one of my best friends is 400.
Okay, he had me until he said empath. Anybody that self-describes as an empath is a BPD chick hiding underneath. That might be why he's so fucking jacked. This is like a BPD like mech suit. There's some girl underneath that's ready to come out and fucking claw your eyes out.
Plus pounds. I've helped him lose 150, 200 pounds. He's gained it back. And I don't look at him and say, I'm disgusted, but I know how bad he wants it. And just seeing how hard he tries and then reverts, it's almost more tough for me than to be like, oh, that's disgusting, you know? And I think there's plenty of people that look at me and say, that's disgusting. I never want to look like that. So like, I know what it feels like on the other side to like look the way I do and get people look at me like, ugh, that's gross to like have that muscle. And to go back to that point, like you came from a fit place and like deciding to bulk, like that's a conscientious decision to gain weight. Like you already have those habit routines and skills in order.
This guy does not look happy to be here. Holy shit.
to stay in shape, and then you
Should fat people pay more for health insurance? Do they not? If you're obese, don't you pay more? Do obese people pay more for health insurance? Can insurance companies charge higher premiums if you have obesity? No. Obesity is considered a pre-existing condition under the ACA. So as with all pre-existing conditions, insurance companies cannot make people with high BMIs pay more in premiums. Oh, I guess not. Maybe you used to up until the ACA when they got rid of the pre-existing condition thing. Destiny, do you know if the meme that fat kids will have more fat cells throughout their lives even if they lose weight true? If that meme is true. I've heard, I don't know if this is true, I've heard it with muscles as well. I've heard that for fat, that as you gain more fat, when your body needs to store more, that the fat cells will multiply, they'll divide, and you'll have more fat cells. And that when you'll lose weight going forward, that the size of those will decrease, but you'll still have more fat cells, meaning that it might be slightly easier to gain weight in the future. I've read this a lot. I don't know if there's an actual study on this or if it's actually true. I've just read that a lot. I don't know if that's true or not. I've also heard people say the same with muscles, but then I've also heard people say that I don't know if muscle, like things get bigger or if you make more muscle cells and that's why muscle memory is easier because you don't lose the cells. I don't know how much that is true or not. I guess we can check. Do fat people make more fat cells? Is there a such thing as just a fat cell? Lipo? There must be a thing. What's it called? Adipose tissue. That's what it's called. Fat people have more fat cells than people of normal weight. The number of fat cells in the body is generally set during adolescence and remains constant throughout adulthood. However, when body weight is stable, fat cells experience a large turnover, with about 10% of them being lost each year. When body weight increases, both the number and size of fat cells increase. Oh, so it does settle. Oof, this is an AI answer. Assuming this is correct, I guess. Obese adults produce about twice as many new fat cells per year as lean people, and fat cell death also happens at twice the rate among obese people. A normal person has between 25 and 35 billion fat cells. This number can increase to maybe 100, 150 billion. Okay. Not sure what you're looking for in a new car, but since you liked your RS, a few to check out would be an Audi RS3, Toyota Corolla, GRCE, or BMW M3. Gotcha. Okay. Somebody said, who has the best build here? If you could choose any build, I feel like it's either Myron or the Asian guy. This is too much. It's freakish and weird. And this is, I think, too much. But I think these two are well proportioned.
Like you already have those habit routines and skills in order to stay in shape, and then you use those same skills you had to pull back on the calories and knowledge you had.
The reason why I use that example is that you can get fat and lose the weight if you know what you're doing and you have the knowledge and everything else like that. It's just about consistency over time. So it's I look at it like...
Let me cut you off, because here's one thing that you just said.
Yeah.
You had the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are...
Sorry, fuck. We're not doing this. Fuck, this is a big mistake is opening this video. Oh boy, it's going to be trigger time. Me and my girlfriend eat the exact same amount of calories, give or take 5%. I'm 6'5", 250. She's 5'1" and 140. It's difficult for me to lose weight without cutting 900 calories a day. If you're cutting 1 calorie a day, you will lose weight. That's what a cut means. There's no way that you and your girlfriend eat the exact same amount of food. She's either eating way less than you, she's not finishing her meal, and you're not taking that into account, or you're snacking a lot more than you realize. Start counting your calories unless one of you is literally in a fucking coma. There's no way a 6'5", 250-pound man is eating the same as a 5'1", 140-pound woman, and neither of your weights is changing significantly. Okay?
Said,
yeah,
you had the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing things. But
okay, let's talk about that.
Oh, that's okay. That's actually pretty true. I thought he was going to say, I think I'm just primed to hate fat people. Sorry, but okay, that was yeah. Also, I like his suit too. So.
Oh, hold on, I'm not done.
Well, you cut me off before, remember?
And I stood over there and I listened to you and I was like, it's a ton of bullshit too.
Oh, sure.
But we're gonna address this, right?
Yeah.
You are passing judgment on people who lack the tools to do what it is that they need to do to get themselves to a certain point of health. There are multitudes of factors that weighs into what goes on with somebody's body. There are people that...
Okay, now we ventured into the bullshit. Now we ventured into the bullshit zone. Oh boy.
Even if they work out, losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym, cutting calories, watching
Stop
everything that
donating
you
for
eat.
car
There are
suggestions.
some people that have a disposition. I have a disposition. But does that mean that I'm not active? Does that mean that I'm not doing certain things? No, it doesn't. But you're passing judgment on somebody's body that you know nothing about. Now, on the flip side, what if I turned around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit and stuff that you are, but you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys. So how does that...
Damn. Wait, is this guy a lifter? He's small. When people say small, they're just talking about like muscular size, not like your leanness or anything else. He called him small. That's the meanest thing that you can say. The one insult you can say to some dude who is super low body fat, shredded as fuck, okayly strong, all right? The one insult you've got in your arsenal to tear them the fuck down is you call him small. You're small, dude. Like, yeah, 105-pound guy can have a six-pack. Congratulations. And he did it. He pulled it out. He pulled out the small bomb.
There, and you're smallest compared to these other guys. So how does that feel if someone comes? No, because you said shame, right?
That's a little,
You said shame, right?
Yeah.
So how does that feel if someone comes up and they start shaming you for size? Like, come on, it goes both ways.
We're just in the first prompt. We got to be
here's the
careful
thing.
about targeting each other too directly. You
No, I mean,
definitely-
I'm not offended. It's fine. He's
No,
emotional.
it goes
and that's
in
fine.
every direction.
Bro, you're not insulting Myron by comparing to two pro bodybuilders? I feel like people that lift always hate to hear the small thing. I've seen people try to say like Vegan Gains is small. Like the dude's not, like the guy says he's shredded and ripped and says he lifts a lot. That dude's small as fuck. Like I'm pretty sure I've seen Jacob call Vegan Gains small, or Gojo. I'm pretty sure I've seen him call him small. Okay, you guys have. It's always the go-to for people that are decently strong and have like look good. Is always like you're small, bro. Also, yeah, you can always be bigger. Okay, you know how big you can be. Every time you finish working out, you see yourself with that pump. That's what you're supposed to look like all the time, and you're not because you're small as fuck, bro.
Got to be careful about targeting each other too directly. You
No, I mean,
definitely-
I'm not offended. It's fine. He's
No,
emotional.
it goes
and that's
in
fine.
every direction.
He's obviously very triggered.
Oh,
but
I'm
yeah,
not
so let's talk
triggered.
about, let's hit the first part, tools. What are the tools? The tools are simply knowledge, which you can get for free on the internet. If you have the ability and the discipline to go out there and get the knowledge, then you're going to lose weight. It's just that simple. It's just that people want to always make excuses for why, oh, my feelings, oh, I don't know what, you don't know what people are going through, blah, blah, blah. No. You can watch your calories. You can go to the gym. You have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I don't think anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards it?
Well, like I said before, it's a culmination of a bunch of bad decisions. I'm not going to go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a fat ass to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique, because your body's outward manifestations
There's more
of your decisions,
factors to a
your
human
consistency.
being than their body.
Well, you could judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy, and that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Abe, I thought you...
Jesus. I can dig for the vid if you want, and I'm willing to grant your position because the naturally fat argument is dumb either way, but Jeff Nippert cited a study saying metabolism can vary the rate of BMR by, I'm pretty sure, like 3K calories or some crazy number. Is your position that it's absolutely untrue or just not proven? What? I've heard that BMR can vary like anywhere from like 200 to 300 calories per person. 3K calories would be insane. Also, somebody said, for someone in fitness for so long and at that supposed level, Myron has a pretty shit physique. I mean, it depends on what your goal is. I think it's possible to look like Myron and to be perfectly content lifting at that weight, at that intensity for the rest of your life. Like, he looks fine, he's probably reasonably healthy, and he probably gets good exercise. You don't have to go like bigger and bigger and bigger, right? It would probably require big diet changes, complexity in training program. Like, there'd be a whole bunch of shit he might have to do to hit the next level. He might just not care, right? I don't think he markets himself as like a professional lifter, like a power lifter or bodybuilder. He just probably wants to look good. I think it's fine.
Guy is lazy, and that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Abe, I saw you wanted to say
I mean,
something.
just to take it back to the prompt, I think we just kind of went all over the place there.
Yeah. We're still focusing on the word disgust.
Just the word disgust. I mean, I would never look at someone and show disgust towards them. I mean, I think I would respect, like you said. I mean, you don't respect everyone, like you said, but
I went from 387 to the 190s now. My parents modeled shitty eating. I learned calories in, calories out. That's easy, but I also had to unwind bad habits and wind in a new healthy schema around food. That was hard. True. I feel like the most important thing to add to your diet, if you're trying to lose weight, are calorie negative foods. So there are some things that you can eat that because of how much work you have to go through in terms of eating those things, you actually lose calories doing it. For instance, your mom's pussy.
I think
respect is earned.
I mean, it is earned, but I mean, I think at a humane level, we can learn to appreciate each other's differences.
Yeah, I don't know if like disgust would be the right word, right?
I know.
Greg mentioned some health implications with being overweight or obese.
Yeah.
I think being concerned might be a better.
That's the word I was going to go
better
for.
word.
Like I can show concern for someone for the way that they are, but I would never look at someone and say like, you're disgusting.
But is it any different than if you see somebody who's extremely anorexic, they're 50 pounds, you look at them and you're in shock? Oh my God, like something happens in your body you can't control. You can't stop that. Like how can you not? It's not, I don't hate them.
That's different.
It's just, wow, oh my God, it's like, it's disgusting. Like, holy goodness
But
gracious.
why
Stop.
would you use the word disgusting,
that's not
right?
disgusting.
So you just mentioned the polar opposite of what we are, right? But why would you look at them and be disgusted versus concerned? That is a very specific word.
I think the issue is it's such a loaded word too. Like disgusted can mean like you just think something looks bad or gross versus you have a strong visceral emotional response versus you think it's like bad. It's such like a it's such a loaded, it's a really normatively loaded word.
And it has very specific connotations behind it. And when it's used, it's somewhat weaponized as well.
I don't think we can help how we feel. I don't think I can choose like, oh, I just am not. It would be sitting here and lying. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm always going to be honest with people. I'm disgusted. This is just how I feel.
The thing is, when you see a fat person, the reason why it's disgusting and the reason why there's so much pushback on this whole body positivity and people make fun of Lizzo, rightfully so, by the way, is because it's unattractive, it's unhealthy. Until we had this woke era, they used to put like models and attractive people on the cover of magazines that were in shape. Why? So that people can aspire to look like that. And it's healthy and it looks better in general. You look good, feel good. But when you're fat, it says a lot about you. People aren't gonna sit there and be like, let me see if he's a good person. No, they're just gonna assume that you're lazy, which you are, by the way, when you're fat, and you don't have discipline, which you are, by the way. So they're just gonna assume off of what they see. That's the world that we live in.
I love how you stated a ton of assumptions. You didn't state not one fact. You just stated assumptions.
I want to move on to the next prompt, but we're definitely.
Do you believe that there's a difference in men who are gym rats and men who work labor-intensive jobs that are burly? I've seen gym rats come work with us and they can't hang either, don't have what we call man strength, and they get tired and fatigued faster. I think there's a couple things that are important to keep in mind. One is chances are if you're like a burly manual laborer, you're probably larger, like you eat a lot of food. That's one thing, right? People that are doing like burly manual labor or whatever are just like, they eat food, they don't care, they're not trying to like bodybuild or whatever. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Whereas people that go to the gym are probably more trying to keep track of like body fat and stuff. Nobody wants to be a super strong dude who looks like nobody wants to look like a power lifter, okay? Power lifters are typically pretty fat, not lean. They'd rather look more cut like Myron, right? Nobody on this stage, none of these guys look like power lifters. So that's one thing. The second thing is kind of the other thing. The second thing is training for human stuff is like very specific. So for instance, this is why like if you're a beginner, if you're super advanced at training, you type well actions and shut up Banny, okay? Obviously this doesn't apply to really advanced lifters, okay? But like you'll see a thing where a guy's like, I really need to improve my bench. Like I don't know how to do it. I tried doing like dumbbells. I tried doing flies. I tried doing push-ups. I tried blah, blah, blah. And usually people say, if you want to get better at benching, you just bench more, do more volume for bench. If you want to improve any particular thing with your human body, like our response is like very, very, very particularized to a thing that you do. If you want a stronger grip, do grip training. If you want to bench more, then you bench more. If you want to squat more, then you squat more. So if you're doing manual labor of a particular kind, your muscles are very attuned to that particular thing that you're doing, right? It's possible that a dude that spends all of his time rock climbing is going to have a stronger grip, even if he weighs 200 pounds, than a guy that can deadlift, 405 for reps, like just because the responsiveness of the particularized like grabbing of cliffs is something you're most attuned to. 1, 2, and then the third thing is people that do labor, like manual labor or whatever, the type of training that you're doing in that is usually really unhealthy because you're doing way too much. You're overtraining like crazy. You're not giving yourself time for appropriate recovery, and you're usually not using the best techniques. That's why blue collar labor or manual labor usually damages and destroys the body in the long term, whereas ideally, if you go to the gym, you work out for a few hours every couple of days, it's benefiting you in the long term. Like blue collar workers don't usually come out of their jobs, when they're 30, 40, 50 as like being like very, well apportioned, with healthy ligaments and flexibility and all that shit. Like usually their bodies are pretty beat the fuck up, but.
Can I say one thing? Just one question.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you knew he used to be 600 pounds, and how much you weigh now?
I would prefer a more chubby guy than an asshole like Myron with glued on hair. Let's be real. I don't think it's glued on hair. I'm pretty sure it's he did a hair transplant or whatever. But also, like women are pretty flexible with the things they like. Like I think women will gravitate towards things and people when they end up liking the person too. So like when I was chubbier, I unironically women would say like, oh, I like feeling your belly pressing against my back. And I'm like, okay, well, this kind of makes me feel like a fat fucking slob, but thanks a lot. Or other girls will, depending on how you look, like I think girls will change kind of what they like depending on who they are with, or they appreciate or like different things. Like I think men are way more physically wired for certain things than women. Like I'm trying to think if men would change too. I mean, I appreciate different things in different women. I can't tell because my brain has been destroyed by red pill guys and listening to them talk about their preferences. So I don't know. I would imagine that men would change as well, but I know that women will vary based on who they're with and who they're romantically attached to.
Just one question.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you knew he used to be 600 pounds, and how much you weigh now?
I'm 384.
And now he's 384. Do you see him as less disgusting knowing he's lost 220 pounds?
No, that's fantastic.
I
but
think yes,
there's still
less.
work to be done. But here's the thing, like I said before, unfortunately, human beings judge a book by its cover. It's just the world that we live in. Fat people that identify as 97 genders, whatever, they expect us to change our worldview for them, and that's just not how the world works. Like it's been that way, it's always going to be that way.
That's I think what I don't get.
It's just the world that we're in. Like people are gonna,
it's different. Yeah, my bad.
Now let's reset. Jacked men are more attractive than fat men. Will the agreeers please step forward?
How come there's 4 guys over there? All right, so we're living in a bizarro world where people don't see the truth.
Wait, what was the question? Sorry.
Than fat men.
Jacked men
Will the
are more
agreeers
attractive than
please step
fat men.
forward?
How come there's 4 guys over there? All right, so we're living in a bizarro world where people don't see the truth. Like, how is it possible that they're thinking, no, being obese and unhealthy is more attractive than being fit and healthy? How is this possible?
Actually, you know what? This is precisely why a majority of women find a majority of men as unattractive. Because a lot of guys think this way, oh, I just be a nice guy and girls are gonna like me. No, they're not. She's not gonna suck your dick with the same veracity when you're a fat as when you're in shape. She's just not. See, people don't understand that women are...
There might be a whole different, like, type of girl that these people have access to that I'm just completely... But, like, this idea of, like, the girl will love you more or perform better in bed because you look a certain way is just wild to me. This is, like... I have no... But it might just be another type of woman, or I select for something different, or those types of women don't come to me. Maybe I have no idea. But this is just such a weird take.
Aroused by one thing and they're attracted by another thing. Women are attracted to, a guy that's confident, ambitious, makes money, etc. Of course, right? But they're aroused by guys that have asshole tendencies, dark triad traits, etc., and guys that are physically in shape. So if you want to get the best of your woman, where she respects and admires you, while simultaneously being aroused by you so she doesn't cheat on you, you need to have it all.
You're saying that's true for all women?
A majority, a staggering majority of women.
There might be one.
Wouldn't a woman rather be more into a non-fat person? I think that I think that there are lines. Let me put it this way. There are lines. It's probably true for men as well in terms of what we prefer. Like if you're over a certain weight, it's going to be like a thing. And if you're under a certain weight, it's going to be like a thing. And that range exists for men too, although it might be a tad narrower. I'm not sure. But I think like as long as you're within a certain range, I don't think it's going to make a significant difference based on how you associate with them personally and stuff. They said jacked versus fat. Yeah, but it really depends on like what you mean when you say fat. Man, fuck. After the Hasan stuff and then this guy too, listen, okay? I'm not fat and I've never really been fat, but I know the struggle. I'm empathetic. Listen, fat bros out there. I'm empathizing with you right now and I feel your frustration when like people like this are brought on or like Hasan's pictures earlier. This guy, I don't know if these men are delusional or if I'm delusional. I don't ever think that this guy would go out and a woman would be like, oh, wow, that guy's fat. I don't know if you can be fat when you're like 6'2 plus, okay? This guy over here, I don't believe that he's been bullied or excluded or turned down by a chick because he's quote unquote fat. No shot. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He wears it way too fucking well. Where is that one? Does anybody remember when we were looking at fashion shit, even for fat people, there was a TikTok guy we looked at, and that dude looked sharp as fuck. Does anybody remember who I'm talking about? Isn't the real take here that larger women like larger men and skinnier women like skinnier men? No, I don't think that's true. But also, everybody's kind of large in the United States. The more muscular you are, the more effort is expected from you. For what? Menswear guy posts about him. Link me the TikTok. Somebody knows what I'm talking about, okay? There is a guy, and he's fat, but he kills it. Holy shit. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Will women find me attractive if I cover myself in oil? Yes. As long as you run around shirtless. I think skinnier people are generally more attractive as it makes your face look better. That really depends. I mean, I think there are ideal weights for faces. Some people's face looks better with a little more weight. Some people look better with a little less weight. It really just depends on. That's a really general statement, I think. Fuck, nobody remembers the guy we looked at. God damn it. Oh, never mind. Good job. Underscore some dude. You found it. Jesus, this guy is.
Not done yet. I realized the other day that I could sit on this side of the couch and you can still see me instead of leaning on this fucking wall. Changed my life. It's good. Here comes the best part. I tied this one with a 4-in-hand knot. A lot of different knots that you can use to tie something like this. Don't fucking come at me in the comments. Okay, let's put a coat on. Yeah. One more.
God damn. He's got other outfits too. This guy is wild. Holy shit. Fuck, he's got one with like a whole coat and a hat thing. This guy's got some wild fits. Do you think it's easier to look good in clothes if you're skinny or bigger? I would take everything I say about fashion with a grain of salt, but I would say with light information that whether you're skinny or fat doesn't really matter. There are clothes that can make you look really good if you're fatter. There are clothes that can make you look really bad if you're skinny. I think that like fitting clothes to your height and your body composition are like really particular to your height and your weight. And the idea that it's just like, oh, when you're skinny, things might fit easier, like the belt buckles or whatever. But in terms of looking good, I think like it's really easy, for instance, for really skinny, lanky people to have clothes that ordinarily would fit well on somebody, be like kind of baggy or loose. And you might completely lose any sort of like silhouette or any sort of like figure because you've got like stuff hanging off you, or that's like too baggy or doesn't fit well. So just because you're skinny doesn't mean that something will fit, or it's easier to find stuff that fits better. I think it might, maybe in general that's true, like as a very, very general take. But yeah, I think that it's not just a matter of like skinny or fat, I think. Where's the coat that this guy had? Oh, shit. No, wait. Is this what we just watched? I think we just watched this one. No, fuck. This one. Oh, my God. What is this one? God damn. Oh, look at this. Oh. Oh, we got the TikTok music and everything. God damn. Look at the coat and the colors. Oh, and he's got a little fucking flower thing in his pocket. Holy shit. Like, there's no shot that this guy goes anywhere and a person will be like, oh, that dude's fat. God, fuck this guy. Okay, we're done. This guy is a really good fashion. One piece of advice that I see given in like MFA places or whatever too is that like if you're trying to find clothes that fit or if you want a fashion that works for you, look at other celebrities that have a similar build as you. One mistake that sometimes people make is they're like, oh, I want to look good in XYZ outfit, and then what they do is they'll buy clothes that look really good on a celebrity who's like 6'5", who's like 6'5" and black. And you'll be like a 5'9" Caucasian kid or like a 5'8" Latino kid, and you're like, oh shit, like I want to wear what not Jordan B. Peterson, Michael B. Jordan wears, and it's like, well, no, for a variety of, like find people that are similar build, similar composition, similar height, and then like wear what they wear, and then you can practice on that, but or don't, and just wear sweatpants and t-shirts all day, because fuck yeah, okay.
1% of the world simultaneously being aroused by you, so she doesn't cheat on you. You need to have it all.
You're saying that's true for all women?
A majority, a staggering majority of women. There might be 1% of the world that there's something wrong with them that might think that, yeah, you're 600 pounds, it's so hot, I love that, but. Yeah. The hot girls that you actually want, they exercise their hypergamy to the highest degree, and they want guys that are fit and have their money together, have their life together.
You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Find a local Asian clothing shop and have them literally tailor all your suits, all your shit. It's a game changer for some body types, maybe. Or just find a Turkish person and copy what they do. Because Turkish people are obsessed with all things.
And they want guys that are fit and have their money together, have their life together.
You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Yeah, because the question was, are Jack men more attractive? We all walked over. Are we more attracted to Jack men?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming they framed that because we're all guys here they mean women.
Well, men can be attracted to men.
If I had to switch teams, I'm going with the Jack guy.
Obviously, this is going to be like personal biases, but I think attraction is very fluid in the sense that I can 100% admit, like, there was probably 40 pounds of muscle ago is when most women would be like attracted to me. Of course, like fitness girls, they're totally okay with the size I am, but like probably most girls I'm like too much for. So I guess like where do we draw that line of like, I think for example like you would be much more attractive to most women than me. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that doesn't mean that like if you walked up to a girl and let's say you're not her, like you're a little bit more muscular than she would, like if you have the charm and charisma, she gonna still go with you, man. It don't matter. Like,
I have an interesting point. Yeah. And no shade on you, but I think if you had Zach right at on the end.
Yep.
If you put Zach and Greg and you put them next to each other and you did a poll, I think that most women would probably pick him if you had to like, because he's got the height and all that. What would you guys
Jack, is that the guy over here on the right versus Greg is this guy here?
Say to that.
No.
No? No. Well, we can put it to the test.
Bro, you can't hit a man in his ego that fucking brutally. Jesus Christ, dude.
It's not really fair. I'm 48 years old. He's a lot younger than me. He's about a foot taller than me, but you can't compare. I'm an old man. I'm 48 years old.
Obviously, height is a big component. So that you know, so it's not.
Do you agree with that? between this guy here and this guy on the right. Is that who it's being asked between? This guy over here is like very, very, very attractive. I think that, and this guy over here is, I don't want to say anything mean. I feel like most women would probably gravitate towards this, but it could also be like style of clothing and everything as well. Because I don't know if like what he's wearing here, I don't know if this complements him very well. Like it looks like it's just like tight as fuck to show off his muscles, and I don't know if that's like dude, I don't know anything about fashion, so fuck me. But I feel like even the Asian guy over here is dressed better. Like he's wearing like athletic stuff. He's like the higher cut like sleeve and everything here. I feel like it's better. This feels like I'm a douchebag and I have muscles and I need my shirt to literally be. I've got it tied in the back so you can see how ripped I am. And it just. But I don't know. Maybe I'm inventing all in my head. Maybe because I've heard him talk, I'm just saying that. I'm not sure. Yeah. But I don't know who the fuck. I don't
Can't
know.
compare. I'm an old man. I'm 48 years old.
Obviously, height is a big component. So that you know, so it's not.
Oh, I'm also really partial to facial hair too. I think facial hair looks nice, but it probably depends on the guy's face as well. Like I think Myron looks fine without any facial hair. He might look better without facial hair than with facial hair. So I don't know.
Well, you're comparing apples to oranges, but if you take the same guy, same height, etc., but one guy is fat, one guy's in good shape, she's always going to go with the guy that's in better shape.
Because I've been so surprised to see on Instagram, there'll be like guys doing like an outfit try on like.
Why don't you take your own advice on fashion? Because I don't give a fuck. I'll fuck your mom regardless, okay? Doesn't matter what I wear. My clothes are going to end up on your mom's bedroom floor at the end of the day anyway.
Not in shape in the slightest bit, and all the comments are women like, I wish like men knew this is how we wish they looked, and like, oh, this is like the dream.
You're
This is-
liars, liars for
To look
the
good,
one thing
for
about
clout.
you can never believe what women say, man. You
Correct.
You believe how they behave, not what they say.
That's a different episode.
That's all right. Figure it out.
Yeah. I disagreed mostly just with the blanket statement because attraction is so subjective. I am a big and tall model.
Like this guy, I think, yeah, he says he's a model. Like, I don't know if it's fair. Like this guy is groomed immaculately. He has amazing genetics for beard. His hair looks really fire. Like he's obviously got a nice put together outfit. It seems like it. Like the shirt, like this guy is just, it might literally just come down to fashion and clothes. It might have nothing to do with body type. Well, like, or I shouldn't say fashion clothes, I should say grooming and clothes. Like Jesus.
Model by trade. That's what I do. I model clothing brands. I've modeled with major fashion houses. I've been on the covers of magazines. You mentioned before dad bod comments and whatnot on social media. I was flabbergasted.
Like this guy looks like a company is coming to your city or a company is coming to your village and they want to film a documentary of like how your lives look on a day-to-day basis and you're a bunch of lumberjacks and they walk around with a camera and they're like, you guys don't have the right look, hold on. And they bring in like a fucking model and then they give him your clothes and they're like, go stand over there and pretend to be like part of this village. And then they shoot him instead. That's what this guy looks like. He's like a model lumberjack.
When I started, how many people were commenting and DMing me and talking about how attractive I was, that it just kind of...
I feel like they have different ideas of fat because Myron keeps talking about 600 pounds, which is so different than someone that's traditionally fat. Yeah, that's true too. Like another unfortunate thing that you don't really have any control over is genetically, different people wear fat differently, and you kind of have to be aware of that. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, now Jubilee's going to copyright me? All right, never mind. We can't watch the rest of this. Like, it's hard to see without seeing her be fucking naked or whatever. But like, this guy he's probably overweight. That would be my guess based on looking at him. But like, there are some people who, for men, like some men will carry, I think I do this. I think some men will carry like all of their fat on their, oh wait, fuck, did my stream just get cut for a sec? Hold on, I gotta wait now. Fuck, I don't remember what I was saying. But anyway, suck my dick. Oh, different people carry weight in different ways. Like some men will carry a lot of weight in their belly and their thighs. So like an attractive weight for them is probably going to be lower than guys that carry fat around their body more generally. Like I know some guys, even in the casino, there are some guys that like, even as they get fat, they still look pretty good, but they're, for some reason, their fat just kind of like distributes around their body a lot better. Their arms will be kind of fat, their legs will be kind of fat, their belly, their chest, their shoulders, like everything's like kind of like building fat. And then for some people, like the fat just like goes right to their stomach, right to their thighs, and that's it. And then those people generally have to lose more weight, or it's a lot harder for them to carry weight and look good, to carry fat and look good, just because of the genetic apportioning of fat around your body. And then women have this issue on fucking steroids, because for women, a lot of women's like beauty literally comes from fat deposits. So your ass and your chest, like boobs are fat, booties are fat, and if you wear fat well, there's a million fitness influencer models who look really good, who can't lift shit. They don't do anything really in the gym. They go and they cardio bunny for like 20 minutes and they think it's because they lift and work out so much, but not really. They're just like relatively lean, but the places where they carry fat is really nice. That's why you'll see girls with like super nice looking bubble butts that'll talk about how hard they work out. And then when you look at their Instagram, you know, they're hip thrusting like 115 and maybe squatting 95 for reps. And it's like, oh, well, I go to the gym a lot. I was like, no, you just wear fat easily well. And then other girls will like no fat goes to their boobs, or before the fat goes to their boobs, their midsection will fill out, or like their fupa or their thighs will fill out. And then in order for them to lose weight, they've got to lose their boobs. So yeah, for women, I think it's way more brutal because so many fatty deposits on the body are like supposed to be part of your womanhood. Whereas guys can just be lean and be fine, I think. Yeah. Talk about the new Twitter live streaming. What about it? Hasn't Twitter live streaming been around for a while? Doesn't Myron Twitter live stream? I genuinely find chubby women more attractive than normal women. Is something wrong with me, or is this normal? Different people find different things attractive, right? I think they mean your Twitter live streaming. Oh, I don't know. I don't to do 3 live streams right now? I'm good. Can I please know where you copped that t-shirt? This is our merch on the 20th. It's going live, I think in 2 days. $9.50 right now? Huh. You think I can't throw down a $9.50 whenever the fuck I want?
Developing an addiction. Drug addicts are weak. I'm currently developing an addiction to methamphetamines just so I can show everyone how easy it is to quit. Wow.
It's an interesting way to self-teach.
It's a win-win. Either I kick the habit, which I will, and we could all stop glamorizing recovering addicts, or I could spend the rest of my life in a motel smoking crystal meth away from my family.
Like you're really just doing just for the struggle.
Sorry, what the fuck did you say?
Are we doing World War I research today? No, it's when I get back from Israel. Fuck. This shit is laggy as fuck. One more try. Okay, hold on. One more. Fuck this game.
I'm Aiden Carney of Turtle Boy Daily News. I've been investigating the death of...
Is it possible to recover a drive partition? I think I just wiped 1 terabyte of documents and music from my laptop. I think you can recover all the individual files. I don't know if you can recover file structure. If you just wiped a partition, as long as you didn't pick like secure wipe or some stupid thing like that, if you just deleted the partition, the data's still there. You just have to use a file recovery thing to find it.
John O'Keefe from Canton, Massachusetts. His girlfriend...
Karen Reed, framed by Commonwealth of Massachusetts as she's charged with the death of John O'Keefe. Why do I care about this? Please watch this badass old dude. It's the most high-profile case right now. That video is 10 months old.
Autumn brings quite a lot of grass growth, both in the meadow and on the lawn. There's quite a bit of cutting to do, which normally is quickly and efficiently dealt with a ride-on mower, until it was stolen. I've had to resort to using the scythe, but as it's much slower to get round, I've had to cut the lawns in rotation, so the grass has tended to get away with me. I'm getting quite a lot of growth on each lawn to mow and to collect. This triangular lawn is about 500 square metres, about 1/8 of an acre. It has taken about an hour and a half to mow it, and will take about another similar amount of time to collect up the cuttings.
Do you think Hasan would know what this tool is?
To speed collection of the cuttings, I mow double windrows, blowing from both sides to the centre. I can then push the grass with a rake into heaps. And collect it into a trailer and take it away in a trailer to the compost heap. Earlier this autumn there was quite a bit of discussion in the press by gardening correspondents as to how efficient a scythe was mowing lawns, following a comment Monty Don made in his new book. I decided to put this to the test. I first mowed a strip of lawn with the scythe. I then tried a push mow. The conditions are not fair to the mow with long wet grass and leaves. That took 2.5 minutes, about the same as a scythe.
$22 million views. Is it really that? Is this really that interesting? Meteor spotted in the skies over Spain and Portugal. This is insane. Early reports claim that the blue flash could be seen darting through the night sky for hundreds of kilometers. At the moment, it has not been confirmed if it hit the Earth's surface. However, some reports say it may have fallen near the town of Castro Dare? Other reports say it was closer to Pinheiro. Oh boy, what's the conspiracy for this one? Jordan Peterson destroys men children.
This is the Peter Pan story, roughly speaking.
6 years old, when Jordan Peterson used to be rational. Oh, fuck. Anything else? I feel like I'm getting a headache. I don't know why. I blame you guys. Is there anything else we need that are we all caught up on everything at least? On all the meme drama?
Yellow hell is real, and I'm yellow Satan. Stuck here with all these plebs, man. The only fucking OP guy in yellow hell.
Is
And I'm
me.
stuck here.
Yes.
Alright. Because of fucking riot god.
Did LSF ban you? Ban me how? Uh-oh. Ranked restriction.
Yeah.
Jesus. How to detect a smart person.
Chat, is this a saying that if your hands is bigger than your pee? You're so sus, dude. Your hands is bigger than your pee? Sorry, go ahead. If your hands are bigger than Noble, I think Noble knows. Okay, if your hand is bigger than your face, that means you're smart. How did it do it? I do it. She got it.
Okay. VTuber, no. Nice. I feel like the last boss of this game, do you think he was so much easier than all the other bosses? Like, especially, wasn't the one that came right before him? Was he the one that, like, hit you and, like, took you up into the air and then body slammed you, the fist fighter guy? I feel like this guy was... But I guess in Souls games, the last boss is sometimes not that hard, right? Yeah, Gwyn was easy. But Gwyn was supposed to be easy because he was like a decaying god or some shit or a hollowed fucking loser or whatever.
And it's really exciting to see all the progress, but they still have a long way to go. Or everything's going to work. And it's really exciting to see all the progress, but they still have a long way to go. Or everything's going to work.
So easy because you had to level your vigor. Well, he just had like one attack that was kind of hard to dodge perfectly. But if you have HP, you just drink a thing and you beat it. I think I beat it on my second try after we just leveled our HP. I don't know if I would have beaten every single other boss on my second try. But
And it's really exciting to see all the progress, but they still have a long way to go. Or everything's going to work overnight when they get server replication and meshing to work or something like that.
I feel like the
'cause it's still a
community
little
has
discouraging
been
sometimes
brainwashed.
how poorly some things work.
Brainwashed. Manipulation. What is happening? This isn't real.
We're in.
There should be a study on this.
We're.
This
not
is
around
fucking
current,
crazy.
so we'll probably just
There
chill out
needs
here.
to be
You
a
guys,
study on this.
on what? Does he think that the game's in a way worse state than that guy said it was in? I don't know anything about Star Citizen.
Wanna wait for
What is
pickup?
happening?
Judd, unfortunately, bro, you are our closest option.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my ship to be expedited.
Can we just kill ourselves?
And it's really exciting to
Level 3.
He has one?
Yeah. He's dead.
Oh my god. Oh, you didn't throw an nade out.
Okay.
God, nade.
Okay.
Wait, did he get that in the window? Wait,
Level
hold
3.
on. No shot.
He has one?
Yeah. He's dead.
Jesus.
Oh my god. Oh, you didn't throw an nade out.
What stopped me from buying a property to live in? You're filthy rich, why rent? Because why the fuck would I be tied to it in a shit-ass fucking house? Property is better than cash? Yeah, but stock is better than all of it.
Anti-communism and hostility towards socialism, trade unions, and whatnot is the exact same kind of hostility that the fascists demonstrated. And that is why it is also, in my opinion, another pretty easy way to spot someone with fascist tendencies. Like how you're a socialist.
Fascism is when you oppose unions?
Do you think in the future you will commit to actually addressing things, or will you keep dodging everything with buzzwords like how you're a real socialist? Says Jumping Jack. What do you mean? What buzzwords? Why is it that anti-intellectualism is so fucking heavily promoted in these supposedly intellectual giant communities that, like, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Is a Bioshock Andrew Ryan reference that is supposed to be libertarian, right? But actually, it is inherently socialist.
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow?
I remember that quote. Jesus. Okay. Are we good? Fuck. I got a super headache. I think I might just sleep. I think I woke up too late today. Wait, is this the girl that used to do meme videos about movie reviews? Does she still post? Is her name Jenny? Am I making this up? Whoa, I feel like I just got sucked back to 2012.
So on March 1st, 2022,
Jenny Nicholson. She makes amazing videos. Oh, does she still? I thought she left the internet forever ago. 1 year ago, 2 hours ago. Damn, it's high engagement per video. You see the OTK people talking about you in the podcast? Yeah, it was like 4 words. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I should go to sleep and wake up at a real time tomorrow, okay? Instead of starting late. Be careful.
So fucking easy for the God Gamer having to carry this shit, man. Everyone is so fucking challenged by shit.
How many rank restrictions did he get? Oh no, this is just for the...
This is blackmail. Literally. I cannot do anything. I cannot do anything. I don't understand, man. Is it case sensitive too? Look at this. Look at these fucking cocksuckers, man. Look at this shit. I can't even type this. Huh? I understand. Capital U. Huh? Capital fucking U. They're so fucking dumb. Not as dumb as our fucking team, but... Jungle Diff. Gragas retarded. Gragas? That was not...
Nice. Wait, is this the kid with the current world record? Did I see a clip of him recently? Why do I feel like I know this person?
Bad burn, actually.
Oh!
It's hard to think whenever like 8 people are talking and you're.
I saw you type Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah. That's what I was like. I gotta hit enter, but just get a new name, just so I can do something different.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect it.
Wait, I don't get the joke. I don't understand. Explain it to me.
It's hard to think whenever like 8 people are talking and you're.
I saw you type Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah. That's what I was like. I gotta.
It's a trivia game. He's the one shitting in the chat. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay,
It's
okay.
hard to think whenever like 8 people are talking and you're.
I saw you type Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah. That's what I was like. I gotta hit enter, but just get a new name, just so I can do something different.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect it.
Would you advocate for something you don't believe in for the good cause? No. It's probably not a good cause if you've got to lie for it. Wait, explain? I don't know. Now I think I'm just laughing because I'm making up why it's funny in my head.
It's hard to think whenever like 8 people are talking.
So it sounds like he's saying it's hard to think whenever 8 people are talking, meaning he had like a trivia thing or he was trying to answer a question or whatever. And now he's trying to say like, well, I couldn't think because so many people were talking. But then apparently, even though people are talking and distracting him, he still has time to shitpost in chat. Is that the joke? Like, bro, I just saw you shitposting in chat and then it's funny? Is that the joke? That's my guess?
It's hard to think whenever like 8 people are talking and you're.
I saw you type Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah. That's what I gotta.
There we go. Okay. The answer was supposed to be Humpty Dumpty, but listen to what NL said he typed. Oh, he typed the wrong thing. Oh, maybe that's the joke. It's Jackbox. He needs to enter some funny witty line. He was unable to enter it, and all he entered was a shit answer. Okay, I don't know that fucking. Northern Lion goated clip.
I should have had him. I just like.
I remember those.
I should have had him. I just like.
Dan, it's you and me against the world.
Okay.
I killed one. One is like kind of right here by orange, I think.
Just camp in a corner. I'm coming to you.
Got one.
Got the other. Full tear.
Last one's right here. Oh wait, did you get? Oh, on you, on top of you. All
right, Ryan.
On down, drop down. I'm not a fucking.
Where are there? We need gulags. Why is there no gulag compilation with me and Dan and Mooten? The fuck is this? God damn it. All right. Be careful. I love you. Stay safe.